You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much...
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to Crime and Mystery OTR. I'm Greg, and I'm so glad you're here. We have quite the eclectic collection of great shows tonight, all of them, as always, remastered to bring them up to high-quality audio standards. Now let's dive into the first few shows. First up from I Hate Crime is A Fashionable Murder, starring Ken Wayne as Larry Kent, the American former reporter turned investigator, now based out of Australia. Larry is at a woman's fashion show where he meets a beautiful model who asks him for a favor, just to dispose of the body of a murder victim that happens to be in her apartment. I really like this show, and this episode is a great example of the excellent stories and voice acting that this show is known for. Next up, Vagabond Murder from the Black Book. This was a really unique show, featuring stories about almost perfect crimes, asking the listener to pick out the criminal's mistake. It was hosted by Paul Frees and ran from 51 to 52. Only a handful of episodes are known to survive to this day. They were only 15 minutes long, but they managed to pack a lot of action and mystery in those 15 minutes. This episode starts with a man, Eric, hiding inside an apartment, waiting for the owner to come home so he can kill him. A great story of vengeance and betrayal, and of course, murder. Can you recognize the killer's mistake? Next up is The University Fix from The Silent Men, starring the great Douglas Fairbanks Jr. as a different federal investigator each week from various government agencies like the FBI and the CIA. This show also ran from 1951 to 1952, like its previous one. In this episode, a federal agent, played by Fairbanks, goes undercover as a teacher at a university trying to break up a drug ring. There were quite a few radio shows that focused on illicit drug use in the 1950s, usually with messages by the narrator directly to the listeners to help stomp it out. The next one, Tales of Fatima, is a lesser-known crime show starring the great Basil Rathbone, known from Sherlock Holmes fame, playing himself as a fictional investigator. It only ran for 10 months in 1949, producing 39 episodes, and only 2 of them survive today. At the start of each one, a voice, called Fatima, would give clues to the listeners to see if they could solve the crime before Rathbone could. Fatima was the cigarette brand that sponsored the show. And in this episode, Rathbone is threatened by a mysterious man, telling him not to help a woman named Mrs. Dawson. And then the phone rings, and a Mrs. Dawson asks Rathbone to help her prevent someone from dying. Then another lesser-known show that ran for 1 season in 1948, Roger Kilgore, Public Defender. I really liked this show. It had a different premise and great acting and great stories, but again, didn't last very long. It starred Santos Ortega as Roger Kilgore, who defended people accused of crimes that couldn't afford an attorney, and also Stats Cosworth as the district attorney. In The Case of Eddie Lewis, a prizefighter accuses a disabled veteran of attempted murder. This aired on April 27th, 1948. All right, let's listen to these shows. I'll be back in just a little bit to discuss.
The invitation had a gold edge on pink paper. The lettering was black. The words went, "You are cordially invited to an unveiling of George's fashions for the future." Then it gave the date and the street address. George was one of the bigwigs in the women's fashion game. If he had a surname, he discouraged the use of it. Just plain old George with a French accent, thank you. I had no idea why George sent me an invitation, but as I had the time on my hands, I went along. I was early. So were the 50 or so people in the display room. Most of them were old ducks, and some had their husbands along. One of the husbands, a little Casper milk toast of a man, came over to me with 2 drinks in his hand.
Have one?
Oh, thanks.
Triple scotch.
Who are you trying to forget?
Not who. All this. Cheers.
Cheers. Don't you like fashion shows, huh?
Hate 'em. My wife drags me along. That's her over there with the peacock feathers in her hat.
Oh.
Yes. I feel the same way.
Well, won't your wife miss you?
Only when she wants me to use the checkbook. I'm very good at signing checks.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And welcome to the unveiling of my fashions for the future. I, of course, am George. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now for the business at hand. Music, maestro.
Well, what a smart boy, huh? He's even setting a mood.
Very expensive music, that. Everything is expensive. If George smiles at you, it's time to reach for the checkbook.
Now, my dear friends, we are ready for the big moment. First, my creation for evening wear. I have called this creation Blue of Dawn. Here we are.
Oh, lovely!
And so it went on. Evening gowns, suits,
Ah,
lingerie, negligees.
have a look at that.
Mm-hmm. Nice, isn't she?
I'll say. Well, she winked at you.
Yeah. Yeah, a friend of mine. I had no idea she'd be modeling here today.
What's her name? If I'm not being too bold.
Marla Newton.
Very nice. Charming. Such beautiful eyes.
We were standing near the platform at the extreme end. Marna came along the platform.
Larry,
Why, she's talking to you.
Yeah. What is it, Marna?
see you after the fashion show?
Sure.
Coffee shop next door.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have a talk with you.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't mind going to fashion shows if that's what happened to me.
Look, I think your wife is signaling for you.
Oh, dear. She probably wants to buy the negligee your friend is modeling. I'm sure they won't have it in my wife's size.
I was sitting at a rear table in the coffee joint. There were about 6 other guys, all escorted. They forgot about their escorts when Marna walked in. She was wearing a tangerine wool dress. Those lucky sheep.
Hello, Larry. I was so glad to see you there.
Ditto. Coffee?
Thank you.
Another coffee, please. Well, what is it you want to see me about, Marna?
A body.
You said body, didn't you?
Yes. In my living room.
That's a fine place to keep a body.
That's just it, Larry.
You mean you want me to get rid of it?
Yes.
Now, that was why you were so glad to see me, huh?
Yes.
Marna, I'm a private eye.
I don't think you understand. I didn't kill Ed.
Oh, you're pretty familiar with the corpse.
His name is Ed Murphy. He was a friend of mine.
Seems to me I've heard that name.
He was well known around the nightclubs. Played polo, drove a racing car.
Yeah, I remember now. You got any idea of why he should be dead in your living room?
No. But he had a habit of just dropping in on people. He had a set of skeleton keys. He'd just open the door and go in.
It's odd he lived this long. How was he killed?
Knife, I think, from the way his clothes are torn. Larry, I didn't kill him.
I didn't say you did. Come on, we'll skip the coffee, have a drink at your place. Marna was a model in the upper brackets, and her Potts Point apartment looked like it. Everything was expensive. Everything was just right. Except, of course, the guy on the rug. He'd been stabbed all right, at least a dozen times.
Look, I didn't see that when I came in. The knife, half under the lounge.
Kitchen knife. Yours?
Yes.
Don't touch it.
Don't worry, I won't. Oh, I'm scared, Larry. So scared.
Hey,
Hold on to me.
Why, sure.
Oh, if you hadn't been at the fashion show, I don't know what I'd have done.
When did you find him?
Just before the fashion show. I'd been out all morning getting fitted for the show.
Why didn't you go to the cops?
I was too frightened. You see, Ed and I were once very friendly. We broke up after quite an argument. Of all places, we had the argument at a nightclub.
How long were you there getting fitted?
From 9 till about 1:30.
It's now 4.
Why should it matter what time it is?
Because from the feel of this guy's hand and because of other things, I'd say he'd been dead for about 6 hours. Can you prove you were at the fashion show all morning?
Oh, yes.
Then you've got nothing to worry about. You're in the clear. We might as well get the cops.
No, Larry.
Why not?
Larry, I'm a well-known fashion model. If this got out, my career would be finished. People in the business are very conservative.
Well, it's a bad break, Marta, but there's nothing we can do about it.
It'd mean starting all over again in some other business. I just couldn't face that, Larry.
Sorry, I'm going to use the phone.
Put it down, Larry.
It's got to be this way.
Oh, just put it down for a moment. Please. Please.
Well, make it fast.
If you help me, Larry, I'll do anything.
Don't worry, I'll help you after I get the cops.
I didn't mean that kind of help.
Oh? What kind do you mean?
Get rid of the body for me. I don't think you quite understand. You see, I'm a very appreciative sort of girl.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. Very.
You're, wrinkling my tie.
Larry.
Oh, what's a wrinkled tie? Come here. Yeah.
Now do you understand?
You're quite a girl.
I'll confess something.
Yeah?
During all the time I've known you, I've wanted you to do that.
Maybe you should have cooperated earlier.
Well, we're cooperating now, aren't we?
Speaking of cooperation...
Larry!
Sorry, honey, there's a right way...
Stop.
Sure.
I didn't want to do it this way.
Well, as I said before, you're quite a girl. A kiss 1 minute, a gun the next.
I don't want to use it. Put your hands on top of your head.
Why?
So I can take your gun.
Which was what she did. Keeping the muzzle of her fancy .25 against my back. A .25 slug is pretty small, but that doesn't make it any less deadlier than another slug when it hits you in the right place.
You're going to help me get rid of the body, Larry.
Am I?
You're going to carry him out the back way to my car. Then we're going for a drive.
I got the body to the car without anybody seeing me. Dumped it in the back. I drove. Marna sat in front with me, keeping the gun trained on the knot in my tie. We got rid of the body in French's Forest. Went back to the car. Drove back towards the city. Where to, honey?
Your place. You can give me a drink.
Well, that was what happened. She even poured the drinks herself, keeping her gun on me all the while. She took her drink, backed away. I took mine. I was out of scotch, so it was neat Irish whiskey.
Here's luck, Larry.
You're going to need it.
Not thinking of turning me in, are you?
If I said I was going to turn you into the boys in blue, would you shoot me?
I'd very much dislike to. Oh, a record player.
Mm-hmm.
Loaded, too. Mind if I turn it on?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I'll just sit down and look at you.
Nice nylons.
Just think of all the good times we could have had.
But not now, huh?
Well, you're going to be very angry with me.
I don't get you. I don't get you one bit.
I've got you wondering, haven't I?
Are you just having fun, waiting to put a slug in me?
Larry. I wouldn't dream of doing anything like that.
Well, what comes next?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not just going to sit there all night looking at me.
Why not? You know, you have an interesting face. Far from perfect, of course. Scar here and there. A rugged, tough face.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Larry?
My head was pounding. I looked at her. She was smiling. Then her face blurred.
Headache, Larry? Perhaps it was the Irish whiskey.
Whiskey?
You didn't see me put the drops in it, did you?
Poison.
Don't try to get up. You're helpless. See? You can't even move your arms.
Are you? I was just about out. She got to her feet. But to me, she was a blur of movement. She went to the phone. Then I couldn't see anymore. The last thing I heard was... Head banging. I opened my eyes. Pain lashed at my skull. I was on the couch. I pushed myself up, staggered, grabbed the table, went over. I lay on the floor, cheek pressed against the carpet. And then suddenly it hit me. Couldn't have been poison in the whiskey. Finally, I crawled to the bathroom on my hands and knees, turned on the shower, crawled into the shower cubicle, clothes and all. The cold needles of water stabbed life into me, peeled off my clothes, got to my feet, stayed under the shower for at least 5 minutes. Then I shaved, dressed, and went to the nearest saloon where I had a couple of beef teas laced with double brandies. After that, police headquarters and Inspector Daniels.
You don't look so good, Kent.
I don't feel so good.
Too bad.
Oh, this is a great place to come for sympathy.
What's on your mind?
Murder.
If you've come here with another one of your theories...
It's not about one of the 50-odd unsolved murders on your books. As a matter of fact, this one isn't even on the books.
Come on, out with it.
I've got word that a body was dumped at a certain place in French's Forest.
Whose body?
I'll tell you all about it when we get there.
If this is one of those little games of yours...
You want me to take this to Inspector Lemon? Turn off the road on that clay patch.
Yeah. Where do we go from here?
Just follow me. Yeah, straight this way.
If there's a body out here, Kent, how do you know about it?
I'll tell you when we find it. It's just behind this bush.
Well?
Well, it was supposed to be just here.
Ah. It was supposed to be, eh?
Yeah.
And where is it now?
Oh, I haven't got the slightest idea.
Kent, your license comes up for renewal next month.
Yeah?
And do you know who's going to write a nasty little letter to the commissioner?
Yeah.
Ever done much hitchhiking, Kent?
So long, Inspector. Took me almost an hour to get a lift to the city. I went to a payphone, used the directory, got Ed Murphy's address. Lavano Road, Mossman. It was a brick cottage. There were no lights burning. On the corner was a milk bar. I went in. There was a young blonde behind the counter.
Do something for you?
Yeah, maybe. Do you know a fellow named Ed Murphy?
Mr. Murphy? Yes.
Oh.
He's an awful nice man.
Tells you how beautiful you are, huh? Look, I'm a reporter. I'm working on a story about Ed Murphy. I know he's a man about town and a good sportsman.
Oh, he's a sport, all right.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, the point is, he's not home, see? So I wonder if you could give me a few facts.
Like, for instance?
Is he married?
Oh, no.
Lives alone?
Oh, yes, I know that because... well...
Yeah. Thanks.
Is that all you want to know?
I think so.
If there's anything more, I get off at 11 o'clock.
Oh, fine. I might come back for a, milkshake. I went to Murphy's place, walked around the back, got out my skeleton keys. Tried the knob. Didn't need the keys. I went in. Reached for the light switch on the wall.
What?
The guy was just standing there scared. The place was a shambles. He made a move, but I put my right fist in the way. Followed with a few more. Well, looks like somebody else had the same idea. Let's see who you are, Buster. Driver's license. Fred R. Cunningham. Hello, Freddie. What were you looking for, Freddie? Do you know Ed Murphy?
Yeah.
Murphy and his friends have the darndest habit of just walking into each other's places.
I left a cigarette case here.
Cigarette case, huh, Freddie? Is that why you pulled the rugs from the floor, the pictures from the walls? Is that why you started to pull the stuffing from the furniture?
The place was like that when I got here.
So you just calmly searched instead of calling the cops, huh?
I was only here a minute or so before you arrived.
But you didn't bother to turn on the lights. You used that flashlight I see on the floor, huh, Freddie?
All right, so what are you going to do about it?
Well, maybe we can make some kind of a deal.
Deal?
Dough, Freddie.
You mean if I offer you some money?
I won't call in the cops.
How much money?
You make the offer.
£50.
Oh, that's worth a lot more than that, Freddie.
Just for entering a house?
And for doing a couple of $100 worth of damage.
I told you it was like that when I got here.
No, Freddie, no. You did that. You were looking for something specific and you didn't find it. Something worth a heck of a lot of dough.
You seem to know a lot about it.
I didn't, but I wanted him to think I did. He was a pretty boy, this Freddie. Curly black hair, a dimple in each cheek, big brown eyes, a cute cleft in his chin.
What was I looking for, eh?
Marna told me.
That's a lie, Martin. What
I figured you were working with Marna. But I was a bit puzzled when I noticed that wedding ring on your finger. Not many men wear wedding rings, and when they do, they're usually very much in love with their wives. But a guy who's palling around with a cheap frill like Marna...
Shut up!
That's what she is, Freddie.
After she used you, she should have killed you, Kent.
Well, that gives me the complete picture.
Won't do you any good.
I'll tell you about it anyway, Freddie. You were in Marna's apartment with Murphy. You stabbed him, panicked, and ran. You phoned Marna and told her what had happened. She saw that you were too upset to... I wonder who's calling Murphy.
Why don't you go and see?
Yeah, that might be an idea, Freddie. Hello? Hello?
Wrong number?
Yeah.
I think you're wrong right along the line, Kent.
Maybe the cops won't think so.
You got nothing at all.
I got plenty.
To establish a murder, you're gonna have a corpse.
And you got rid of the corpse after Marna and I dumped it, right?
That's right.
While I was unconscious after Marna slipped me the Mickey.
Yeah.
And then you came here and started looking for the...
The what?
Taking a blind stab, I'd say letters, or maybe a photograph or two, huh?
Go on.
Well, it's pretty simple, really. You're a cute boy and you're married, probably to a dame either older than you are or not very exciting. Not nearly as exciting as Marna.
And so?
Well, Ed Murphy has a reputation as a sportsman and man about town. A guy like him would have to have a lot of money. Yet he had no obvious source of income, which spells in any language blackmail, Freddie.
And, who was he blackmailing?
Marna and you. Whatever he had, it put the both of you together in a very compromising way.
Why should I worry about that? I'm in love with Marna.
Sure, but you love money, too. Your wife's money. As for Marna, she's a top model, and she likes it. If a scandal involving the two of you came along, she'd be finished as a model, and your wife would throw you to the wolves. How's that for size?
Theoretically, it's fairly good.
Oh, there are a few ends that need tying, but they're not very important.
Such a shame that all that sharp thinking must go to waste.
It won't. Get up fast. All right, I'll pull you up. I heard a sound outside. I've been waiting for it. Got my arm around his throat and held on tight. The back door, which I hadn't pushed shut, now opened all the way. Marna came in the 25 in a hand, but she couldn't fire without hitting her boyfriend. However, that didn't stop her.
Don't shoot, Larry.
Drop it.
I intended to.
Freddie went limp. I let go of him.
Full of surprises, aren't I, Larry?
Yeah.
Well, don't just stand there holding the gun on me.
What gives?
It was all his idea, Larry. He killed Murphy.
But you played right along with him.
I had to. Oh, Larry, put the gun away.
Why?
This is why. His kisses could never make me feel like this.
That was you on the phone, wasn't it?
Does it matter? Oh, does anything matter?
It was a prearranged thing. You would have phoned to see if everything was okay.
Yes. When I heard your voice, I knew what I had to do. We can leave him here. He killed Murphy. That should finish it.
But first we have to find something, don't we?
Oh, I knew you'd see it my way. Yes, Larry. We have to find the photos.
Of you and our late friend here, huh?
Yes. But before we start looking... Oh, Larry. Oh, we can have such a lot of fun.
You're a smart girl. But you made one mistake. One bad mistake.
Larry.
I like you, Marna. I like you a lot. But with you around, I could never turn out the lights. You're too smart. I don't like any women that way.
Larry, kiss me once again.
No, honey. This is how I feel.
Oh, why, you dirty, filthy rotten...
She said a lot of other things, but I still called the cops. According to Inspector Daniels, she'll get life. The body of Murphy incidentally floated to the top of a quarry a week later. But after the cops took Marna in and asked me their quota of questions, I went to get a milkshake.
I was wondering if you'd come back.
My blonde friend didn't have very much on top. But who cares about an empty attic? Good night.
I have another story to tell you today. This one is about a crime in which a murderer is trapped by one of the most powerful forces of nature. Do you want to hear it?
Now starring Paul Frees as your teller of tales. Another story from The Black Book.
Yes. From the world's most fabulous collection of strange and unusual stories, The Black Book, I have selected a story called The Vagabond Murder. Eric Patterson was growing desperate. He'd been there for over 2 hours, waiting with less and less patience for the door in front of him to open. He listened intently for the warning sound of the key in the door. Eric needed to be warned because when the man he was waiting for entered the room, Eric was going to kill him. As the seconds ticked past in the darkness, Eric thought back to the beginning of all this. It was in New York. He had taken his wife, Karen, along on a business trip. It had been quite successful, and one of the best contacts he'd made was Henry Drucker. Drucker, the richest, most influential man in the whole investment business. And he seemed to like Eric from the start. And with Karen, they made a gay trio the last few days. Rounds of cocktail parties, the theater, endless nightclubs. And then on the last evening of all, Drucker had said,
"Look, Eric, why not join me on the Bermuda trip? The best thing in the world for you and Karen. My yacht sails tomorrow. What do you say?"
At first, Eric thought it was just talk, but he was wrong. And the next day they sailed for Bermuda on Drucker's yacht, the Vagabond. It wasn't until the return trip that Eric began to suspect that it wasn't him Drucker was really interested in, but Karen. And then the night before they were to dock in New York, it happened. The three of them were sitting at the small bar after dinner when Karen got up, said she wanted some fresh air, and went out on deck. A few minutes later, Drucker excused himself.
"I think I'll go to my cabin, Eric. But I won't be long. Wait here for me, will you?"
"Well, yes, if you like."
"Good. Then we'll have a nightcap together."
And so Eric was left alone. As he sat there, disturbing images began to form in Eric's mind. Pictures of Drucker, handsome, virile, wealthy, and of Karen, young, beautiful, and oh so impressionable. With a suddenness that overturned the bar stool, Eric was on his feet, and half running, he crossed the room and went down the corridor to Drucker's stateroom. Drucker, open the door. Drucker, do you hear me? Open this door, I'll break it down.
Just a minute, Eric. I'll be right there. Just take it easy.
I'll take it easy till I count to 5, then I'm coming in. 1, 2...
All right, Eric.
Where's my wife?
Well, you must be drunk, Eric. Karen isn't in here.
Was she in here, Drucker? Tell me the truth.
Don't be a fool, Eric. Of course she wasn't.
Then why was your door... I guess I have made a fool of myself. I'm sorry, Drucker.
Forget it. I'll tell you why I locked the door. You see, Eric, I'm diabetic and have to give myself an insulin shot about this time every night. Naturally, I don't talk about it, nor do I like anyone barging in while I'm at it.
Eric stood there feeling like a fool while Drucker washed the hypodermic needle and put it away in a box. Eric watched him place the box next to a packet of insulin capsules in the drawer of the night table by his bunk.
I can understand your jealousy, old man, when a wife as lovely as Karen. But I know women, Eric, and Karen is in love with you. She always will be.
Look, I'm terribly sorry about this, Drucker.
Oh, now, let's just forget all about it. Matter of fact, I've been wanting to talk to you about something I've already told Karen. It should prove how I feel about you, Eric. Here, pour yourself a drink.
Thanks, I need it.
You know anything about uranium?
Oh, it's expensive.
Know anything about Peru?
What are you driving at?
Uranium in Peru, Eric. Big. Really big. And the payoff is so big that I was going to put in $750,000 on my own. But I'll let you have $250,000 of it if you want it.
That's a lot of money.
So is a return of 23%.
Yeah. But I haven't got that much. I'd have to borrow on everything.
180 days should see the first dividends.
You'll have a certified check within 2 weeks. Back in New York, Eric and Drucker spent hours poring over graphs, reports, charts, surveys to make certain their investment was sound, and they could find no flaw. But 6 months later, Eric learned that even the most gilt-edged promotion can fail. Uranium in Peru didn't make him a millionaire, It ruined him. It took his entire personal fortune. And because he'd borrowed so heavily, his business and his credit were ruined. Eric suddenly found himself without a single capital asset. In desperation, he went to see Drucker.
So that's the picture, Eric. There isn't a thing I can do.
Yes, of course. I understand your position.
All my cash assets went too, and everything else of mine's tied up. You can't touch it for years.
Well, we took a chance, and we both lost. Thanks again, Drucker.
Eric, do you have any plans?
Well, I've had an offer from the coast.
Oh.
Small investment house in Oakland.
Well, I'm sure it'll work out fine. Tell me about Karen. How is she taking all this?
Karen? Oh, she's really great, Drucker. Now she decided to go back to modeling in New York for 6 months or so. Just while I'm getting started, you understand.
She's a fine girl, Eric. You're very lucky.
Yes, I know I am. Well, goodbye, and thanks again. Out in California, Eric thought often of Drucker. After all, it was part of the game. They'd missed this time, but maybe the next. More often, however, he thought about Karen in New York. He'd heard from her regularly at first, and then the letters stopped. For 6 weeks, he heard nothing. He phoned long distance again and again, but nothing was able to find her. And he was beginning to be beside himself with worry and fear. Then one night his phone rang. Yes, hello?
Mr. Patterson?
Yes?
This is Oliver Fay. I do a little gossip column here for the Herald. I hope you read me.
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, perhaps you'd like to make a statement.
Statement? What are you talking about?
Well, it's about the marriage of Karen, your perfectly lovely ex-wife, and Henry Drucker.
Where'd you hear this?
I never reveal my sources, Mr. Patterson, but they're driving Mr. Drucker's Nash Healy out from Reno tomorrow. They'll be married aboard the Vagabond. Oh, it'll be terribly romantic, sailing off to the 7 seas in search of happiness, nursing their newfound love under the Southern Cross.
At first, Eric thought it was all a lie, that perhaps he was the victim of a cruel prank. But he had to find out. And an hour later, he was standing on a fog-wet pier, looking at the sleek white outline of the Vagabond. And suddenly, as waves of nausea swept through him, he understood everything. Drucker had deliberately ruined him, and undoubtedly with Karen's knowledge. These last 6 weeks, Karen had been in Reno, divorcing him by default. Everything had been taken from him. His money, his wife, his pride, and he hated them for it. Eric stood there raging, his eyes fixed on the porthole he knew to be that of Drucker's own cabin. And suddenly he realized that he was going to kill Drucker. And a second later, he knew how he was going to kill him. He returned to his rooms and dialed the number of the Herald, asking for Oliver Fay.
Fay speaking.
Mr. Fay, this is Eric Patterson.
Oh, yes.
Look, I want to apologize for my rudeness earlier this evening.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Patterson. People are often harsh.
Yes, well, I'm sorry. I would like to give you a statement now. It's simply that Henry Drucker and I are close friends, and, well, there's no ill feeling between any of us. You understand. I certainly wish them the best of everything.
Well, good. I'll print that, and I'll show it to them tomorrow night. You know, there's a pre-wedding party aboard the Vagabond.
Oh? What time are they sailing? I might want to send them a wire.
Well, I have my little notes right here. Let me see now. Cocktails at 5:30, then dinner at about 8, and finally the sailing around 2 a.m., I think. You know, it's going to be such fun. I'm the only one of the literary crowd they've included.
Oliver Fay gushed on, but Eric wasn't listening now. He had all the information he needed. Henry Drucker was as good as dead right now. About 6:30 next evening, Eric stood in the shadows of the pier and watched the last of the guests arrive and board the Vagabond. Then he walked quickly across the open area directly to the porthole of Drucker's cabin. He was unobserved. The porthole was on a level with the pier, and Eric had to lie on his stomach in order to crawl through it. A moment later, he was safely inside. He closed the porthole and waited for his eyes to become accustomed to the darkness. Then he found the night table by Drucker's bunk and removed the hypodermic needle and insulin. Quickly, he filled the syringe with more than enough insulin to kill a man and placed it carefully on top of the table. Next, he found a towel and rolled it lengthwise. With it, he could choke Drucker into unconsciousness without leaving a mark. Now he was ready. An hour passed, then 2, and a third more slowly than ever. And for the first time, Eric grew nervous. Another hour and the towel in his hands was wet with perspiration. What had happened? Had Drucker, in the excitement of the evening, forgotten his injection? Panic began to rise in Eric, and he fought it back desperately. And then suddenly he heard a key in the door. He stood back and waited. The door opened, and Drucker, a black figure against the light of the corridor, entered the cabin. Eric waited until he'd blocked the door behind him. Then he moved. The towel went around Drucker's neck, and Eric twisted it with a frenzied strength. After a moment or two, Drucker ceased to struggle, and Eric finally released him. He might have been dead already, but to be sure and to make it look like suicide or an accident, he injected the overdose of insulin. Then it was over. Perfect. Eric sighed deeply with relief and satisfaction.
Mr. Drucker? Mr. Drucker! Oh, come now, I know you're in there. You promised me an interview, you know.
Terror-stricken, Eric moved to the portal. His hands trembled as he opened it and prepared to climb through. But something was wrong. The portal was open, but he couldn't get out. Blocking it 6 inches from his hands was a solid wall of pilings, great timbers side by side. The floor of the pier was now 2 feet above him. For a moment he was dazed. And then he knew. The tide. The tide was going out, and the ship had dropped a few feet with it. The tide had cut off Eric's only escape. He was hopelessly trapped. He sat down heavily, almost ready to cry.
I'm still here, Mr. Drucker, and I'll wait right here all night if necessary. Do you hear me?
The Black Book stars Paul Frees as your teller of tales, assisted today by the noted Hollywood actor John Dehner. The Vagabond Murder was written by Norman Macdonald and John Meston and directed by Mr. Macdonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stephen. Every Monday night, a top Hollywood star plays the leading role in a thrill-packed story on suspense on most of these same CBS radio stations. Clarence Cassell speaking. Remember, Broadway Playhouse brings you top stars and top stories Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in The Silent Men. The National Broadcasting Company proudly presents Douglas Fairbanks' production of The Silent Men. Transcribed stories of the undercover operations of the special agents of every branch of our federal government and their relentless fight against crime. Now here is Douglas Fairbanks.
The alarming increase in the use of narcotics among high school and college students has become a threat to American life. And the arch criminals of the century are those who sell and distribute this destroyer of youth. To put a halt to this insidious traffic has long been the aim of our Federal Bureau of Narcotics. This story is about one of the special agents and the part he played in the recent nationwide crackdown on dope peddlers and their unfortunate victims. The details I obtained from his divisional chief. In it, I assume the identity of Special Agent Alan Newhouse in the file case entitled The University Fix, in which only the names and places are fictional. The orders for this assignment came in the form of a cryptic telegram from my chief. Report to Dean of Men, Dr. Paul Warner, Boyne University, immediately, it said. Nothing more. A 3-hour plane ride, and I was walking down the corridor toward the dean's office. I knocked on his door.
Come in.
Dr. Warner?
Well, come in. Sit down.
Thanks. I'm Alan Newhouse.
Yes, I know. I've been told to expect you. You once held an assistant professorship in political science at Galesbury College?
7 years ago. Why?
I wish to assure myself that you have the necessary background for your series of lectures here.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's take it a little slower. What series of lectures here?
On government. Political science A. Didn't you know?
No. That's one of the things my chief neglected to tell me. For obvious reasons, I would have yelled my head off.
I'm sure you won't disappoint the students, especially the co-eds.
Oh.
No doubt you have a pipe to go with that tweed suit of yours.
Several.
That's all. Your first lecture will be given 2 days, Theater 17.
You have no further instructions for me, Doctor?
None?
Or perhaps the name of someone I can contact.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
I don't understand.
Good day, sir.
The dean gave me a scholastic bum's rush out of his office. But this didn't bother me nearly as much as the lack of specific instructions about my assignment here. I phoned Washington, but my chief was away. There remained only one thing for me to do, prepare for my first lecture on government. 2 days later, I was ready for the ordeal. I conclude this introductory talk with a few observations made by Whitelaw Reid. We have good warrant to expect from the scholar a freedom from pressure. But for one minor fault, the lecture went very well. The only thing wrong was that nobody was listening to me. The girls had countless things to talk and giggle about. One of them, a good-looking brunette, considerably older than the other girls, I'd found particularly irksome. To always hear the other side. That will be all for today. The ordeal was over, and the students began filing past my desk. A noisy brunette, accompanied by a sallow-looking youth, stopped in front of me.
Professor Newhouse, I just had to tell you how much I enjoyed your lecture.
The girls are going for you, Prof. Yeah, well...
This is discussion night at our sorority house, and if I could persuade you to come and talk to the girls...
she means one at a time, Professor.
Buzz. And the girls would love to have you.
See, just what I said. If you two valedictorians will excuse me, The big brush, Margie. Let's go.
I'll talk to you again, Professor. Soon.
Delighted, I'm sure.
Isn't he a doll? A little old, but a doll anyway.
The brunette, her name was Margaret Pendleton, had evidently made me her project for the coming semester. I avoided her as well as I could, even to the point of rudeness. 5 days had passed, and I still had no inkling whatever of what my real purpose at Boyne University was to be. I was walking home from the library one night. It was a pleasant evening, and I stopped on the Oak Street Bridge to look down at the water. I heard some light footsteps behind me, but paid no attention to them. When they stopped and a woman took her place at my side, I was very much conscious of her presence. Without looking, I knew it to be Margaret.
This is a beautiful spot, isn't it?
It was.
I've been trying to get you alone. I want to talk to you.
About government?
You don't like me very much, do you?
Perhaps in a nightclub, something like that. Your, talent seems slightly out of place in a university.
Oh, you're a mean, stuffy intellectual. No wonder you're still a bachelor.
Good. Now, perhaps you'll turn your magic charms elsewhere.
No. Let's go for a walk.
I'll walk you right home. Somebody should have a talk with your parents.
All right, Dad. Come on, let's sit down on this bench. I'm tired.
No.
Sit down.
What?
I said sit down.
So this is what college is all about now, eh? Do they give degrees for this?
That's better.
Look, Miss Pendleton,
Margaret. And may I call you Alan? Or do you prefer Alan Newhouse, Special Agent, Federal Government?
Well, how do you know that?
Because I'm your contact. C-O-N-T-A-C-T. I've been trying to tell you that for 5 days.
Narcotics. Here at college.
Uh-huh. Nearly 100 student addicts. 4 students selling the stuff.
You mean to say these
Sucked
kids...
in before they know what it's all about.
Oh.
A couple of drags of marijuana, then a whole cigarette, all for free, at first.
Then when it becomes a part of them, it starts costing.
Uh-huh.
How about the source of supply?
Man by the name of Jimmy Beardsley.
Then we're ready to close in. Good.
No, not yet. We're after the top man. Now, that's where you come in. Right now. We're going to meet Jimmy. I've told him all about you.
Like what?
Like, the professor is a junkie.
Me?
A high-class junkie. Oh, this is my car. You'll get your supply from him.
You know him pretty well?
Well, he's a little more susceptible than you were to my, talent.
What kind of a guy is this Beardsley?
Slum boy, makes good, acquires polish. Good-looking, virile. Had quite a case on Eleanor Warner, the dean's daughter.
Warner's daughter mixed up in this, too?
Oh, very much so. Poor kid got on the stuff. Her dad found out she's taking the cure someplace. Nobody knows where.
It's enough to make your flesh crawl.
Well, that's one of the reasons Jimmy wants to meet you.
Oh.
Figures you can find out where Eleanor is. He wants to know badly.
Why?
He wouldn't tell me.
It'd be nice if I could find out.
Yes. Oh, we're almost there now. Corky's Tavern. Oh, yes, Jimmy thinks you like me. Like me an awful lot.
Well, on sober reflection, I think I can play that part very convincingly, you know?
Well, this is the place.
How come they put a girl on narcotics? It's tough work. It's dangerous.
Oh, I've managed reasonably well. Only one thing bothers me.
What's that?
Those lectures of yours. Ooh.
Over this way.
You're in a bad way for a fix, don't forget.
Yeah. Oh, sit down. Glad to know you, Professor. I'm Jimmy Beardsley. I should be jealous. You beat my time with Margie.
Jimmy, Alan's in a bad way.
Yeah, I notice he's kind of jumpy. Come on, Professor. You stay down here, Marge. Where are we going? I want to show you the view from one of the upstairs rooms. What do you teach the kids? Political science. No. I never got higher than the 6th grade myself. I'd probably make 5 times the salary you do. In here. Where is it? Where's what? You're jumpy, Prof. Relax. Give it to me. Give you what? You know what I want. Miss Pendleton told you. Oh, she just told me you were a nice guy. Are you going to supply me or not? Oh, boy, you got it bad. You're shaking all over. Let me out. I'll try someplace else. She told me that
I know. Take it easy. I'm just kidding. Here's a fix. It's on the house.
Thanks.
This stuff's poison. How come an educated guy like you goes for it? Hey, take me. I come up the hard way, but I don't touch the stuff.
You mind your own business.
How do you like that? It's for free, and it's none of my business.
I went through the motions of making myself a fix, but instead I slipped a filthy little capsule in my pocket. Someday I hope to see it in court. Then I went back to an easy chair and sank down in it. Jimmy watched me for a few minutes, saying nothing.
How is it, Prof? The fix in yet?
This rude delight, this boisterous escape.
Yeah, it's in. Are you with me, Professor?
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're on a big, fat cloud, sailing along.
Exaltation. Sheer exaltation.
Sucker. Listen, Prof. You listening?
I'm listening.
How'd you like a month's supply for nothing?
I'd like that.
You know Dr. Warner?
My dean? The crotchety, limiting...
Yeah, that's him. Well, he's got a daughter, Eleanor. I gotta find out where she is. Are you with me?
Infinitesimal specks that we are. I am with you.
She's got something of mine. I gotta have it back. Just find out for me where I can reach her.
Trinket? A token of love?
A little book. I want it back.
Then have it you shall.
You find out where she is, and I'll keep you in stuff for a month. No charge.
30 swollen, pulsating days.
Oh, what's the use? Come on downstairs.
Eleanor Warner and the little book Jimmy wanted back loomed as 2 important items in the case. Next day, I tried to locate the girl without contacting Dr. Warner, but I failed. So that evening, I called on the doctor at his home. He ushered me into his study.
I understand your lectures are quite good, Mr. Newhouse. You came to borrow some books?
No, sir. My reasons for being here are not academic.
Really? I hope it's not my wine cellar. I have none.
I should like to speak to your daughter, Doctor.
My daughter? Of what concern is she to you?
I'm a federal special agent.
I'm aware of that.
I'd like to question Eleanor.
She's away, visiting relatives in another state.
What state?
It's no concern of yours.
I've been sent here to conduct an investigation into the use and supply of narcotics in this university.
And what has Eleanor to do with...
Stop fencing, Doctor. Eleanor is an addict.
What? How dare you?
She may have some vital information for us. Where is she?
It's a lie, a rotten, treacherous lie.
You'll not help us? You feel you owe nothing to the hundreds of youngsters who may be next on the list?
I owe nothing to anybody. Get out of here. Get out.
I'll find her without you.
Get out!
Dr. Warner was following the pattern set by so many parents. He felt that the sheer weight of his denials would remove the ugly problem, nullify its existence. I was determined to find the girl. I did. It took 2 days of searching inquiries, but finally I found the doctor who was treating Eleanor Warner. He had placed her in a nursing home in a neighboring town. I drove there early the next morning. I made my way up the steps of the Baxter Nursing Home.
Well, what's on your mind, young man?
I want to see Eleanor Warner.
Nobody here by that name.
I happen to know different. Her doctor told me she was
Doctor or no doctor, no one gets in to see that poor kid. If I've got to throw you out to stop you, I can do it.
I won't argue that point.
I've done it to bigger and tougher than you.
No doubt. In this case, you won't, though.
Who says I won't?
This does. Read it.
Federal Special Agent.
That throws a different light on things, does it?
Yeah. Come with me. I don't know what good she'll do you, mister. She's sick. Very sick.
Locked up?
Been like a crazy person for near 3 weeks. We've been cutting her down a bit. It's been tough. She'll tell you anything to try and get to a fix. She'll say we're torturing her. Anything. Don't pay no attention.
I stood over the girl. For a minute, I thought she was asleep. Then she turned and sat up suddenly.
Where is it? Quick! Hurry before she comes in.
I didn't bring anything, Eleanor.
Oh, you're kidding. Where's the fix? Give it to me.
I haven't got a fix.
Jimmy sent you here and he didn't send me anything. Wait till I get out. I'll kill him. He didn't send it. You. Couldn't you get me some? Just a little bit, please. Please. I'm sick. So sick. Nobody loves me.
You are sick, honey. But lots of people love you.
Who? Does Jimmy love me? He said he did. And then he won't help me. Does my father love me?
Sure he does.
He hates me. He's hated me since the day I was born. I'm no good, and my father only liked good things. Good marks in class, good dates, everything good, or he wouldn't talk to me. Once he didn't talk to me for 3 weeks, and you know why? Go on, ask me why.
He loves you, Eleanor. Some people just
Because
can't.
I spilled the coffee. He didn't talk to me for 3 weeks.
You just rest for a minute and
I'll
then...
never rest again, never. Who sent you? Jimmy. He wants his little book, doesn't he?
Have you got it, Eleanor?
Sure, I've got it. Does Jimmy want it?
I do, too. Where is it, honey?
No, I won't tell you. I won't tell anybody but Jimmy.
Is it at home?
But where at home? That's the clever part of it. Oh, yes. I'm clever. Don't think I'm not. Nobody will ever think of looking for it where I hid it.
Is everything still in the book? All the pages?
Yes, all of them. But nobody will ever find it. My father...
What about your father?
Nothing. Nothing about my father. He's a great man, my father is. Oh, I've got it terrible, Yen, terrible. Just give me a little bit, just enough to...
I've got to leave now, Eleanor. Will you tell me where I can find the book?
Tell Jimmy. I'll tell him. He should have known I wouldn't tell anyone else. The nurse has got some. I know she has. You just sneak up on her quietly. Very quietly.
I'm going now.
You come back? Maybe if you ask her nicely.
I'll see you, Eleanor. It made me sick to see the signs of decay on the girl's face. The convulsive twitching, the irrational stream of talk. An 18-year-old kid lost to society, lost to herself, and for what? So Jimmy could make 5 times the salary of a university professor. When I got back to my room that night, I found someone waiting for me. My fellow agent of the very necessary opposite sex, Margaret Pendleton.
Well, it's about time you got back.
What won't these college girls think of next? Breaking into men's rooms and...
Well, when the man involved is a harmless old agent, it's fully acceptable, you know.
Ouch.
Did you see the girl?
Yeah. And all the way home, I've been trying to figure out how a guy like Jimmy could get within 20 feet of her.
He's good looking, dangerous. What more does a college professor's daughter want?
I'll never understand it.
No man would. What about Jimmy's book?
She's hidden it somewhere. In her home.
Wish I knew what was in it.
I think I do. Records. Names of suppliers, customers.
Well, why would he give it to Eleanor?
It's a sort of insurance policy for those guys. That's his hold on his boss. Get tough with me and the records show up. Get it?
Well, I hope you're right. This thing's moving fast now.
Yeah.
Jimmy's going to make you a proposition tonight.
What kind of proposition?
Taking over here, handling the pushers, collecting. I'm supposed to sound you out on it. How am I doing?
Fine.
With your setup on the faculty, it's a natural.
Well, where do you fit in?
I've been telling him we'd work it as a team.
Well, sounds logical. We do go pretty well together, don't we? Hey, is that a blush creeping up over that color-proof cheek of yours?
You're dreaming.
Oh, these things happen, I'm told, even to old and harmless special agents.
Well, back to the matter at hand, please. If you're interested, we go sing tonight.
Where?
Same place, Corky's Tavern.
Kind of wish you weren't going along.
Why?
At this stage of the game, anything can happen. Does this rate a clean shirt?
Not half as much as a clean 38.
Corky's Tavern offered refuge to only a few spenders this evening. Jimmy Beardsley occupied a table all by himself. Not far away from him, an elderly couple seemed to be enjoying a night out. When Jimmy saw us, he waved. Sit down.
Thanks.
Sure makes good spaghetti. Hey, Arnold, 2 spaghetti.
All right.
I had mine already. I got tired of waiting. Where you been, Professor? Some research in the library. Listen to him. Research in the library. Margie, you told him about the deal? Vaguely. You interested? Well, I don't know enough about it. It's a cinch, and I'm letting you in on Margie's account. We've been good friends, haven't we, Margie?
The best.
Got character and good head for business. Hey, how many pops do you take a day, Professor? 4. That's $5 a cap. That's $20 a day. How much is that a month, Margie?
$600.
Yeah, well, how'd you like to get all that free and some money besides? Oh, there are risks. Many risks. Well, in this town, you kidding? It's just like running a soda fountain. 3 cops for 6,000 people. And that don't count the college students. What would my duties be? Well, it's simple. My job is to build up a territory. And then I move on. Leave somebody to run it and go and open up a new district. Margie thinks that between the 2 of you could handle it.
A man brings in supplies every couple of weeks, so we don't have to keep too much on hand.
That's right. What's in it for me? Now you're talking. Well, we deliver the goods and charge you a fair wholesale price. You resell it and the profit's yours. I don't know.
I could use some money. You too, Alan.
It's going to take some cash for the stuff on hand. How much? About $700. You got that much?
We'll get it.
Who supplies us? Well, you'll get to meet him. Don't sound so scared. Just like any other business, you got a product, people want it. That's all. It's just figures on a piece of paper. Yeah, well, I'll think about it. Sure. Oh, yeah, no welching on your account for the boss. In this game, you'll only welch once. Just once. An agent develops a sense of timing that any comedian might envy. It's a sort of intuitive yet rational realization that the end of your case is in sight. One way or another, win or lose, I knew it was going to happen soon. Although it was past 11 o'clock by the time I got Margaret home, I took a walk to Dr. Warner's house. A light was burning in his study. I walked up the steps and rang the doorbell.
Who is it?
May I come in for a minute, please?
Your house. What do you want?
I must talk to you.
Well, come in. What is it, this time of night?
It's quite urgent.
Sit down.
Thanks.
I hope you had better sense than to come here to find Eleanor's whereabouts. My feelings on the matter are still the same.
I've already seen Eleanor.
You've seen her?
At the Baxter Nursing Home.
You had the nerve, the gross indecency?
My assignment made it necessary for me to talk to her.
Then why are you here? To gloat?
She has hidden in this house a book given her by the man responsible for the narcotics traffic here. I want to find that book.
Did she tell you where she hid it?
Only that it's here. Somewhere.
What do you propose to do?
Look for it, of course.
I forbid it.
Then I shall go to the police and come back with a warrant.
You would do that?
Yes.
I've given my whole life to the girl.
You've given as much as you could spare.
And that wasn't enough.
You have no right to say such things to me.
You are obstructing justice. Sheltering murderers.
Murderers?
Those who nearly destroyed your daughter and hundreds of other young men and women. Shall I go and bring back a search warrant?
No, You may do as you please. I'm going to my room. Good night, then.
Good night. I've found the little black book, all right. Tucked away in one of Dr. Warner's books. And as I had hoped, it was the record of Jimmy Beardsley's activities. Lists of shipments, their value, dates of delivery, and the names of the consignees. It was written in a clumsy sort of code, and I knew our Washington office would have no trouble converting it into the kind of evidence an agent dreams about. It was nearly 3 o'clock by the time I got to bed, and it seemed that I had only just fallen asleep when my telephone rang. Hello?
Wake up, Professor. It's nearly 8 o'clock.
What is it?
I found out last night that I got to leave town sooner than I thought. So I want your answer. Yes or no?
I said I wanted a couple of days.
I know, but it worked out different.
I want to talk to Margaret.
All right, talk it over with her, and if you're in, bring the money, the cash, to the Fairview Trailer Park.
What time?
Be there by 11 or don't bother coming at all.
All right. I called Margaret, and after we picked up $700 worth of marked money, we drove out to the Fairview Trailer Park. Earlier, I'd alerted the local police and asked them to stake out the whole area.
You turn down this road. You know, it's hard to believe it's almost over with.
Yeah, the arrogance of the guy. Phones me to come and make the deal. As if it's an ordinary business transaction. That's what beats me.
Yeah. Oh, there he is, waiting for us.
Hiya. This way. This trailer. What do you see inside?
This the boss's?
Yeah, he's on the move all the time, so he covers the route in the trailer.
Like a milkman, eh?
Yeah, something like. Ain't this a beaut?
Sure is.
Another couple of years, and maybe I'll have one like it. Come on, sit down.
Well, where's, whatever his name is?
I'll be with you in a minute, folks.
There's shaving, I guess. I want to tell you guys something. Burke's a good guy. He's on the level. He runs 3 whole states, and if he likes you, you're in.
Oh, thanks, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
Oh, here they are, Mr. Burke. Professor Newhouse and Margaret Pendleton.
Yeah, very pleased to meet you.
Haven't I seen you someplace before, Mr. Burke?
Probably last night at the tavern.
Oh.
I was looking you over.
And what conclusion did you come to?
I think we'll do extremely well together. I believe you have $700 for me?
Yes. Here it is.
That's all there is to it?
And Mr. Burke will call you every couple of weeks, Professor. You tell him what you want.
And, where do I get the supplies?
Right here, in my trailer.
Isn't it a little dangerous?
It's a little jumpy, Mr. Burke.
If there's any danger, I'll be the first to know it. But if I phone you, that means everything's all right. Of course, you'll take the normal precautions. Next time you come for supplies, it should be at night.
Yeah, well, I guess that's all. Now, if you'll give it to us.
All right. These 2 packages.
Well, there's some combination, Mr. Burke. You give him time, and this will be a $2 grand push.
I shouldn't be surprised.
I'd better go now. I have a class in an hour.
Don't that kill you? He has a class in an hour. Well, take it easy, Marge. You too, Prof.
That's it?
Yep, that's all we need.
Cops?
Yeah. Okay, boys. Take 'em. Not a spectacular finish, but a good, conclusive one. And that same week, in January of this year, 5,000, yes, 5,000 arrests were made in the biggest narcotic cleanup this country's ever known. Who knows, maybe we finally put a dent in the organization whose special aim seems to be the mass murder of our kid brothers and sisters. And oh, yes, there's quite a sequel to this story. Both Margaret and I were deeply involved in it. You think you'd like to hear it? All right. Listen.
I do.
I do. This is Douglas Fairbanks again. The roundup of the university narcotics ring closes another chapter in the distinguished chronicle of our silent men, the special agents of all branches of our federal government who daily risk their lives to protect the lives of all of us. Next week, we'll tell you the story involving highly secret reports on guided missiles and the file case entitled The Torch, another venture undertaken for our protection by the Silent Men.
The Silent Men is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. The file case, The University Fix, was written by Lewis and Rusoff and transcribed in Hollywood. Only the names and places were fictional. Featured in our cast were Mary Jane Croft, Bill Johnstone, Lynn Allen, Paul Richards, and George Peroni. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Douglas Fairbanks is currently presenting Betty Davis, Gary Merrill, and Emlyn Williams in the motion picture Another Man's Poison. Listen again next week and every week to other exciting cases involving the law enforcement adventures of the special agents of our federal government. For they are the Silent Men.
Hello there. This is Basil Rathbone. I'm so glad you can be with Fatima and me tonight. She helps me solve an uncanny tale that began when a poisoned drink was poured and reached its climax when a dead man came to life.
The Tales of Fatima, a new series of exciting mystery stories starring that distinguished actor, Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Our author for tonight, Gail Ingram, has written an astonishing mystery especially for me. I didn't know the solution until I recalled the words of Fatima.
In the words of Fatima, habit is law. We're all of us slaves to a habit.
Those words are the key to tonight's tale of Fatima. And here it is, a much-expected murder.
The evening performance is over, and Basil Rathbone is in his dressing room with Lavender, the wardrobe mistress.
Oh, Lavender, I'm glad it's time to go home. I'm tired.
It's a nasty night out, Mr. Rathbone.
A wonderful night out to be in bed. Thank goodness nobody wants me to solve any cases. Come in. Yes, sir, what can I do for you?
You can drop the case.
Drop the case?
Or I'll have to drop you with this gun.
Mr. Rathbone, I think he means it.
Believe me, I do. Will you drop the case?
I'd be enchanted, old fellow, but except that I haven't a case to drop, and I'd much prefer not being killed for something I'm not doing.
Mr. Rathbone, you're a very fine actor, but don't play dumb with me. I give you fair warning. Pursue this investigation further, and you'll be killed.
But what's the investigation he's supposed not to pursue?
Never mind, Lavender. It's no use.
What's no use?
We can't fool this gentleman. I'll drop the case.
Huh?
Now you're being smart, Mr. Rathbone. Just leave Mrs. Dawson alone.
Mrs. Dawson?
Yes, Lavender, Mrs. Dawson. You remember Mrs. Dawson?
Oh, Mrs. Dawson.
Just remember, don't try to help Mrs. Dawson. Good night.
Mr. Rathbone, have you been holding out on me? Who's Mrs. Dawson?
Lavender, I haven't the faintest idea. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Rathbone. This is Mrs. Dawson.
Who?
Mrs. Dawson. This is Mr. Rathbone, isn't it?
I think so.
Mr. Rathbone, I'm in terrible trouble, and I thought maybe you'd help me.
Help you in what way?
I can't tell you over the phone, but I live on Upper Lake Road. Could you come out and see me right away, please? It's a matter of life and death.
So I understand. My life or death.
Oh, no, there's no danger. But if you come, you may be able to keep someone from dying.
I see. Well, in that case, I can hardly refuse, can I?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rathbone.
I'll leave immediately.
Mr. Rathbone, all these woods. Are we still in New York City?
The outskirts, yes. That must be Dawson's house there.
10 sakes, what a terrible night. All this rain and thunder.
Now, should we go?
Suppose we have to. Mr. Rathbone.
Yes?
I'm scared.
Then go back to the car.
I will not. Ring the doorbell.
I'm just going to.
Mr. Rathbone, the door's opening.
You are strangers.
Why, yes, but we...
Strangers aren't welcome here.
But we were invited.
Better leave now.
But Mrs. Dawson said...
While you're still alive.
Mr. Rathbone.
Bad things happen in this house. It's an evil house. People die in this house.
Miss Marjorie?
Miss Marjorie, who's there? Oh, Mr. Rathbone.
Yes.
I'm Mrs. Dawson. Please come in out of the rain. Miss Marjorie, go to your room.
But
Go to your room.
it's dangerous for strangers to come in. People die in this house.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Rathbone. Miss Marjorie, she's my husband's sister, is a little peculiar.
A little?
Lavender, is Miss Marjorie what you wanted to see me about, Mrs. Dawson?
No. It's my husband. Mr. Rathbone, he's dying of a very peculiar disease.
Oh, you have my deepest sympathy, Mrs. Dawson, but why call on me? Why not a doctor?
We have a doctor, but he doesn't seem to know what the trouble is. Nobody but you can help Mr. Rathbone.
What do you mean?
There's something strange happening. My husband is keeping something from me, some sort of a secret. And I have a feeling that if I knew that secret, I'd be able to save his life.
But my...
Don't you see, I can't call the police. He wouldn't tell a policeman his secret. But you're different. You can persuade him. Appeal to him.
My dear lady,
Won't you try to find out his secret? Please.
Well, I'd like to help
you.
you,
but... thank you so much. He's right in this room here.
Just a minute, Mrs. Dawson.
What is it?
Don't go in there.
Why not?
Because if your husband's keeping some secret from you, I think it might be better for me to talk to him alone. But, Mr. Dawson, if this doctor doesn't know what's wrong with you, why not call in another doctor, a specialist?
I tell you, it's no use, Mr. Rathbone.
But why not? And what's the secret you're keeping from your wife?
There's no secret.
She says there is. She's afraid it may cost you your life.
It will cost my life. But there's no secret.
What do you mean?
I'm not dying of any rare malady, Mr. Rathbone. I'm dying of poison.
What?
I've been eating poison food for some time now. I didn't realize it until 2 days ago. But then it was too late. The job was done.
But I don't understand. Who is poisoning you?
My wife.
Oh, now, Mr. Dawson.
And it's not the first time she's done it either. She poisoned her first husband, too.
And got away with it?
Yes.
But that's impossible.
No, it's not. She got away with murder the first time because she knew a brilliant young chemist who concocted a slow-acting poison that left no traces whatsoever.
Oh, good heavens.
The chemist was crazy about her. He showed her how to administer the poison, and it gradually snuffed out her husband's, that is, her first husband's life. Just as it's snuffing out mine now.
But I don't understand, Mr. Dawson. How can you know all this? How can you be sure it was murder? This poison you talk about left no trace. Surely your wife didn't tell you about her first husband and the chemist?
She didn't have to, Mr. Rathbone.
Well, why not?
I was the chemist.
And that's the story, Lavender, so we'd better get in touch with Farrell fast.
Where'd you leave the car? It's so dark, I can't hardly make out a thing.
Here it is. Hop in quickly.
Just a minute, Mr. Rathbone.
Who's there?
We've met before.
It's the man who came to your dressing room tonight with a gun.
Right you are, and I've still got the gun. I believe I told you to keep your nose out of this, Rathbone.
Yes, I believe you did.
I meant it. Now, unless you're anxious to be killed.
Oh, I'm not. I'm only anxious to... Get that gun away from you!
No, you don't.
Stop him, Mr. Rathbone. Get him, boy, Mr. Rathbone. Mr. Rathbone, what are you running away for? Mr. Rathbone, he's flat on his back.
Oh, no, he isn't, Lavender. I am.
Rathbone, why is it that you always have to come up with these fascinating problems at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, don't be unreasonable, Farrell. Just suggesting that the body of Mrs. Dawson's first husband should be disinterred for examination.
And that Mrs. Dawson be arrested for murder.
Now, look, you two. I'll be glad to arrest Mrs. Dawson. I'll be glad to disinter her first husband. But first, I need one small bit of information. I've got to know who her first husband was.
Pity sake, I clean forgot that.
Well, I didn't. The boys are checking now. They have... Yes, Sergeant?
On that Mrs. Dawson, Lieutenant, about her first husband?
Yes?
She didn't have one. She was never married before.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Rathbone. Good morning, Miss Lavender.
Good morning. Mrs. Dawson, I owe you an apology.
Oh?
When I left here last night, I believed you had poisoned your first husband.
What?
That's what Mr. Dawson told us.
I realize now that Mr. Dawson was in a very weakened condition when he spoke to us last night.
Seems like his mind's been affected by his illness.
He told us a totally imaginary story. But maybe if we face him with it, he'll tell us the truth now. May we talk to him again, please, Mrs. Dawson?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Rathbone. You see, Mr. Dawson died during the night.
We'll be back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's Tale of Fatima. Now, back to tonight's Tale of Fatima, a much-expected murder, starring Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Mr. Dawson died. Good heavens. I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Dawson.
It's an awful shock, Mr. Rathbone. Of course, I knew he was ill, but, well, it's always a shock.
Does the doctor have any idea yet of what Mr. Dawson's illness really was?
He gave the cause of death as a heart attack.
Heart attack?
I thought it was a very strange diagnosis. I don't know what to make of it, but that's what the doctor said.
Could the doctor have deliberately made out an inaccurate death certificate for some reason?
Oh, no, that's not possible. I've known Dr. Rand for years. He's an old beau of mine, a close family friend. As a matter of fact, he's here right now. He's good enough to stay on to take over for me and tend the terrible details.
I see, yes. Well, I'd like very much to talk to him, if you don't mind.
Not at all. He's right across the hall. In the study?
Thank you. Come along, Lavender.
Excuse us, Mrs. Dawson.
This must be the study here. Dr. Rand?
Yes. What do you want?
My name is Good heavens.
Great day in the morning. It's the man who pulled a gun on us.
What are you two doing here? I told you to keep away from this house.
I know you did, Doctor. But I'm very nosy by nature.
Yes, and Mercy is swollen, too, after that wallop you stopped last night.
You better clear out, Rathbone, or you'll stop another one.
I don't think so. Fortunately, I spot Alexander Graham Bell's gift to unarmed detectives. A telephone on the desk. I think I'll just pick it up and call Lieutenant Farrell of Homicide.
Put down that phone.
Certainly. After I tell you, Lieutenant Farrell, to arrest you for the murder of Mr. Dawson, I
Will
imagine...
you put down that phone?
My dear chap.
Do you want to spoil everything?
I don't want to spoil anything. Dawson is dead.
Listen to me, you stubborn fool. Dawson isn't dead at all.
Would you say that again, please?
Dawson isn't dead at all. Now put down that phone before you ruin everything.
Lavender, call a doctor. I think I'm going mad.
I guess I have no other choice but to explain the whole plan to you now.
I would be everlastingly grateful if you would.
It started about 2 weeks ago. Dawson called me in and told me in strict confidence that he believed he was being poisoned.
No, he told me that, too. By his wife with some rare exotic poison he invented.
Oh, no, not that. That was just a wild tale we made up to get you out of the house last night so he could pretend to die undisturbed. He's right in the next room. I have him waiting there. A hearse should be along shortly, and we'll smuggle him out of the house that way.
Oh, how ingenious. Through this door here?
Yeah.
Here we are. Mr. Dawson? Mr. Dawson?
Oh, the poor man's fallen asleep. The strain of dying must have been too much for him.
Yes, I guess so. Mr. Dawson? Wake up! Wake up!
What's the matter?
Lavender, I've got to call Farrell.
Call Farrell?
Yes. Mr. Dawson is really dead this time. Look, his throat's been cut.
Farrell talking.
Lieutenant, this is Rathbone.
No.
Yes. Look, Farrell, I've just...
Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. You've just come across a body.
Lieutenant, you have now answered the first question correctly. Now, if you'll come out to the Dawson house on the Upper Lake Road, I'll let you have a try at the jackpot question.
What's that?
Who done it? Farrell will be over right away, Lavender.
Oh, good. I told the doctor to keep quiet about the whole thing, like you told me to.
Did you also tell him to watch the front door so that no one would get out, like I told you to?
Yes, and we can see the back door from here.
We can also see the corpse from here. I see I prefer not to share such close quarters with him. Keeps, looking at me.
It's this half light. I just...
What's the matter, Lavender?
Mr. Rathbone, the door over there is opening.
Get down.
Down there.
Behind this desk.
Mercy, who do you...
Look. It's Miss Marjorie. Dead man's sister.
She's got a gun.
Lavender, she's mad. Completely and utterly mad. She's going to shoot the dead man. Miss Marjorie, no, don't!
Man's sake, she shot him through the head.
So I did. I shot him through the head.
Miss Marjorie, give me that gun.
Of course. Here.
Now, if you'll just explain.
There's nothing to explain. I confess to everything. I shot him because he was no good. He deserved to die.
But why? What have you got against your brother?
My brother? My brother's dead already. Did I shoot my brother?
Of course you did.
It's the light. I couldn't see in the light. I thought I shot the other one. The one who killed my brother.
Who? Who killed your brother?
Why, that bad man, of course. Dr. Rand.
Now see here, Sergeant Farrell.
It's Lieutenant Farrell, please.
Well, see here, Lieutenant. This entire questioning is an insult.
Who's being insulting? You called me a sergeant.
And you called me a murderer.
Miss Marjorie called you that also, Dr. Rand.
Mr. Rathbone, I said it before, I will say it once again. Miss Marjorie is mentally incompetent. How can you for one moment believe that I killed Dawson just because she says so? Now...
Dr. Rand, listen. Probably the person who cut Dawson's throat is the same one who was trying to poison him. So we're looking for the poisoner. You've been looking for the poisoner. Let's work together.
Well, very well, if you put it that way. You and the sergeant here...
The lieutenant. Lieutenant Dennis, R for Robert Farrell, and remember it. Now, who killed Dawson?
Candidate number 1, Miss Marjorie, who may not be as unbalanced as she seems.
You mean maybe that phony shooting was just a red herring?
Exactly, a clever hoax to throw us off guard. But if so, what's the motive?
Does Miss Marjorie stand to gain anything by Dawson's death, Doctor?
She stands to gain considerable. Dawson was well-to-do. He left his estate half to Miss Marjorie and half to his wife.
What about Mrs. Dawson? Does she have a motive for murder?
No, she's innocent, absolutely innocent. She didn't do it.
And how do you know she didn't?
Because she just didn't. She's a wonderful woman. A fine, gentle woman. She couldn't possibly commit a murder, and I refuse to allow you to consider it.
You refuse to allow me to consider it? What right have you got to refuse to allow me to consider something? I'll consider anything I want to. And, what I'm considering right now is that you're making a lot of noise about the innocent Mrs. Dawson. Too much noise. Why are you protecting her?
I'm not protecting her, but I say she's innocent.
And I say I'm not sure. What was that?
Mr. Rathbone,
Miss Lavender, come on, Farrell.
go! Oh, give me that taxi. No, give me that. Go.
Lavender, what is it?
Help me, Mr. Rathbone. Grab her. She's trying to get away.
Mr. Rathbone, take this maniac away from me.
Mrs. Dawson, Miss Lavender, what's going on here?
I caught this woman trying to make a getaway.
You did? How about that, Mrs. Dawson?
I haven't the vaguest idea what she's babbling about.
She says, dear lady, she caught you trying to sneak out of the house.
With this bundle under her arm.
What's in the bundle?
I don't know. I found it in the upstairs hall. I thought it might be important, so I was bringing it to you.
Bringing it to you. Mercy sakes, she was headed for the front door.
I thought Mr. Rathbone was in the front room.
Poppycock.
It's not poppycock.
Ladies, save the cat fight. Now, what's in this bundle?
Let's open it and find out.
All right. Here.
Thank you. Good Lord.
Well. The murder knife.
Oh, take it away.
A pair of blood-stained gloves.
Turned inside out. What a careless way to leave gloves.
Whose gloves are these, Mrs. Dawson?
I can't look.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to. This is important. Whose gloves are they?
Why, they're
Come on, tell us.
my sister-in-law. They're Miss Marjorie's.
Lieutenant Farrell.
Oh, good, Sergeant. Got Miss Marjorie there?
Well, no, sir.
Well, why not? I told you to bring her in for questioning.
I know you did, sir, and I tried to find her, but she's not in the house.
Then look outside the house.
I did that too, sir, but she's not there either. She's not anywhere. She's just plain gone.
Mr. Rathbone, what are you up to now?
I'm looking for Miss Marjorie, Lavender.
Up here on the top floor?
Anywhere. Farrell and his men are combing the grounds outside, and I promised him that I'd do a little combing inside.
You've searched the place from cellar to garret.
But I haven't searched the garret. Come on.
All right, but I don't approve. Every time you look for a murderer, you land up to your ears in hot water.
Oh, don't worry, Lavender. The grounds are swarming with policemen. We couldn't be safer. Up these attic stairs here.
Do you call that an attic?
Does look a bit like a tomb, doesn't it? Come along, but watch yourself. These steps are treacherous.
All right,
What's the matter?
I walked into a cobweb.
Here we are.
Where are we?
Top of the flight.
Well, nobody here. Let's go back down.
Oh, Lavender, really?
Well, mercy, Miss Marjorie may be crazy, but I'll bet she has sense enough not to hide in a gloomy cave like this.
You know, I bet Miss Marjorie has quite a bit of sense, Lavender. After all, mentally unsound people are usually the craftiest of all killers. That's why I'm a little puzzled about one thing.
What?
That bundle we found with a knife and gloves in it. There's something out of character there. Doesn't seem possible that she would just leave it at... Oh, good heavens. Of course. Of course.
In the words of Fatima, habit is law. We are all of us slaves to a habit.
Why didn't I think of that before? Habit.
What?
Lavender. Got the answer now. I know who the murderer is.
You do? Well, mercy's sake. Shh. What?
I heard something.
Someone's coming.
Lavender. It's the murderer. The murderer's here in the attic. With us.
We'll be back in just a moment with the exciting conclusion of tonight's Tale of Fatima. Now, back to Mr. Basil Rathbone for the exciting conclusion of tonight's Tale of Fatima.
It's the murderer. The murderer's here in the attic. With us.
Oh, Mr. Rathbone, we'll be killed. That crazy woman will just shoot us on the spot.
Someone's turned on the lights.
I did, Mr. Rathbone.
Dr. Rand.
What are you two doing, crouching here in the dark?
We were waiting to be killed. I mean, well, if you're the murderer, why aren't you carrying a gun?
Because I'm not the murderer. Miss Marjorie's downstairs. They just found her, and Lieutenant Farrell is questioning her now.
I'm delighted to hear that, Dr. Rand.
Have they found Miss Marjorie?
No, but you're not carrying a gun.
Why does that delight you?
Because then I feel perfectly free to say that despite your act of innocence, it's you and not Miss Marjorie who is the murderer.
Oh, now, Mr. Rathbone, really?
You killed Dawson, and I can prove it.
And just how can you prove it?
You tried to make it look as though Miss Marjorie had murdered Dawson by using her gloves for the killing. But a little thing called habit tripped you up.
What are you talking about, Mr. Rathbone?
Those blood-stained gloves we found were turned inside out. The woman removes her gloves by pulling them loose from the fingertips. But a doctor, a surgeon, peels them off inside out, particularly after he's completed an operation like slitting a throat.
Oh, nonsense. You can't accuse a man of murder on flimsy evidence like that.
There's other evidence. For example, Doctor, you were the only one who knew Dawson's first death was a trick. No one but you would have bothered to slit his throat. All the others believed him dead already.
What about the person who was poisoning him?
Ah, you gave yourself away there too, Doctor. When you learned Dawson was being poisoned, you should have reported it to the police.
Why didn't he?
Because he was the poisoner. When Dawson realized he was being poisoned, our friend here pretended it was someone else in the house.
But why did he cook up that phony death business?
That was very clever of him, Lavender. With everybody thinking Dawson was dead, the doctor could kill him at leisure.
Only we walked in.
Exactly. Our presence here forced his hand, so he pulled that very hasty job with the knife and that very clumsy attempt to throw suspicion on Miss Marjorie. How about that, Doctor? All right?
You're a meddling fool.
I beg your pardon?
I loved her. I've always loved her.
Mrs. Dawson?
I wanted to marry her, but Dawson wouldn't give her a divorce, and she wouldn't leave him, so I killed him. And I won't let you spoil it. I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Lavender! He's not carrying a gun this time.
Remember what happened last time, remember? Mr. Rathbone, you did it. You knocked him out this time.
So I did. But you know, Lavender, I could have knocked Dr. Rand out the first time if I hadn't been prevented.
What prevented you?
Dr. Rand?
Join us again next week when we'll have another exciting tale of Fatima. Right, Mr. Rathbone?
Yes, indeed. Fatima helps to solve an amazing tale that started on a darkened street with a chase and reached its climax in a darkened room with a shot. See you then, everyone. Good night.
The Tales of Fatima stars Mr. Basil Rathbone with original music by Jack Miller. Agnes Young was Lavender, and Lieutenant Farrell was played by Francis DeSales. The entire production is under the direction of Harry Ingram. Michael Fitzmaurice speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Roger Kilgore, Public Defender. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm Roger Kilgore, Public Defender, a paid servant of the public. It's my duty to defend any person accused of a crime who is unable to pay for his own defense. The case of Eddie Lewis began one evening as Bud Swift regained consciousness in the ambulance that was rushing him to the hospital.
What hit me?
Somebody put a knife in your back, Swift.
A knife?
Got any idea who it was?
What's it to you?
I'm a cop.
That's what I figured. Say, Doc.
What is it, Swift?
Am I going to be okay?
I think so, but you've been very lucky. 2 inches lower and...
Yeah. Well, a punk that tried to kill me ain't going to be so lucky.
Who is he, Swift?
I'll take care of him myself, cop.
Now, we've got jails for people who do that.
Yeah.
And we've got the same jails for people who take the law into their own hands. Now, you don't want to go to jail, do you?
Leave me alone, will you? I ain't talking.
Swift, I found some papers in your wallet that show you to be a prize fighter.
So what? You got bad news for me?
I'm afraid so. Of course, I can't be sure until we get you to the hospital, but my preliminary examination shows that perhaps your shoulder muscle has been severed.
Good Lord.
Now, it doesn't mean that with surgery and proper care you won't recover the use of that arm, but...
What? Yeah, I get it. I won't be a cripple, but I'll never fight in the ring again.
That's a tough break, kid.
I'll never fight.
You don't want to see the guy who did this to you get away, do you?
No. He ain't getting away.
Then don't go after him yourself. Tell me who he is.
What do you think he'll get, copper?
10 years.
Yeah. 10 years in the pen can ruin a guy for life. Okay. The guy you want, Eddie Lewis.
All right, Captain. I'll give the public defender your message as soon as he comes in. Yes. Thank you. Bye.
Morning, Miss Carpenter.
Oh, Mr. Kilgore. Court phone just this minute.
What did he want?
Well, the police judge has referred a new case to you, the Eddie Lewis case.
What's the charge?
Attempted murder for stabbing someone by the name of Bud Swift.
Bud Swift. That name's very familiar.
He's a prize fighter, Mr. Kilgore.
Oh, yes. I saw him fight one of the preliminaries at the arena the other night. He knocked out his opponent in the second round of a scheduled 6-round bout.
Well, he's in the Midtown Hospital now.
When was he stabbed?
Last night, around 8 o'clock.
Did the captain tell you where Lewis is being held?
Yes, sir, at the city jail.
Okay, thanks. That's where I'll be if you want me. Eddie, what do you do for a living?
Nothing.
Haven't you got a job?
No.
Why not, Eddie? Don't you want a job?
Sure I do. I want one bad.
Well, don't tell me you haven't been able to find one these days.
I found plenty, Mr. Kilgore. But they weren't for me.
How old are you, Eddie?
23.
You look strong enough and healthy enough.
Sure, I know what I look like. And I know what I feel like inside.
What do you mean?
I got a slug in my belly during the war. They took it out all right, but...
I see.
I've never been the same like I used to be. I get sick so often I can't hold down no regular job.
I'm sorry about that, Eddie.
It's okay. I'm not griping. Government sends me a check every month, and Hal Humphreys lets me pick up a few bucks every time I can.
Who's Hal Humphreys?
A nice guy.
He owns a gym on Cedar Street where a lot of fighters train.
What do you do there?
Oh, I help out when the place gets too busy for Punchy. He's a regular porter. To do the job all by himself.
Is that the gym where Bud Swift does his training?
Yeah.
Eddie, where were you last night around 8 o'clock?
I was at the gym from 7 o'clock until 9:30.
Anybody see you there?
Sure, everybody seen me.
Who's everybody?
Oh, gee, I don't know. There was a big crowd there. But Hal Humphrey seen me a couple of minutes after I come in. I was watching some guy punch in a bag when Hal came over to me and said,
"Oh, what's the matter, kid? You're not working tonight."
"I don't feel so good, Hal."
"Oh, that's too bad."
"That's my stomach again. You know."
"Yeah, I know. Hey, you should have stayed home."
"Well, I wouldn't go. Just go nuts thinking about myself."
"Sure."
"You don't mind if I just stick around without helping out, do you?"
"No, have fun. It's your time, Eddie. Take it easy."
"Listen, Hal, if I should feel better later on..."
"Sure, just let me know. I'll be around."
What happened after that, Eddie?
"Nothing. I hung around until 9:30. Then the pains in my stomach got so bad I had to go home."
Then you have got an alibi, haven't you?
"Yeah, but the cops locked me up anyhow."
Who told the police that you stabbed Bud Swift?
"I don't know."
Eddie, did you have any reason for trying to kill Bud Swift?
"No, Mr. Kilgore, no reason at all."
"But, Eddie..."
Excuse me, Mr. Kilgore.
"Huh? Oh, what is it, Tom?"
The warden just got a call from the DA's office.
Uh-huh.
The DA wants to see that young fellow right away, so if you're through with him...
Well, I was about to leave, but is Mr. Howard coming here?
No, he wants us to bring the prisoner to his office.
Good, I'll go with him.
Sit down, Lewis.
Thanks, Mr. Howard.
Roger, I'm glad you came here. Maybe we can settle this matter right now.
What do you mean, Sam?
Well, Lewis told you he was innocent, didn't he?
Yes.
I suppose he also told you that he had no motive for stabbing Bud Swift last night.
That's right, Sam.
Well, he hasn't told you the truth, Roger. He had a strong motive for wanting Swift out of the way.
That ain't so.
And last night he tried to kill him.
No, I didn't.
Roger, this fella told the police that he was in Hal Humphrey's gym last night from 7 o'clock until 9:30. So the police questioned every man that they could find who was in that place last night, and not one of them remembered seeing him.
What? But I was there, I tell you. I was even talking to Hal Humphreys himself.
You were not there, Lewis. You were outside the restaurant on Pine Street, where Swift was having his dinner.
I was not.
Swift says he saw you there as he was going inside a few minutes before 7. And I think you hung around until he came out at 8 o'clock.
No, I didn't.
It was pretty dark by then, and you followed him to the parking space next to the restaurant.
That's crazy.
You waited until Swift was getting in his car, and then you stabbed him in the back.
No. You got it all wrong.
Eddie, were you outside that restaurant on Pine Street a few minutes before 7 last night?
Oh, maybe I go by on my way to the gym.
Did you stop there?
Well, maybe I stopped to light a cigarette. How can I remember?
But you say you didn't wait for Bud Swift to come out.
I didn't even see him, Mr. Kilgore. If I had, I'd have stopped to talk to him.
Like you talked to him a week ago?
Huh? What happened a week ago, Sam?
Lewis and Bud Swift had an argument over a girl, Judy Nichols. And Lewis threatened Swift.
Threatened him? What about that, Eddie?
Well, apparently he'd rather not talk just now. But here's the story, Rogers. The police got it from Bud Swift and Hal Humphreys.
Humphreys? What does he know about it?
The incident took place in his office at the gym. He and Bud were talking when Lewis came in and slammed the door.
Hey, what's the idea?
I want to see Bud Swift, Hal.
Oh, we're busy. Next time, try not to.
Take it easy, Hal. Can't you see the guy's mad?
You bet I'm mad. You've been making some lousy cracks about Judy, Bud.
Me?
Yeah, you. You've been telling guys she'll go out with anybody anytime.
Now, listen,
You've been
you don't
saying
know
that
what
all the guy's got to do is take her to a movie or buy her a soda and she'll...
Why, you dumb palook. If you weren't all busted up inside, I'd lay one right in your...
Go on, take a swing at me. Why don't you?
Ah, beat it, will you?
Listen, Bud, Judy's my girl. And if I find out you've been talking
I'm
about her...
not.
Or if I ever find you're going out with her
Yeah?
again, what'll you do? Well, maybe I can't trade punch for punch with you. But there are other ways I can pay you off, ways that'll hurt a lot more. And I ain't kidding.
And that, Roger, happened just last week.
Well, Eddie, what about it?
The truth, Mr. Kilgore. But it don't mean I tried to kill him for that.
No, but you did try to kill him because he took your girl away from you, didn't you?
No, who told you that?
Your ex-girlfriend, Judy Nichols, told a detective I sent to question her.
Look, Mr. Kilgore, I've been in love with Judy for about 6 months. But I never got up the nerve to ask her to marry me. I had nothing to offer her, no job, no decent future.
I see.
Well, the other night, me and Judy had a date. We went to a cheap movie, and then when I brought her home, we stopped outside the house. And she said...
Well, goodbye, Eddie.
Goodbye. You mean good night, don't you?
No, I can't see you anymore.
What's the matter?
Bud Swift has asked me to marry him.
Bud?
Yes, and I accepted him.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I hope... Oh, Eddie, I know how you feel about me, but I never said I loved you, did I?
No. You never said it.
I've always liked you, and I still like you. A lot.
You don't have to make it easy for me.
But I want you to understand. I can't help it if I'm crazy about Bud, can I?
Well, I had no idea it was like that, Judy. I thought he was just another guy you were going out with.
I'm sorry, Eddie.
Yeah. Well, what does the odd guy say at a time like this? Do I wish you health and happiness?
If you want to.
Okay. I wish you health and happiness. And when I see Bud, I'll tell him the same.
No, don't say anything to Bud, Eddie.
But why not?
Well, we sort of decided not to tell anyone for a while, except our folks, and I don't want Bud to know that I told you. He might misunderstand. You know what I mean, Eddie.
You see, Roger, he was sore at Bud Swift because he took his girl away from him.
No, I wasn't sore at him. I felt pretty lousy when Judy told me about her and Bud, but I didn't blame him.
Afraid I don't understand, Eddie.
Look, I knew Judy didn't love me. I knew I didn't have a chance, so...
So when she told you about Bud, you just calmly accepted it?
Yeah. It was tough, but I wasn't sore at anyone. If I'd have wanted to kill Bud, I could have waited for him until he got home that night and done it then.
Eddie, why didn't you tell me the story before?
Oh, Judy asked me not to say nothing about what she told me, so... I wasn't going to talk to anyone about it.
I see. Sam, who told the police that Eddie stabbed Bud Swift?
It was Bud himself, Roger.
Did he see him at the time of the stabbing?
No, but he saw him hanging around the restaurant an hour before. On the basis of the other evidence I've got...
All of which happens to be circumstantial, Sam.
Well, that's true, Roger, but I can't ignore it.
Something wrong here. Bud Swift said some terrible things about Judy Nichols a week ago.
Yes.
And a few days later, he asked her to marry him. Also, he didn't know that Judy had told Eddie about it. And still, he named Eddie as his attacker.
Yes, he did.
Sam, I'm going to the hospital to find out what's what.
That punk's fixed me good, Mr. Kilgore, but good.
The doctors think you'll be all right, Bud.
Yeah, sure.
I think you'll even be able to fight again.
Oh, stop kidding me. I know what the ambulance doctor told me.
Well, he made only a quick examination.
Okay. We'll see who's right when I get out of here.
Bud, why did you tell the police that Eddie had stabbed you?
Because he did.
How can you be so sure? You didn't see him.
What was he hanging around the restaurant for?
Well, that was an hour before. He claims that he wasn't hanging around, that he was just passing by.
Then why did he make out like he didn't see me?
Are you sure he made out?
Yeah. Was coming toward him when he turned the other way and started to light a cigarette. I figured if the guy didn't want to talk to me, to heck with him. So I went into the restaurant.
Did you see him when you came out?
No, but that don't mean he wasn't hiding someplace. Look, Mr. Kilgore. The guy said he'd get me if I ever went out with Judy again. Well, I went out with Judy again, and he got me.
And you think that just because he threatened you, he had to be the one who stabbed you?
Yeah. I got no other enemies.
I see. Thought you said some pretty awful things about Judy.
I didn't say nothing, Mr. Kilgore.
Then why was Eddie sore?
Look, all the guys in the neighborhood know how that palooka feels about Judy. And some of them are wise guys. They were just kidding when they told him I said lousy things about her.
When do you and Judy expect to get married?
Huh?
Judy told the police you and...
What? Holy smoke, is everybody nuts?
Bud, are you saying that you aren't planning to marry Judy?
I'm saying I never even thought about it. We just been friends. Why, I never even kissed her. What's she trying to do?
I don't know, Bud. But I'm going to try and find out. Are you Miss Judy Nichols?
Yes.
I'm the public defender, Roger Kilgore.
Oh, the public defender. Oh, come in.
Thank you.
You're the man who helps people when they get arrested.
Yes,
You're going to help Eddie, aren't you? You're going to see that he gets out of jail.
You want him to get out?
Oh, I'll die if they send him away. I don't care what he did.
Judy, are you in love with Eddie? Or do you want him out of jail because your conscience is bothering you?
No, I'm in love with him. I've always been in love with him.
Then why did you tell me you were going to marry Bud?
I was afraid.
Afraid of what, Judy?
For myself. Got so I couldn't get Eddie out of my mind. When I went out with another boy, I kept thinking of Eddie.
Naturally. You were in love with him.
But I didn't want to be. I didn't want to get into something that could never be any good for me.
Why do you say that? Because Eddie didn't have a job?
Because he couldn't hold a job. Oh, I know he's tried. I've met him after work when he was working, and he was so sick he could hardly talk. The next day he went back to the job, and he kept going back and trying to work until he was fired. That happened over and over again.
Judy, isn't it possible that Eddie might get well someday?
I don't know, but he lost so many jobs, I decided that maybe it'd be better for both of us if we didn't see each other again. So I made up a story. The rottenest story in the world.
Judy, was Eddie sore at Bud when you told him?
No. No, he was awful nice about it. He even said he was going to wish him health and happiness. Oh, Mr. Kilgore, you've got to get Eddie out of jail. I'll marry him tomorrow if you just get him out.
Why did you tell the police that story? Didn't you realize that you were giving evidence against Eddie that might convict him?
No, I didn't realize anything. The detective came here this morning, asked me a lot of questions. I was afraid of being caught in a lie, so I told him the same story.
Judy, you say that you're in love with Eddie.
Oh, he's got no idea how much, Mr. Kilgore.
But still, you believe that he tried to commit murder.
What?
Hasn't it occurred to you that he might be innocent?
Oh, good heavens, I must be losing my mind. Just because the cops arrested him don't mean he's guilty, does it?
Of course not. Why, he claims that he has an alibi.
Then he has.
But it doesn't seem to be any good. At any rate, I'm going over to Humphrey's gym and check on it myself.
Look, Kilgore, I told the cops all I know.
But you don't remember seeing Eddie Lewis here last night?
No, he wasn't here, Kilgore.
But Eddie claims that he talked to you a few minutes after 7.
He's a liar.
Why should he give you as an alibi if he knew you wouldn't back him up?
Look, mister, wait a minute. Hey, Lefty.
Yeah?
Come here.
What do you want, Hal?
Lefty, this is the public defender. Okay. He wants to know if Eddie Lewis was in here last night. What time?
Say, Hal.
What's the matter, Punchy?
I heard you say public defender. Is it this guy?
Yeah, take a good look at him and scram.
Okay.
What time, mister?
Between 7 o'clock and 9:30, Lefty.
No, he wasn't.
Isn't it possible that he could have been here without you seeing him?
Not a chance. I was all over the joint.
Say, Hal.
Now, what is it, Punchy?
That fellow over there says this guy's name is Roger Kilgore.
Yes, it is.
But Hal says you're a public defender.
Now, listen, Punchy, haven't you got any work to do?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then get busy. You want to keep working for me?
Sure. Public defender. I don't know.
Punch-drunk pug. I don't know why I keep him on.
Mr. Humphreys, you wouldn't have any reason to lie about Eddie, would you?
What do you mean, Kilgore?
Well, if Eddie had simply said that he was here, I could doubt his alibi. I know what these training gyms are like when they get crowded.
So?
But he said that he talked to you.
That proves that he's lying, Kilgore. Now, if you don't mind, I've got my business to think about. It don't run without me.
Hey, Mr. Kilgore.
What?
Mr. Kilgore.
What is it, Punchy?
I know something.
Would you follow me down the street? Tell me about it?
Yeah. I know something about Eddie.
What do you know about him, Punchy?
He's a good kid.
Sure he is.
He was in the gym last night.
What's that?
Yeah, he was in the gym.
What time was he there, Punchy?
He was there Hal and Lefty shouldn't have said he wasn't.
Ah. Why didn't you tell this to the police?
Police?
Cops.
I didn't see no cops.
They were in the gym this morning, questioning everyone.
I didn't see no cops. I got a haircut this morning.
And how Humphreys did lie. Listen, Punchy. Do you know anything else?
Yeah. I know something about Bud Swift.
What about him?
He should have took a dive in the third round.
What?
But he didn't.
Yes, I know. He won by a knockout in the second.
Yeah, but he shouldn't have.
But how do you know that he was supposed to lose in the third?
I heard Hal telling Jack Graham.
Who's Jack Graham?
He's Bud's manager.
And you say you heard Hal and him talking?
Yeah. A couple of days ago in Bud's dressing room.
Just a minute. Are you saying that Hal Humphreys tried to fix a fight? While you were there, Punchy?
Yeah. He didn't know I was there.
But he must have seen you.
I wasn't there.
Now, look, Punchy. Let's get it straight.
I got it straight, Mr. Kilgore. Here's the dressing room, see? Hal and Jack was in there.
All right.
Next door is another room where I put towels for the fighters when they come out of the shower.
Oh, I see.
I was in there.
Where was Bud Swift?
He was in the shower.
Now, Punchy, you're sure you heard Hal Humphreys tell Bud's manager that Bud would have to lose in the third round?
Yeah, he said that to Jack Graham.
All right, Punchy. Suppose you and I get down to the DA's office.
But I don't want to see the DA.
I just want you to tell me a story.
The DA's trouble.
He is for people like Hal Humphreys, but not for you. Come on. I'll drive you down there myself. And then I'll find Jack Graham. Now, look, Mr. Graham. I've told you I've got a witness who heard you and Humphreys making a deal.
What are you trying to do? Kill me off in the fight business?
You killed yourself off, in case you don't know it.
I've never taken a nickel from any crooked gambler.
No?
And I've never told one of my fighters to lay down. And anybody says I did is just a dirty, framing double-crosser.
We'll see about that.
Who told you I made a deal with Hal? Was it Bud?
No.
Well, then who is the rat that's trying to squeeze me out of the fight business? You're going to tell me, Mr. Kilgore.
And if I don't?
Well...
You'll what, Mr. Graham? Which are you more afraid of? Losing your license as a fight manager? Or going to prison for attempted murder?
I didn't try to kill Bud.
You told him to lose the fight and he didn't.
No, I didn't tell him anything.
Listen. I've discovered that Hal Humphreys, besides running a gym, is also a bookmaker.
Yeah.
And I know that the betting was pretty heavy on your boy to win. But Hal was on the short end. Against him.
Yeah. But I didn't make no deal with him.
Then what did happen?
Well, Hal had been watching Bud work out. The kid went in for a shower. Hal said he wanted to talk to me. So we went into the dressing room.
That kid looks very good, Jack.
Yeah. He's in the pink right now.
I've got $4,000 bet on that fight, Jack.
It's safe. The kid will take that rummy in 2 rounds.
Jack, I think the rummy ought to take the kid in 3 rounds.
You want Bud to take a dive?
That's what I'm leading up to. You see, I'm betting on him to lose.
But I can't tell him to take a dive. He's a nice, clean kid, and he thinks that...
Jack, I don't care what he thinks. I'm betting against him. Nice odds, too.
That's your hard luck.
It'll be yours and his if he don't go down in the third.
Now, listen,
You want that kid to fight again, don't you?
Well, sure, but...
And you want to be around to see him fight, don't you?
Sure I do.
Okay. You tell him it's a canvas in the third or a funeral around the first.
But you say you didn't tell him, Mr. Graham?
No, I'm building fighters to win, not to lose. Besides, Bud thinks I'm a great guy.
Maybe you are, Mr. Graham.
Yeah, a great guy. Somebody in Hal's mob put a knife in a kid's back last night. I've been sitting here all day waiting for my turn.
But if you told the police, you wouldn't be in this predicament.
That would take nerve, Mr. Kilgore. And I haven't got it. I didn't want to lose my license for not reporting Hal to the DA before the fight.
Well, he's been reported. I'm sorry that it wasn't done by you.
That's Humphreys now, Roger.
Come in. Are you...
Yes, I'm the DA, Mr. Humphreys.
What's Kilgore doing here?
Come in and close the door. We'll explain everything.
And Punchy. How'd you get here?
The public defender gave me a ride in his car, Hal.
What for, Punchy?
Suppose you let me ask the questions, Humphreys.
Now, look, Mr.
Humphreys,
Howard.
you told the police that Eddie Lewis was not in your gym last night.
Yeah, and he wasn't. They checked.
But, Mr. Humphreys, Punchy remembers seeing him there.
What?
Yes. And he remembers something else. A conversation you had with Jack Graham in Bud's dressing room.
A conversation?
Yes. You told Graham to be sure his fighter lost in the third round so you could collect your bets.
Did that punch-drunk pug say that about me?
Do you deny it?
Sure I deny it. What do you think my racket is, anyway?
I think it's fixing fights.
Hal, I ain't no punch-drunk pug.
Shut up, you... Now listen, Punchy. I'm your pal, ain't I?
Sure.
I gave you a job when no other guy in the business would even look at you.
Sure.
Then how could you tell the DA you heard me trying to fix a fight? You know it ain't true.
It is true, Hal. I was in the room next to where Bud was taking a shower, and I heard you and Jack talking.
Listen, Howard, if you want to take the word of this punched-up mug against mine, then go ahead and take it. You never get a jury to believe him.
Humphreys, I've got another witness I'd like you to meet.
What?
Will you come in here, Graham?
Not Jack Graham.
Hello, Hal.
Mr. Humphreys, do you still want to deny that you tried to fix that fight?
Why,
It's no use, Hal.
I've told him the whole story. Well, so okay. So I was trying to protect my bets.
By dictating when Bud Swift had to lose?
Well, so what?
And when he didn't lose, you or one of your gang went out to pay him off.
Well, I don't follow. What are you guys trying to do? You can't pin a murder rap on me.
You said he'd never fight again if he won.
Shut up, Jack.
Now, look, Humphreys. You've lied about everything in this case from the first minute you talked to the police. But from now on, you're going to start telling the truth for a change.
Whoever thought I was going to get washed and hung up by a dumb, punch-drunk palooka?
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, Mr. Kilgore. What is this? Judy.
Eddie, darling.
Hey, what?
You're free, Eddie.
Free?
Yes. Hal Humphreys has made a full statement. His man Lefty did the actual stabbing.
Holy smoke. Well, what did they knife Bud for?
I'll explain it to you, Eddie,
Yeah, sure.
while you're taking me home.
Well, what about you and Bud?
Everything's going to be all right, Eddie.
You know, Eddie, I think she's right.
Thanks, Mr. Kilgore. Whoever figured out about a public defender sure figured okay. Yeah.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal. That they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Roger Kilgore, Public Defender, written by Stedman Coles and produced and directed by Jock McGregor, featured Santos Ortega as the Public Defender and Stotts Cotsworth as the District Attorney. Others in the cast were Bill Lipton as Eddie Lewis, Bernard Grant as Bud Swift, Bryna Rayburn as Judy Nichols, Lawson Zerby as Hal Humphreys, Bob Dryden as Punchy, and Whit Vernon as Jack Graham. Original music was played by Milton Kay. All names, places, and dates used in this program were, for obvious reasons, fictitious. This is the last of the current series of Roger Kilgore, Public Defender. We hope to be back with you in the near future. In the meantime, remember that justice, equal justice, is the sacred right of all people in a democracy. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
I hope you enjoyed those shows as much as I did. Now let's get on to the next few shows. First up, Stand By for Crime, one of my favorite crime shows that ran in 1951 and starred Glenn Langan as Chuck Morgan, a local news anchor, and his friend, Police Lieutenant Bill Miggs, who gives him tips. It also starred Langen's real-life wife, Adele Jurgens, as Carol Curtis, Chuck's gal pal, whom he always refers to as Glamour Puss. In Mark Adams' Murder, Chuck is looking into the murder of a well-respected citizen, Mark Adams, when he discovers that he was actually a drug addict. This is a great story. Can you keep track of how many times Chuck says the phrase, Glamour Puss? After that, we have T-Men, another lesser-known crime show. It ran in 1956 and starred Gordon Glenwright as IRS agent Jack Ketch, featuring stories about chasing down Americans who try to avoid paying their taxes. This may sound like a less than exciting premise for a show, but thanks to some great writing and acting, each surviving episode is actually really riveting. And of course, these are not some small-time average taxpayers fibbing a little bit on their taxes, but big-time tax fraudsters. In this oddly titled episode, the setup for the plot begins with an attractive blonde, and Ketch, who has a soft spot for the dames, can't resist. After that, we have a show that, to my knowledge, has only a single surviving episode. The show was called Homicide O'Kane, and it starred Bud Hystant in the title role as a police homicide investigator, with Richard LeGrand, who you may remember as Peavy in The Great Gildersleeve. This is a fantastic show, very similar in style to Dragnet, with a slice of Broadway as my beat, and a little bit of Jeff Regan Investigator thrown in for good measure. Great voice acting, great writing, great production values, but unfortunately, only the single episode, The Killer Who Returned from the Dead, survives. It aired on March 2nd, 1943, and starts with O'Kane getting a call from a man claiming he's about to be murdered. Next up is The Whisperer, one of those shows with a truly unique premise. A man, Philip Galt, played by Charlton Young, loses his vocal cords in an accident and turns the disability into an asset, working his way into the depths of a crime syndicate in order to help destroy it from within. In that dark underworld, his whispered voice becomes known as a voice to be obeyed without question. After his voice is restored with surgery, Galt resumes his former identity as an attorney, but keeps his dual identity as the Whisperer within the crime syndicate, continuing to undermine it. I really like this show, and this episode, The Fight Game, is an exciting one. Galt, as the Whisperer, tells his syndicate underlings to persuade a heavyweight boxing champion's manager to sell his contract. The reasons for this become clear as the story progresses. And finally, we have Crime Does Not Pay and the episode Strange Token. This show was a really intriguing crime drama that ran from 1949 to 1951 and had several prominent Hollywood stars in guest roles over the years, such as Bela Lugosi, Everett Sloan, Ed Begley, and others. It was a tad moralistic in its messaging, and it focused on the consequences of the crimes it covered to teach listeners a lesson, but it was a great entertainment. In this episode, starring Morris Karnofsky, Harry Duncan has a drug habit and agrees to start pushing them for his dealer in exchange for a regular fix. All right, let's listen to these exciting shows, and I'll be back in a bit.
Stand by for crime.
Hi, Morgan speaking, KOP newscaster. Well, another of those unusual murders has occurred here in Los Angeles. Last week, a man's body was found on a lonely dirt road off Mulholland Drive, up in the Santa Monica Mountains. He'd been shot through the head with a .38 caliber revolver. He'd also been badly beaten. His name was Mark Adams. That's what made the murder unusual. Mark Adams was a partner in one of our leading stock and bond houses. He'd led a respectable, straightforward life since he'd moved here from Portland 10 years ago. Dozens of friends testified to that fact. He had no enemies. Robbery had not been the motive, because a sizable sum of money had been found in the wallet he carried. Why then had he been murdered and his body left in the lonely Santa Monica Mountains? That was a good question. I asked Bill Meggs of police headquarters if he minded if Carol Curtis, my secretary, and I called on the widow, Mrs. Ada Adams. Bill said, heck no, if we picked up anything to let him know. So Carol and I climbed into my jalopy and headed for the Adams residence, which was on Beddington Street. I guess this is it, Glamour Puss.
I really hope she'll talk to us. I wouldn't blame her if she didn't.
Well, if she doesn't, we'll come back another day. Ring the bell, will you?
All right.
So Carol pushed the bell button. We heard chimes ring inside the house. After a minute, the door opened. A woman of about 40, wearing a long-sleeved black dress, appeared. It was obvious she'd been crying. You Mrs. Adams?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Adams.
Well, I'm Chuck Morgan. This is Carol Curtis. We're from radio station KLP.
Oh, reporters. Well, if you don't mind,
We want to help you if we can, Mrs. Adams. Mr. Morgan has a reputation for aiding the police in these cases.
Oh, you're that, Mr. Morgan. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
You
imply
understand perfectly, Mrs. Adams. You're upset and confused and hardly know what you're saying.
Yes, that's it, exactly. Well, all right, you may come in if you like.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Won't you sit down? Make
Thank you.
yourself comfortable.
Tell me, Mrs. Adams,
Yes.
can you think of anybody, any friend or business associate who would gain by having your husband out of the way?
Oh, no, there's nobody. Nobody at all.
Well, there had to be a reason for him being shot, Mrs. Adams. No one would be more apt to know that reason than yourself.
If there's anything you'd like to tell us in confidence, we'll respect your wishes.
Well, yes, there is something.
Good.
I know I should have told the police, but in the excitement, I somehow felt that I could keep it a secret. If Mark had died any other way, I could have.
Keep what a secret, Mrs. Adams?
Oh, it's horrible. Because of the way that Mark died, there'll be an investigation. They'll find out. It'll be in all the papers. The disgrace of it. Mr. Morgan, if I tell you, will you help me keep the secret?
By doing so, I'll not obstruct justice. I will, of course.
Do you promise?
I promise.
Very well. I know of your contacts with the police department. Lieutenant Meggs called to say you were coming out. Because of your friendship with Lieutenant Meggs, you can help maintain Mark's reputation, even though he is dead. Mr. Morgan, my husband was a hopeless dope addict.
If Mrs. Adams had told us that her husband was an escaped convict, we couldn't have been more surprised. I knew Mark Adams by reputation, had met him on one or two occasions. He was a man of integrity, good habits. Neither I nor anyone else, I was sure, would suspect him of being a dope addict. Still, a clever addict can conceal the effects of the stuff without much trouble. Except perhaps when he needed a shot and couldn't get it. Yeah, this was a motive for murder, all right. But we had to have a lot more of a story than we knew now. It's rather a startling bit of news, Mrs. Adams.
I know. It's going to come as such a great shock to so many people who knew and trusted Mark. You will try to keep it from the press, won't you, Mr. Morgan?
Have you told anyone else about this?
Oh, no, not a soul knew it.
Good.
Mark was very clever about keeping his secret. As you may know, dope addicts can do that.
How long had he had the habit, Mrs. Adams?
Well, I don't know for sure. It was about a year ago that I first learned about it. I'd been away for a few days and returned earlier than I expected. It was the middle of the afternoon, and I was tired after my trip, so I lay down for a nap. When I awoke, it was almost dark, and Mark was just entering our bedroom.
Blasted light.
Hello, Mark.
What the... Ada, what the devil are you doing here?
Why, darling, aren't you glad to see me? I caught an earlier train.
Yes, of course. Of course. Look, Ada, why don't you run downstairs and see the dinner? I'll be with you in a minute.
But, Mark, Mark, what's that you have in your hand?
Never mind. It's nothing. Now, look, let me alone. Get out of here.
Why, it's a hypodermic needle.
Well...
Mark, you're not... Oh, no, you...
Yes. Now you know. At least I won't have to fight that part of it any longer. Wait here.
Mark went into the bathroom. He was gone about 10 minutes. When he returned, he was completely relaxed, seemingly normal. I couldn't believe the change that had come over him.
I'm sorry, my dear. No, I'm almost glad you found out. It's been pretty bad trying to keep my secret.
Oh, Mark, this is awful. It's terrible. How long have you...
It began in Portland, just before we came down here. If you'll recall, I didn't get that promotion at the office I was promised after old Hartley died. When Thompson gave the position to his son, I was pretty disappointed. A lot more so than even you suspected.
I had to have some escape.
And so you resorted to dope.
I had a friend who used some occasionally. He assured me it offered complete freedom from care and that it was easy to break the habit.
Oh, Mark, you fool. Don't you know that it's more habit-forming than anything you could possibly have done?
I didn't then. I do now, much to my sorrow.
But, Mark, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? They'll find out sooner or later at the office. They're bound to. It'll be the end.
They won't find out, Ada. They mustn't. Not ever.
But how can
You can help me, Ada. Look, Ada, you must. I'm going to break myself of the habit. I have a vacation coming up. I'll go to a sanitarium. I'll take the cure. Look, I'll be off the stuff forever. Only you'll have to go with me, Ada. I'll need your strength desperately. Ada, will you help me fight this thing?
Of course I will, darling. I'll do everything possible. Oh, my dearest, we'll fight it together and win.
And did your husband go to the sanitarium, Mrs. Adams?
Yes, he went, and I went with him. We stayed a month. It was pretty horrible the way Mark suffered. But it was worth it. At least I believed so at the time.
Was your husband cured, Mrs. Adams?
Well, I thought so. I think Mark did, too. After the month was up, we came home, and for a time everything was fine.
Yeah.
Then I began noticing the inevitable signs. Signs I'd learned to recognize at the sanitarium. A brightness in his eyes, a controlled nervousness followed by complete relaxation. At first I closed my eyes to those things, telling myself I was overly suspicious because of what had happened before.
But you knew in your own mind he was using the stuff again.
I had to face it at last. 2 nights ago, I started out to attend my bridge club. I drove around the block and parked across the street from our house. An hour passed, and then a man came along the street. His hat was pulled down, and both hands were deep in his pockets. I got down out of sight and waited until I heard him climbing the steps to our porch.
And then what happened?
Mark opened the door, but didn't turn on the porch light. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I knew they were arguing. After a while, they went into the house. I got out of my car and started across the street. I'd reached the sidewalk when I heard the shot.
Did you see the strange man again?
No. I'd forgotten my key. I guess I became panicky. I kept pounding on the door and screaming. After a long while, someone came, and then the police. I must have fainted. When I came to, I was lying on the living room couch. The house was full of policemen. There was blood on the floor. But both Mark and the strange man were gone.
And the next time you heard of your husband was when they found his body up on Mulholland. Oh, what a horrible experience.
How much of this have you told the police, Mrs. Adams?
Only that I'd forgotten my key and came back for it and heard the shot and began pounding on the door and screaming.
And you haven't any idea who the strange man was?
No, none at all.
A strange man could have been any one of several dozen dope peddlers in the city. Well, it's going to be quite a trick to keep this away from the press. The police will have to know.
Oh, but you promised.
Only if I didn't have to obstruct justice, Mrs. Adams. This dope angle not only gives a motive, but narrows the number of suspects down considerably.
But, Chuck, isn't this something you can do?
What?
Well, think of how terrible it would be for Mrs. Adams if it becomes known that her husband was an addict. It's she who has to face all those people, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's talk it over with Bill Meggs. He's a good guy. Maybe we can dream up something. You can rest assured of one thing, Mrs. Adams. No one but the police will be told about your husband being an addict until we pick up his murderer. I didn't call Bill Meggs at once. I couldn't get the picture of the distress in Mrs. Adams' eyes out of my mind. Maybe somehow it would be possible to crack this case without letting it become known that Mark Adams had been an addict. I didn't know how. But for lack of something better to do and to give me time to think, I headed the jalopy up towards Mulholland Drive.
Was it somewhere along here that the body was found, Chuck?
According to Bill, it was about 100 yards down this road. Yeah, this is it. Well, let's get out and take a look around.
I can't imagine what you expect to find. The police aren't stupid, you know, and they've already been here.
I know the police aren't stupid. Only seem to be one set of tire prints.
One set? I can see a dozen, but what if I couldn't?
All the prints were made by the same set of tires. Those were probably on the police car. What I want to know is, where are the prints made by the tires of the murderer's car?
And how did his body get here? You say there are no prints of a second automobile.
Well, I'll tell you how I think it got here, Glamourpuss. Look up there.
Mm-hmm.
That's Mulholland Drive curling around the side of the mountain.
Oh, I get it. The body was thrown out of a car up there, and it rolled down here.
Smart girl. Bill said Adams' clothes were torn, his body cut and bruised.
Well, then we're wasting our time looking for tire prints.
Maybe. However, the car up there probably stopped so the murderer could get the body out. Now, if the road had soft shoulders, there'd be tire prints up there, wouldn't there?
And you don't think Bill Meggs thought of that?
Sure I do. I think he's already made an impression of the prints and is checking them at the police lab.
Oh? What makes you think that?
Bill told me.
Why, you so-and-so. And you made me think
All
that...
right, don't get sore, Glamour Bliss. I'm only stalling for time, so my conscience won't bother me for not reporting Mrs. Adams' story to Bill.
Oh, I hope when you do tell him he puts you in jail for a year for obstructing justice.
A year? Now, come, Glamour Bliss. What would you and Pappy do without me for a year? Glamour Bliss and I have been walking around while talking. I stepped behind a bush and saw something white lying on the ground. It's a page from a newspaper. Nothing unusual about that, except that this page was folded neatly and the date line was staring up at me. It was dated July 24th, the day Mark Adams had been murdered. I picked it up and unfolded it. It was a page from the classified section of the Los Angeles Observer.
Well, why so interested in a page from the Observer, Sherlock? Nobody ever reads that scandal sheet.
Certainly not a man of Mark Adams' high standing. Still, it could have fallen out of his pocket when he rolled down the hill.
Well, what are you reading?
Classified ad that's underlined in pencil.
Oh, this is a fine time to go looking for bargains.
Shut up, Glamourpuss. Let me read. For sale, 20-carat diamond ring. Bring cash to 222 Beddington Street after 9:30 p.m. July 24.
Oh, Chucky boy, you don't mean... Not at last. Oh, darling, you'd have to give me one that big. Honest, I'd be satisfied with just
Glamourpuss, will you stop that gibbering? Don't you know what this means?
Well, then you're not going to...
222 Beddington Street is the address of the Adams family. Whoever answered this ad in the paper is the man who murdered Mark Adams.
Now, the conclusion of Stand By for Crime.
All dope addicts need money. Yeah. Mark Adams, made desperate by his cravings, and probably decided to sell his rings, inserting the ad in the paper that he knew his friends never read, and naming a date for the transaction when he knew his wife would be at a bridge club. Well, I felt that the advice of an older and wiser head wouldn't hurt this situation any. So Carol and I drove back to the station and told our story to Pappy Mansfield, owner of KLP.
Well, looking at it purely from a news angle, Chuck, you may have something. However, the police have got to catch your murderer first.
Unless I beat them to it.
You?
Here we go again.
Look, Pappy, I've got an idea. You know Bugs Spencer, the gambler.
Sure, everybody does.
Well, Bugs has a penchant for rocks, diamonds. Big ones, little ones, medium-sized one. He owns a dozen of them.
Everyone knows that, too.
Now, maybe a shot in the dark. But it seems to me that a rock the size of the Adams diamond would make his mouth water.
Oh, so you're going down and ask Bugs, man to man, if he shot Mark Adams so he could get that diamond without having to pay for it.
All right. Be sarcastic. I'm going to ask Mrs. Adams to describe the ring. Then I'm going to find out if Bugs has it. If he has, I'm going to ask Bill to arrest Bugs and charge him with Adams' murder. That way we won't have to even mention the fact that Adams was a dope addict.
You know something, Chuck?
What's that, Pappy?
It's a hot day outside.
Yeah?
The thermometer's up over 100. There's a rumor around that today's heat will break all known records. Now, if this happens and you wrote a story for your 7 o'clock broadcast...
All right. I'm dying laughing. Just for that, I'm going to show you something. I was a jackass to ask anyone's advice. Go jump in the lake, both of you. Goodbye. I was mad. I got out of there and headed for Beddington Street. Rang the doorbell of the Adams home. Mrs. Adams, still in her morning dress, invited me in.
A ring? A diamond? Oh, yes, Mark did have one. A rather large one. Wasn't it? I mean...
When you identified the body, Mrs. Adams, did you notice whether or not the ring was missing?
No. That is... Well, I was too shocked. It was the last thing that
I... A ring, such as the one owned by your husband, was advertised for sale in the Observer. This address was given. The buyer was asked to appear after 9:30 on the night of your bridge club.
Do you mean that Mark sold the ring so that he could have more money to buy dope?
Well, most dope addicts are forever in need of money, Mrs. Adams. It's possible that ring buyer murdered your husband. If you describe the ring as accurately as you can, we still might be able to pick up the murderer and keep the knowledge a secret that your husband was an addict. I was still mad. Otherwise, I might have had the common sense to call Bill Meggs before going down to see Bugs Spencer. But I didn't. I drove down to 9th Street and found the building where Bugs maintained his so-called office. I got by the dame at the desk and located Bugs' private sanctum. He was sitting behind a big horseshoe desk, as flashily dressed as ever. There was a diamond ring the size of a marble on his left hand. Two of his strong-arm boys flanked the desk on either side.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Chuck Morgan, the gent who talks in the radio without saying anything. What's on your pea-sized mind, Morgan? You want to lay a bet?
Yeah, I want to lay a bet that I can tell you where you got that ring.
Ah, quite a rock, huh? Brand new. Okay, what do you want to bet?
Oh, maybe 10 years up at Q. I may even go higher than that.
Yeah, how high?
How about the gas chamber?
Look, you saying I knocked somebody off to get this rock?
Where did you get it?
I bought it.
That's a switch on your usual practice. Who'd you buy it from?
A guy.
What's his name?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Did he live on Beddington Street?
Hey, what is this? Who do you think you are coming in here and asking me questions?
Take
Get
it
out.
easy, Bugs. Take it easy. You know from past experience it's smart to answer my questions. Bill Meggs is on his way down here right now. I'm just trying to give you a break.
What kind of a break?
The man you bought that ring from is dead.
Okay, so he's dead. Let him be dead. Who cares?
He was murdered.
Okay, so he was... What do you mean, murdered? Oh, look, Morgan, I didn't murder nobody, see? I got this ring strictly legit.
Then you better start dreaming up some new alibis, because I've spent the morning busting your old ones wide open.
Well, how do you like that? Boys, did you hear what this punk said? He says we ain't got an alibi. Max, you got that bill of sale?
Yeah, sure. It is, boy.
Hand it to Morgan. Take a look at that, newshound. It's a bill of sale for a diamond ring, ain't it? It's signed by the guy who sold me the ring. All you gotta do is compare that handwriting with his, and you'll find out what a jerk you are.
Now, wait a minute, Bugs. This isn't
I ain't waiting for nothing, Morgan. You got your nerve coming in here shooting your mouth off. But I'm kind of glad you did. You know why? Because now I got an excuse to throw you out. A good excuse. And I ain't gonna be responsible for what you look like afterward. Boys, show Mr. Morgan the door.
It'll be a pleasure.
Bugs' boys had a peculiar way of showing me the door. I didn't see the door at all. I was unconscious when I went through it. I woke up in an alley behind the 9th Street building. The sun was beating down full force on my face. Flies were buzzing around a cut above my left eye, and I was soaked through with sweat. I got up on my knees and peeled off my coat. There was an outside water faucet and a patch of shade on the west side of the alley. I crawled over there and soaked my head into the cold water. 5 minutes later, I was in a phone booth talking to Bill Meggs. That's right, Bill. That's the address. What? Am I sure? Was I ever wrong? Yeah, I'm laughing, too. Okay, Bill, thanks. I'll be waiting. Well, I got in the jalopy and headed for Beddington Street to report to Mrs. Adams about the ring. She acted as though she'd been waiting for me and seemed almost cheerful. She was slipping on the jacket of her long-sleeved dress when she opened the door.
Well, you certainly made a fast trip, Mr. Morgan. Sit over there, won't you?
Thank you.
Did you find the man who bought my husband's ring?
Yes, it was Bud Spencer, the gambler, just as I thought.
Did he confess to murdering Mark?
Well, no, Bugs isn't the confessing type. Tell me, Mrs. Adams, why do you suppose your husband advertised the ring in the Observer instead of in a paper that a more, well, conservative and possibly wealthier type of reader would buy?
Well, I suppose he didn't want any of his friends to read it.
But didn't you know that most banks subscribe to practically every newspaper published in the city? Legal and probate notices are of great interest to bankers.
Well, I don't believe I understand what you mean. Did someone stop out front?
Yeah, I think that's Lieutenant Bill Meggs of Police Headquarters.
Lieutenant Meggs? Well, I'll let him in.
He won't be coming in for a moment or two. He wants to pay a visit to the garage first.
Garage?
Yeah. He wants to check the tire prints he made in Mulholland Drive last night with the treads on your tires, Mrs. Adams.
Tires on my car?
That's right. You see, when you parked, you wanted to get close to the embankment so you wouldn't have too far to carry your husband's body.
What?
The right front wheel of your car was in the soft dirt off the pavement.
No, you mustn't believe that.
Nope,
You mustn't
addicts are very clever and cunning, especially when they've had a shot. You must have had quite a jolt that night, Mrs. Adams.
No, I didn't. Well, you can't believe that. Everything I told you was true.
Oh, yes, the story you told was true, every word, only you had the characters mixed.
No.
It's you who are the dope addict, Mrs. Adams. You who went to the sanitarium. You who pretended to be cured.
No.
You who sold your husband's ring because he'd give you no more money to buy dope.
No.
The ring wasn't on his hand when you viewed the body, and you know it.
No.
He hadn't worn the ring for years. If he had, there'd be a mark on his finger, which there wasn't. How did it happen, Mrs. Adams? Did he catch you trying to steal the ring? Or did he find your supply of junk and wouldn't let you have any?
Yes. He took it away from me. I had to have some. I had to. Mark had seen the ad I put in the Observer. I got the gun out of the desk, and I told him I'd kill him if he didn't give me some stuff. He refused. He said he was going to put me away again. So I shot him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Adams. Believe me, I am. Because now Mark isn't here to help you fight this thing. Hello, Bill. Come in. Well, sometimes the job of a newscaster isn't as pleasant as it might be. Bill took Ada Adams off in the squad car, and I headed back for KOP. Both Pappy and Carol were there, looking cool and relaxed.
Oh, hello there, Chuck. Back so soon?
What happened to your eye, Chucky boy?
I ran into a door.
Was it opened or closed?
That's the typical question. Well, Pappy, I've got all the facts on the weather story.
No kidding. How hot is it outside?
109. It hasn't been 109 since 1868. 5 people have died of the heat, 7 are prostrate, and a man fired an egg on Vine Street this morning.
Well, that's great, Chuck. Make a good story, don't you think, Carol?
Oh, I can hardly wait to hear it.
Oh, you just try hard enough, and I imagine you can stand it, Glamour Puss. Well, I've got to get busy and bat this out of my typewriter. I'll devote the entire broadcast to
You will not?
What? What's that, Pappy?
All right. We apologize. We shouldn't have made you mad. Now, how'd you know?
No what?
Well, you'd have to rub it in, Chuck. Bill called and told us everything.
Oh.
We've been sitting here on pins and needles waiting for you to tell us how you knew it was Mrs. Adams who murdered her husband.
Oh, that. So you've been sitting here in this nice, cool office all this time while I've been out in the sweltering heat.
Oh, stop reminding us how you've suffered. What's the sweltering heat got to do with knowing about Mrs. Adams' guilt?
Everything. It's sweltering hot outside. Mrs. Adams was wearing a black wool dress with long sleeves. Why? No woman in her right mind would wear such a dress in this heat. There had to be another reason. She wanted to cover up something. Marks made by a hypodermic needle. Well, shall I write the story on the heat, Pappy?
Now remember, leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the laughing. You're up a creek, Jack. No kidding.
Oh, hello. You're Mr. Ketch, aren't you?
That's right. Investigation Branch, Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue. This is Marty Burke, my offsider.
Won't you come in, boys?
A pleasure.
Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Is your husband home? I think he should be in on this, too.
Well, he's upstairs for a moment. Can't we begin?
Sure. You sold this house a few days ago, ma'am. Is that so?
Why, yes. I got $30,000 for it. Is there any law against that?
I'll let you know if you'll answer me this, ma'am. In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice and bought it back once. On those transactions, you've lost in all $20,000.
Well, whose money is it?
That, ma'am, is the precise thing I want you to tell me.
T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of those men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men, with Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. Here is Jack Ketch, one of this nation's T-Men, to tell you the case of the Jack that house built.
This is a great country. It takes a lot of money to run and keep running. That's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of the cost according to his or her true income or profit. Let one citizen... Oh, no, not again. Whenever I'm alone. Catch investigation. I'm sorry, Mr. Burke is not at the office today. Yes, I did hear the trouble, being his boss. Mr. Burke is confined to his bed with a chill. No, ma'am, I said a chill, not... It's a pleasure, you being the 10th inquirer. Marty Burke has more screwball aunts.
Johnny, is Marty Burke been...
Marty passed away peacefully in his sleep at precisely 2:30.
Oh, then in that case, he must have just called me long distance.
He just rang you? What about me? Don't I count?
He tried 7 times, but said your line was busy. Women, he surmised.
Women? I've answered that phone 27 times.
Look, lover boy, I'm not interested in your batting average. All I came in here for... Oh. I see you've got Mr. Colon's file.
Huh?
That's what Marty rang about. Pietro Colon's file.
I knew his half-brother, Semicolon.
Comedy at your age. Is that wise?
What about the file?
Marty got it out yesterday after a Mrs. Grace rang and made an appointment for today at 11:30. Marty thought you might...
Who's Mrs. Grace?
She's the...
Hold it, Pat. Yeah?
Jack, Charlie on the desk. There's a Mrs. Grace to see Marty Burke.
Who?
A Mrs. Grace.
Yeah, what's this double talk?
That's what I wondered. I didn't know whether she was this Grace or that.
Charlie, put her in booth number 1. Oh, and Charlie...
Yeah, Jack?
Cut out the comedy.
Jealous.
Apart from the fact that her father was frightened by a double-barrel shotgun, what do you know about this Mrs. Grace?
Me? Not a thing.
Swell. At least it doesn't complicate things, does it?
But Marty says she's laying complaint about this Pietro Colon. Something about a deal on a house that went haywire.
Why not go to a lawyer? What does she think we are?
Marty says she's a blonde.
Well, of course we'll help her. I might have known Marty Burke would be lying in his bed pretending to be a black widow spider. Mrs. Grace was a blonde. Once. As for that deal on the house, all Gracie needed was a house number, and she'd have made a swell Cape Codder herself, right down to the termites. So I shut my eyes and listened, and listened, and listened.
So you can appreciate, Mr. Ketch, I have nobody to turn to but you. I shall have to lean on you.
I'm kind of wobbly right now, Mrs. Grace.
Why not call me Grace?
I did. You know, I still don't see how we can help you. I mean, what's this, Colon character actually done?
Done? For Pete's sake, do I have to go over it a 3rd time?
Unanimous. So you sold him a house for $20,000 and lost 10 on the deal. It happens. We can't get you your dough back.
I know you can't. The Pietro Colon can be made a chicken dinner another way.
I hope it tastes as sweet as revenge. There's enough gravy.
Get yourself a spoon. That house is worth every cent of $30,000 and Pietro knows it. Matter of fact, I refused $40,000 2 months ago.
Let it go kind of cheap, didn't you?
Well, I needed the money. So he'll sell it for $40 after paying $20.
So what?
So what'll you boys do with the $20,000 profit you make on the deal?
Not a thing, sweetheart, apart from a small penalty.
What about income tax?
Colon's a wine importer, not a real estate speculator or dealer. He buys a house, sells it at a profit, no tax.
But that's outrageous. It's almost criminal. No tax.
So it looks as though you've lost your dough and your revenge. Colon will pay tax on his income as a wine importer. The profit on the house is for free.
Is that so now? All right, Mr. Ketch. We'll see who comes best out in this deal. A fine thing, allowing a widow to be robbed.
Thanks for calling. It was your deal. Don't blame us.
Thanks for nothing.
A real sweetie was Gracie. I wiped her from my mind quicker than a general wipes a private, and let the ensuing weeks drift by in orderly confusion. Marty Burke's cold got cured. The end of the fiscal year was coming up. It got very quiet. So very quiet, in fact, that one could almost sneak in a game of golf at the weekend. Marty and I did.
A 45-foot putt, and you missed it.
Can I help it if they don't make round balls anymore? Hey, where's the 10th tee? It used to be... Oh, look out!
For Pete's Hey! Sorry, fellas, but you did ask for it, walking right in front like that just as I drove off.
Our fault. Forget it. Marty, take that golf ball out of your mouth and smile for the gentleman.
Don't you know an Adam's apple when it's ripe? Why don't they put up a sign there? That hidden tea's downright lethal. Oh, well, no great harm done. Could have been worse. By the way, did either of you see where my ball went? You mean after it left my eye? Didn't your partner see? Well, I'm afraid I'm having a solo round, just working up a 9-hole first. I'll tell you what, why don't we go round together?
And make it a 3-ball? Well, why not?
Sure.
That way we don't get killed.
Swell.
Suits me. I'm Marty Burke. This is Jack Ketch.
Glad to know you. I'm Pete Colvin.
I know your half-brother. Pietro Colon? Wine importer?
Yeah, that's right. You seem interested.
I am. But, let's shoot a little golf first. After that, my golf wasn't very good. I ask you, only hauled out and won twice during the next 9 holes. What way is that to play golf? After a shower, we went to the bar, and then I found what it is that the vintner buys that's half so precious as the wine he sells. It was whiskey. Pete Colon put away half a bottle while Marty and I were killing a couple of beers.
Oh, no. No more, fellas. You boys will be getting high. Look, let's eat someplace. What do you say?
Fine. But not here. This club is strictly for golf only.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's all go to my house and get the little woman to rustle up a plate of this and that. Huh? What do you say?
Will the little woman like that?
Are you kidding? She loves to have me bring my pals home. Come on, let's go. I'll lead the way in my jalopy. You guys follow.
Pausing only while I phoned Pat Frew to tell him not to wait dinner, Marty Burke and I followed this interesting character to his home. It was in a very expensive area and was quite a shack. Our 2 cars scrunched to a stop on the gravel drive, and we got out.
Hey, some place you got here, Pete. Get a load of it, Jack.
You like it? Wait till you see inside. A sweet setup.
Very, very nice. And expensive, if I'm any judge.
Oh, fellas, you're wrong. Dead wrong. This was the cheapest house in the world.
My friend, there is no such thing these days as a cheap house.
No? Wouldn't you call a house for free and 20,000 in your kick cheap?
That sounds it.
How come you got yourself such a sweet deal, Pete?
Well, fellas, I'll tell you. You see, a crackpot dame owned this dump and wanted 30,000 for it. I gave her 20. Then, I sold it back to her for 40,000.
You what?
You said she was a screwball. Okay, so that gave you a profit of 20,000. But how come you've still got the house?
Don't be a dope. After the sale, I married the dame. Mama Company!
Mama was in bed. Mama stayed in bed. Well, I didn't need a lineup to know that Mama was the former Mrs. Grace Grace. And I didn't need the roof to fall in on me to tell me that somewhere in this deal there was a very smelly double cross. Can you guess who the victim was? No, you'd never guess in a million years. So I'll tell you. It was me.
We'll return to Jack Ketch and the case of the Jack That House Built in just a moment. Meanwhile, we return you to T-Men, with Jack Ketch continuing the case of the Jack That House Built.
Here at the Special Investigation Branch of the Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue, you learn a lot about people. You learn, for instance, that not one of the tens of thousands of callers we get each year is there without a motive and an axe to grind. With everyone on the make, why should Mrs. Grace have been any different? Well, I now knew that I'd been crossed up somewhere. But where? Set a thief to catch a thief, and get a dame to trap another dame. So I called on Pat Frew.
What do you say to more coffee, Johnny?
I'd spill. Make it a slug. Stiff.
You know, I ought to part your hair with a meat chopper, coming here at this time of the night.
And kill the goose?
You said it, not me. Here, try this for size.
Good.
Like to tell me about it?
Well, I didn't come here to catch a number 47 bus.
No, but you could have... Skip it. Talk, blast you.
I told Pat the score. She sat and smoked, looking at me the while with those shrewd green eyes of hers. No wonder I lost the thread of the conversation several times. You know, one of these days I'll have to marry this girl, and as soon as I make $1 million, I will.
I think you're wrong, Johnny. I can't see where the department's been gypped. How can it have been?
Me? I got a nose, and it's busy.
Forget that schnozzle and use your head. I figure that Gracie lost $10,000 on the deal so far.
And Pete Collins made a cool $20,000 tax-free.
So what? Isn't that what you told the old bag a couple of months ago when she came in screaming? Don't you start.
Yeah, I'd sure like to know why she came in at all. What was the racket? Sooling us T-men onto the guy she ups and marries a few weeks later. I don't get it.
Could it have been an act? Just to find out for sure that Collins' profit would be tax-free?
What would she care? At that time, she didn't know she was going to marry. Hey, wait a minute. What if they'd already fixed to get married?
That would mean that they'd cooked up a scheme, and I can't see the point. Sure, he gets $20,000 tax-free, but it's her money. She loses $10,000, maybe $20,000 if that house isn't worth the last price she gave for it.
Yeah, suppose it isn't. Suppose it's worth only $30,000. That'd mean she loses $20,000 on the deal.
Which $20,000 is in Collins' pocket. They're man and wife. They're square, as I say. Where does it get them?
Yeah, I wonder. Pat, first thing tomorrow, I'm going to get that shack valued. I'll bet you a night out with all the trimmings, it's worth only $30,000.
Chicken feed.
That's what I'll buy you for dinner. Next day, I had an expert go over the joint during the absence of the Colon couple. Opinion? It wasn't worth a cent more than $30,000. Gracie had done $20,000 cold, or she would if she tried to sell. Now, why would a smart woman do a thing like that? 2 days later, I knew.
Look, Jack, I still don't get it. Here we are, herring out to this legless penthouse, and for what? They can tell us to just go jump in the lake.
They haven't got a lake. Marty, I'm playing a hunch. People don't do peculiar things with no reason.
What about my Aunt Fanny?
You've got me. Well, here's the house of mystery coming up around the next bend. No, you're right, Marty. There's nothing we can do except ask questions. Sometimes you get funny answers.
Silly ones, too. Hey, is this the joint with the signboard?
What the... Here, pull up, Marty, quick. Hey, will you get a load of that sign? Sold. Dew Point Real Estate Company. Now, do you think it's a screwball setup?
The birds have flown. But I can't think why.
But at least we know there's a why, so let's go find out.
Where next, bub?
You guess.
Dew Point Real Estate it is.
The real estate office was closed for lunch. Marty and I went back to the Federal Building. Promptly at 2 o'clock, I phoned through. Yes, the house had been sold. No, they couldn't tell me the buyer's name or the price. Where were Mr. and Mrs. Colon living now? I'm sorry, I have no idea, sir. Nuts. That dumb dame at the other end's as good as 2 men away with the flu.
Why didn't you ask to speak to the boss?
Because right at this moment, the boss is in free flight in an orbit round the moon. Don't you think I'd have talked to the boss if he'd been in? Now, what do we do? Until details of that sale are filed uptown and the deeds start going the rounds, we can't find out a thing.
But for Pete's sake, there must be somebody we can get some information from. What about the lawyers? Don't they sit in on deals like this?
And what do? Ring up every law office in the city and ask them if they handled this deal? You're slipping, Fatso.
Okay. Then how about this? Call in the cops to pick up the Colon couple.
On what charge? Setting fire to haystacks?
Make it murder.
Whose?
Yours. If you don't get off my back.
Oh, quit snarling, the pair of you. Look, what could be simpler than turning up the Dew Point Real Estate Company in a trade directory? Find out the manager's address, drive out to his house, and get the details of the sale.
Okay. You thought of it, you do it. Marty, get a bunch of telephonists ringing the hotels. Every darn one in the capital. And don't overlook the airlines. I got a nasty feeling something's being put over. And I want the Colon couple.
And what are you going to do, oh chief investigator?
Me? I'm going to sit here and let my mouth water. And so I did, for a while. There was a fine, overripe smell about that house deal now, and dead whales are very seldom found in these parts. Pat Frood came back from searching the trade directory. All she got was a wet thumb.
They're not listed, Johnny.
But that's crazy.
Unless they opened up after the directory was compiled.
Yeah, it could be. How are you going, Marty?
We've tried every decent hotel in town.
Wait on. What's the Colon's former resident's phone number?
Oh, it's there in my pad for all the good it'll do.
Depends. You never know your luck in a big city.
If there is anyone there, they won't know where the Colons are.
Hello? Is this Mrs. Colon? It is. Hold the line, please. Well, boss?
I hate smug women. But what could I do? Marty Burke and I were in the car so fast, it's not true, even though it is. 20 minutes later, we reached the scene of the crime. Now remember, leave the talking to me.
You do the talking. I'll do the laughing. You're up a creek, Jack. No kidding.
Oh, hello. You're Mr. Kitch, aren't you?
That's right. Investigation Branch, Federal Department of Taxation and Revenue. This is Marty Burke, my offsider.
Won't you come in, boys?
A pleasure.
Well, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Is your husband home? I think he should be in on this, too.
He's upstairs for a moment. Can't we begin?
Sure. You sold this house a few days ago, ma'am. Is that so?
Why, yes. I got $30,000 for it. Is there any law against that?
I'll let you know if you'll answer me this, ma'am. In less than 3 months, you've sold this house twice and bought it back once. On those transactions, you've lost in all $20,000.
Well, whose money is it?
That, ma'am, is the precise thing I want you to tell me.
Well, the boys in the golf club. Haven't seen you around lately. What about a drink, huh?
We're here on business, Colin.
Yeah?
Didn't your bride tell you we rang? We're T-men, Colin.
What you mean? Oh, everything's okay with my tax return, isn't it? I put it in yesterday, so it's well ahead of the due date.
I couldn't care less about that. What we're here for is to discover why your wife is so darn cheerful at losing 20,000 fish over the buying and selling of this house.
Well, she should care. She lost 20 grand, sure. But she lost it to me on those deals, and what's mine is hers.
That means that between you haven't lost a dime.
That's right.
Well, I guess it's your hobby. Come on, Marty.
Of course, Dew Point Real Estate's had a bad year.
Hey, what do you know about Dew Point? Wait a minute. You. That's the racket, isn't it? You own that company.
Sure. Any law against it? Dew Point lost $20,000 on these deals because the firm owned the house.
I get it. Hubby here gets $20,000 tax-free,
And the firm claims a loss of the same amount.
Which means that it can earn 20 thou to replace its losses and gets that tax-free. What a setup.
Yeah, I thought I was kind of smart myself.
Of course, the thing I like about it is that I can make a profit of 20 grand tax-free, and it's legal. Mind you, Mr. Ketch, if it hadn't been strictly legal, I wouldn't have had a thing to do with it.
Sure. I know how you feel. Tell me, Mrs. Colon, have you filed a current tax declaration claiming a loss of $20,000 on the real estate company?
Well, I most certainly have. But there's not going to be any trouble over it, surely.
From us, no. From the police, yes.
Well, for Pete's sake, why?
Tell them, Marty.
Conspiracy to defraud is an indictable offense.
And any capital lost as the result of a criminal act is not deductible for taxation purposes. Furthermore,
all traceable monies profited as the result of a criminal act are forfeit.
Oh, no. What does that mean?
It means that between you, you've lost 40,000 smackers and your house.
But don't worry about the house. We've a nice big house to take its place. And this'll kill you. We can get it for you tax-free.
The court ruled as I predicted. The Colons were lucky to get away with 2 years each. In all fairness, I should say that I believe they had no criminal intent when they cooked up this scheme. They saw what they believed to be a flaw in taxation law and tried to take advantage of it. Too bad they slipped up. If ever you get a brilliant idea to save on your tax, read the rules pretty carefully. You'll find that most times, where we can't protect the people, the police can. It'd be tough to go to sleep thinking you were on Easy Street and wake up on the rock pile like the Colons. This is a great country. It costs a lot of money to run and to keep running, and that's why we have taxes. Taxes are scaled so that everyone pays a fair share of
costs. You have been listening to T-Men, the true-to-life adventures of men whose job it is to discover and bring to account those citizens who, by concealment, deception, or fraud, evade their lawful taxes. T-Men features Gordon Glenwright as Jack Ketch. The Case of the Jack That House Built was written and directed by Donovan Joyce. All names used in this broadcast were fictitious and bore no relation to any living person. T-Men is a Donovan Joyce production. This is Hawk McGuire speaking.
From Hollywood, Homicide, O'Kane. Homicide, O'Kane.
Listen carefully. I'm dying. But you gotta know this. When you catch him, you'll find blood on the money. That's how you can prove that he killed me. That's how you'll know it was. That's how you'll know it.
When a thief kills for money, several things can happen. He can be caught and arrested and pay for his crime, or he can vanish for a time with his ill-gotten gains. Or, and this you may have trouble believing, he can come back from the dead when the clock strikes 12. Now, that last sounds a little screwy, I know. But ask the men down at headquarters. Ask the boys on my homicide squad. Ask O'Kane about the killer who returned at midnight as the clock struck the hour. Homicide, O'Kane.
We are still trying to trace the party who phoned you, sir.
Well, do a little better than just try, sister. It shouldn't be too difficult to trace that call. Call? Trace what call, O'Kane? Hold it just a second, Lieutenant. Look, babe.
Yes, sir?
Take your cue from the fact that you're talking to the police, and that the guy who phoned in had all the symptoms of a man being murdered. He didn't hang up, so the line's still open. Now, you go on from there.
1 moment, sir.
please.
One moment. Oh, fine.
Well, business is picking up, okay?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Trying to trace a call, eh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
From a guy who had all the symptoms of being murdered. Oh, interesting.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yes, Lieutenant. Is that all you can say? Rather monotonous, I'd say. What's the matter? Little kitty got your tongue? Or is this a private murder where I shouldn't intrude?
It's just that I haven't had time yet to draw you a map, Lieutenant. So you'd understand. But in nice, easy words of assorted syllables, I just had a phone call.
Well, surprise. How jolly.
I don't know. It was from a guy who said he was dying, and he didn't sound like he was kidding.
Oh, fine.
He also said we could prove who killed him by the blood on the money, because it'll be his blood. Isn't that a big help, do you suppose?
Go on, and then?
And then? The guy was dying, Lieutenant, that's all.
Operator,
Yes?
1 minute, please. We are trying to locate your party.
Well, gee, I'm pretty grateful, Grandma.
Sir?
Oh, nothing. It's dandy. It's dandy.
You said it. Blood on the money. Oh, my old brother.
Operator?
Don't give me that operator routine, sweetheart. Just scurry around and find where that call came from. That's all I ask, believe me.
The supervisor of the Bel Air Exchange reports that the party who called you phoned from Bel Air 23619. But now the party doesn't answer.
That I can believe. Look, Bright Eyes, the address. Could you, by any slight mishap, manage to secure that?
The subscriber is listed as the Regger Gorman Brokerage
Oh,
Company.
that's different. That's different.
The address is 3535 South Thurman.
Well, gee, good for you and love and kisses. Good night, little pal. 335 South Thurman, the Regger Gorman Brokerage Company.
Is this where I cheer madly, okay?
This is, Lieutenant, where you can go for a little spin through the city at night. Would you like that, I bet?
What's the inducement?
The inducement? Well, plain hard to get. When you're a lieutenant, you can be choosy.
That's right.
Well, the inducement, Lieutenant, is at the end of the ride. A dead man and stuff. Pretty gruesome, no doubt, to see.
That's nice.
If you think so, you have deplorable taste. Look, Lieutenant, how's for coming along and joining me in a nice long shutter? The Regger Gorman Brokerage Company, the sign there says.
All right. Where's the nice long shutter you promised, okay?
Yes. Dark in there. No watchman on duty, apparently.
Try the door.
Always the realist, huh, Lieutenant?
Well?
Well, what do you know? Not locked. All right, Lieutenant.
What's all right about a door that's not locked?
Well, we can go through and enter the darkness, you know, in search of death.
Well, where's the body?
You just can't wait, can you, Lieutenant? You morbid old morbid you.
Well, I'm not at all fond of wild goose chases.
Only we're not chasing a wild goose, Lieutenant. Remember? It's a dead man we're after. Hey, how about this office here?
All right. How about it?
Let's us go in and find out. That's logical, isn't it? If the guy who had all the symptoms of being murdered didn't phone me from in here, then I'll admit we've drawn a bit of a blank. Throw your flashlight beam over there by that desk.
Okay. Look.
Yikes. Pretty.
You think so, really?
There should be a switch on the wall somewhere near this door. Yeah. It's better. I prefer a bright light in the presence of death, don't you?
Sprawled forward on his desk, the top of his head pretty badly.
Telephone receiver off beside his right hand where it fell when his grip relaxed. I think that we found him all right. The man who phoned in to say he was dying.
He wasn't exaggerating?
No. Yeah, wait a minute.
Well, either the man is dead or he's not dead, okay? And make up your mind.
I'm trying to.
Whoever did this job really meant it.
I think
you
might see if that phone is still working, Lieutenant, and put in a call for an ambulance.
Then he's not...
Tell him to step on it. This is one time when the boys have a real excuse to roll.
Okay, Uncanny.
All right, old man. Just make you a touch more comfortable. Easy now. We don't want to start any more bleeding. Now turn your head. Cushion it so... brother.
Hello, emergency hospital? Lieutenant Williams, a homicide.
Take it easy,
Get
pal.
an ambulance out here.
I know it's not much fun. We'll get you fixed up in a few minutes.
Don't spare the phone.
Just as soon as the doc gets here, and that won't be long.
Roll fast, that's all.
Look, I'll just get you straightened around a little more so you'll rest easy. Oh, fine. Pretty bad, Lieutenant. Did you get a...
Emergency sending an ambulance, but I'm wondering if it won't be a waste
You can
of time.
wonder from me, too. Look.
Let's not.
Take it easy, pal.
You're police?
We're police. We got your call. But never mind trying to talk. Save that for later, chum.
Oh, you got to know.
Now, you better stave your strength.
I'm Gorman.
You're Gorman, but let's not worry about that at the moment.
Gorman, that's one of the names on the outer door. William L. Gorman, one of the owners of Regger Gorman.
Yes, that's it.
What's it?
Rigor.
The other name on the outer door, Rodney Rigor.
That's my partner.
Yeah, we know.
He did it.
Fine. Nice partner.
His eyes are opening.
Rigor.
Better if you don't try to talk, chum. Now, take it.
You can prove it by the blood on the money. My blood. My money.
Hey, now, look. Don't try to get up. Now, take it easy. You're pretty badly hurt.
Kill me for the money.
He looks pretty bad, okay?
Yeah, doesn't look good. See, pulse has dropped off. What's holding him up?
$25,000.
Pulse is gone.
Kill me.
Well, it's a nice, jolly sort of partner to have, this Rodney Rieger. Feeling a little better now, friend?
He's feeling a lot better. Doesn't bother him now.
Passed out?
Not out, but on. I guess you better get on that phone again, Lieutenant, and cancel that call for an ambulance.
Cancel it? Why?
Ambulances are only for the living. You better put in a call for the coroner's service car instead.
Better keep leaning on that doorbell button, okay?
I think that'll do it, Lieutenant, even at 11:15. After all, we're not trying to waken the dead.
How do you know?
Don't be cryptic, Lieutenant. On you, it doesn't look good.
Well, you've already seen an example of Rodney Rieger's work tonight, what he did to his partner. He's also been doing a little homework in there, too.
Always expecting to find bodies. You're gruesome, Lieutenant. Utterly... Oh, getting results at last. Rieger or somebody's awake in there.
Yeah.
Light just came on the hall. I think I heard...
Well, give him the bell again. What is this?
Patient cuss, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, there's somebody come to the door at last, so you can let that high blood pressure simmer down from a neat 4F. Listen.
About time.
Watch it.
Well?
Okay, take it easy.
Wait a minute. You can't come in here. I said that you
I'm
can...
sorry, but we can and have, haven't we, Lieutenant?
We'll cut the clowning, okay, and close that door.
Here we go, throwing our rank around. Yes, sir?
And now?
Who are you?
Headquarters. My badge.
Oh, police.
Yes, police.
What do you want?
I'll ask things. You answer. Who are you?
Mrs. Martin.
Well, of course, that tells us everything. Add a little more.
I'm Mr. Rieger's housekeeper.
What a grim bozo this guy Reeser must be. He doesn't miss anywhere. All right, where is Rieger, or Reeser, whatever his name is? We want a few words with the gentleman.
If you'll wait here, I'll tell him.
I think we'll go...
Wait here. Go on, but tell Rieger not to keep us waiting.
All right. I'll tell him.
And you got the equipment to do it, too, haven't you, baby?
Do I need to tell him that, too?
If he doesn't know it yet, there's no use. A little speed, Cinderella. The coachman awaits.
A large, fat, gray rat, wasn't he?
Yeah. Come to think of it, he was, wasn't he?
You will quote fairy tales, okay?
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why we're standing here with our feet in our mouth while Hatchet Face goes to give Rieger the hot tip he needs a powder.
Eddie and Jen will be around in back of the house by now. No one's going to get very far. In the meantime, to straighten things out in my mind...
Oh, come now, Lieutenant.
And to make sure who's who in this deal, I'm giving him a chance to make the first play.
And quite generous of you, too, I'm sure. And it reminds me I should have tucked an extra handful of .38 caliber police specials in my pocket. If I'd only known of your generous impulses.
All right. Be very funny, okay?
Don't think I was kidding.
Quiet sort of place, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a proverbial tomb. This dump has all the earmarks.
You might recall what I said about waking the dead. Could be.
Oh, Poison and Petticoats and Rieger, too, for that matter, are taking their time about making that play you so generously offered them.
What I was thinking myself.
Well, even the lieutenant can fall in his face. What do we do now? Take big black guns in hand and go for a walk through this sepulcher?
Open that front door. Step out and ring the bell again.
Are you kidding?
Do what I told you. Open the door and reach for that bell button.
Well, maybe someday when we really get to be policemen.
I beg your pardon.
Huh?
Did you ring?
Which crack did you pop out from? No, I didn't ring, but I was just about to. Silly of me, wasn't it?
But I distinctly heard the doorbell a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't come at once.
A few minutes ago, yeah, we did ring then.
Would you mind telling me who you are and how you got into the house?
We're police, little pal.
Oh.
And Mrs. Martin let us in.
Mrs. Martin?
Rieger's housekeeper.
I beg your pardon?
Mrs. Martin, Rieger's housekeeper. She let us in, then went to tell Rieger we're here.
Oh, how very strange.
Is it?
Yes, because there is no Mrs. Martin. The name is quite unfamiliar. In fact, I've never heard of it.
Now look, little man.
No one has ever lived here, you see, except for the master, Mr. Igor. Oh, yes, of course, and me.
And who are you, if you please?
I am Parks.
Oh, I see. Butler and houseman and all that, I take it, huh?
Oh, yes, quite.
And double as a spook after dark, huh? Well, Parks, let's put the social small talk aside and get to the point. We want to see your master right now, and we'll settle the Mrs. Martin matter later.
Oh, I'm afraid you can't see Mr. Igor, sir. But if I may say so, I'm very glad to see you.
Now, what kind of a line is that?
Line, sir?
What do you mean you're glad to see us? Are you kidding?
Oh, that. Yes, of course. Yes, you see, I was just about to phone for the police, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. What kind of a gag's coming up?
Trying to cover a getaway attempt by your boss?
Yes, sir, wait.
We want him for murder. Don't give us that just about for phone for the police stuff.
Oh, I see. Well, then...
Well, then what?
Perhaps you'll understand better if you'll just step this way into the master's study where it happened, you see. Just this way, if you please. In here, gentlemen. If you look at the rug there by the desk, you'll see what I mean.
Oh, fine.
Nice big pool of blood soaking into the very nice rug.
Well, what do you know? The scene has been set for the exit of Rodney Rieger. We make like the guy's been murdered. Something new has been added.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind that. Where's Rieger?
I don't know, sir.
Where'd that blood come from?
I don't know, sir.
I think you better scratch your memory, little friend, and start in to know. Something, believe me, is very much askew. You check with me, Lieutenant?
For my money, this whole setup smells to the skies. We come here to pick up Rieger for killing his partner.
The master.
A Mrs. Martin, who says she's the housekeeper, lets us in, then disappears. Then our ghostly little pal here creeps out from behind the mopboard and says he's the butler.
And that there is no Mrs. Martin.
And then we're brought here to gaze upon a shiny new pool of blood, about which nothing is known.
Parks?
Oh, yes, sir.
Look at me, Parks.
I am, sir.
Look into my eyes, little man, and read what they promise. And then, having done that, start in to talk.
Oh, sir.
Parks?
Yes.
Oh, first place, whose blood is that on the floor?
Well, now, it could be the master's.
I see. It could be the master's. What's the matter? Don't you like to look at it? Why do you keep turning away?
Look, fella. Talk.
Well, now just
what do you know about that blood?
Only this, sir. The master.
Rieger?
Yes, sir. The master retired to his study here this evening. At 10, his usual custom, to read.
Go on.
Well, a few moments ago at 11, as he always does, he rang for me. He likes a little refreshment, you know, biscuits, a cup of coffee.
Keep on talking, Parks.
Yes, I had his tray already prepared, sir. So when he rang, I brought it in at once. But when I entered the study...
Well?
He wasn't here, sir. There was no one here. Nothing but that. Blood on the rug.
You searched the house?
Oh, yes, sir, at once. But Mr. Rieger apparently has vanished.
Wonderful. Mr. Rieger apparently has vanished.
Yes, it is.
But it isn't enough.
Oh, I know. I'm very sorry.
And, of course, that helps.
Yes, doesn't it? Wait a minute. What's this on the floor by the end of the desk? Empty briefcase. Rieger's?
Oh, I hardly think so, sir. I've never seen it before.
Initials in gold stamped on the flap. WLG.
Hey, William L. Gorman, Rieger's partner. Anything in it, Lieutenant?
There's some strips of paper. Saw at the bank's fastened around bundle. $1,000 marked on this one. There's another. And another.
Keep on looking, Lieutenant, and you'll probably find enough to total $25,000, for which Rieger killed his partner tonight.
Oh, now, sir.
What's the matter, Parks? Surprise? That's right. $25,000, real Fulton money that he took from his partner after a nice choice bit of murder. $25,000, Parksy, huh? Nice. Men have killed for less or gotten themselves killed, if you know what I mean.
Yes, sir.
Or in order to acquire which have doped out a smart way to vanish.
Well, then I presume, sir, this means you're going to arrest me?
Arrest you? Why? Why should I arrest you, Parks? You name the charge.
For murdering Mr. Rieger. For the money you say he stole from Mr. Gorman tonight. That, is what you meant, isn't it?
We'll talk about murder when we got a body to prove it. First, we got to find the body somewhere in this house. When the body's been found, then we'll talk about murder. I'm sure you see what I mean.
Any luck, Cocaine?
Not yet, Lieutenant, which is odd.
Not too easy to explain. Hiding a body isn't the simplest job.
Two bodies, not one.
Rieger.
And Mrs. Martin, remember?
Well, the answer might be there aren't any bodies at all. Except that blood.
We're going to have to convince little Parksy here that it is smarter to talk.
I'm very sorry, gentlemen, but
I know you don't know anything. Let's take him back into the study here. Hey, who closed this door?
Yeah, it was open when we left here.
You're telling me? Open it, okay.
Okay. Come in. Who turned out the light in here?
Fine. The three of us in this house, alone.
Except we've got company. Who goes around ahead of us closing doors and turning out the lights?
Now, if I may say so, sir.
Now, Parksy, don't tell us this house is haunted.
Oh, no, sir. But several times as we went from room to room, I thought...
Well, good for you. You thought what?
I thought I heard footsteps.
You're not alone in that thought, little chum.
I heard him, too. Thought it was my imagination.
Sort of letting your imagination run on ahead of you, huh? Well, let's get these lights on. We'll have... What's the matter?
Listen. Keep still for a moment.
This joint still makes me think of a tune.
Oh, it is quiet, isn't it?
Shut up. Nothing but the ticking of the clock.
Oh, yes, the clock is.
Don't you hear it? I noticed a big grandfather's clock against the wall behind the desk.
Oh, yes. Tick of the clock.
Cut that out, Parksy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really wasn't amused.
It's incredible that you could be. If you do think of something funny, please tell me. Say, Lieutenant.
Well?
Turn the lights on?
Just a moment more, okay? There's something very strange going on around here.
I heard something toward the rear of the house.
Sound like what, for example? Don't start that. What kind of a sound?
Well, it was like a man getting ready to scream. Yes, I thought so.
Oh, you did?
Yes, strange, isn't it? Perhaps a coincidence.
Coincidence doesn't make a noise like that. Get some lights turned on and let's move fast. I want the man who made that noise.
I think in that room.
This door here?
Yes, Mrs. Martin's room.
I thought you said there wasn't any Mrs. Martin, Parksy.
Oh, did I? Oh, I must have forgotten. That's funny. Yeah.
Very. Well, let's go in there, whoever that man was who yelled like that.
Let's go.
Mrs. Martin's room, eh?
Over there.
I see.
Mrs. Martin has come back.
Her body stuffed into that trunk.
Alive, O'Kane?
I hardly think it's possible. No.
Dead for some time.
Probably since the time she disappeared just after she let us in.
Unpleasantly dead, like Rigger's partner.
Bloodstained hammer in there with her.
Just like the way that Gorman died. Rigger has a weakness for beating in heads.
That doesn't tell us who screamed, not Mrs. Martin.
Well, whoever lifted the lid of that trunk was the one who...
You see something?
The door of that closet just moved a very trifle.
That's all I wanted to know. All right, baby. Come out of there and come reach it. Well.
Okay. I ain't mad at nobody.
Well, look who's among us.
Yeah, and please you could turn the heaters away because, believe me, it's true. I ain't done nothing that's harmful.
Well, Cheetah.
Yeah?
Our second-story acquaintance of long standing.
Yeah.
Cheetah, the gentleman intruder who takes things as he finds them, huh?
Oh, I ain't really bad. Just because I snitch a few knickknacks in me time. At heart, I am, really.
Oh, shut up.
Cheetah the burglar, just a big playboy at heart, huh?
Yeah.
What are you doing in this house?
That, Lieutenant, I have been asking myself to no avail.
It was you who yelled?
Well, yeah.
Why?
Because I was most unhappy, you see.
Why unhappy, Cheetah?
Did it ever happen to you? Opening a trunk in a dark room and putting in a hand, by way of no harm, to see what can be found?
No.
And having that hand come in contact, you might say, with a very dead face. What would you do?
What did you do?
I yelled.
Did you kill her?
Me that wouldn't harm even a itsy-bitsy wee fly? Oh, you know me, O'Kane.
How long you been in this house, Cheetah?
Too long. Maybe a couple of hours. I'm kept so busy on the dodge with people going around. Where's the profit? In fact, I am happy you found me. This is one house where I will never return to my professional capacity.
Right, but I know another house where you will.
You mean the big?
Yes, up the river.
Well, at least they got no dead women in trunks. In fact, they got no women at all, so it is consequently peaceful. I can set out my jolt in a breeze.
You'll get a chance to try, huh? Fine.
You may think so.
You shut up. There are more important things at the moment. Mrs. Martin murdered in spite of the fact that Parks here stated there was no Mrs. Martin. Another killing in the study. Rieger himself, probably. What do you make of it, O'Kane?
Let's go back to that study. I think that the key to the mystery is there.
In that pool of blood?
Well, in blood.
All right, O'Kane. If blood's going to tell us something, let's go.
You think I'm kidding? That pool of blood, for instance.
Here goes Sherlock. Get ready to be amazed.
Where's the man who lost that blood? He wouldn't walk far.
He didn't walk at all. If he had, there'd be a trail of blood drops on the carpet.
Well, he didn't fly.
And he didn't vanish in thin air.
Which means he was carried.
Carried where?
That's the question, Lieutenant. Boxy, old boy, who all was in this house at 11 o'clock when Rieger rang for you and you came into the study to find this here?
Well, now, I was in the house, sir, of course, and Mrs. Martin.
Let's skip Mrs. Martin, whom you once denied, and just look at you.
Yes.
You don't mind?
Oh, not at all, sir.
Oh, get on with it, O'Kane. Let's hear blood tell us something more.
Some of the blood that'll talk isn't here at the moment. Gorman's blood on that money for which Rieger killed him. When we got that marked money, we'll know plenty.
And proof, as Gorman said over the phone, that Rieger had killed him.
Proof of more than that. Those bloodstained bills are also the key to what happened in this study tonight. We got the man with the money. We got a man who burns.
I beg your pardon, O'Kane.
What are you talking about? Why?
Did I hear you say something about bloodstained money, I'm afraid?
You did.
And when you found the man who's got it, he is, you might say, sort of out of luck. I mistrust.
What are you getting at, cheater?
In the course of my professional endeavors tonight, well, you might say I ran across could this to be the money you mean?
Where'd you get that wad of bills, cheater?
Oh, there's more, Lieutenant. Look.
Oh, brother.
And more.
Wonderful.
And at last, a mere little handful of $100 bills. The first C's I ever did see. And we part with reluctance. You think I'm kidding?
I don't know if there's 25,000 here, Lieutenant. There could be. I do know that most of these bills are bloodstained, though.
Gorman's money, for which he was killed.
And for which other people have died tonight. Mrs. Martin, for instance.
Rodney Rieger's himself.
Where'd you find this money, cheater?
You might say purely by accident. I bounce into a room where I find a nice suitcase, all packed, but not yet locked. So it comes open all at once.
Yeah.
I hardly even look at it, but it does. And under the nice shirts, I find the dough.
What room, Chester? Or cheater?
Near the back of the house, where the servants live, I figure it. I would say...
Yeah?
Was I asked to express an opinion?
Yeah.
Well, it could be a room of this butler chump. It had them kind of clothes in the closet. He was gonna make a trip.
So blood speaks again, huh, Lieutenant?
Well, it's been apparent all along that Parks has been our man.
That's right, but there are other things still not apparent. All right, Parksy, on you handcuffs will look quite handsome. Hold out your hand.
No, I won't have it. No, you won't have it. No.
Now, don't turn away from the very nice policeman's chump, or I will strike you again.
Well, cheater, much obliged to you.
Well, that I know is something you like to do for yourself, O'Kane. And I didn't like to spoil you taking a swing at his puss. But I was closest. And besides, I'm trying to be a very good boy.
Over here, Parks. You know the handcuffs. Come on.
You are arresting me for the murder of Mr. Rieger.
Murder? Yes, Parksy.
Well, then, I'm very sorry, but you're making a mistake.
Oh, so? How'd you come to that conclusion, my little pale-faced friend?
By your own statement, sir. There can be no murder charge unless the murder can be proved. Now, where is the master's body to prove that I killed him?
Oh, he gets technical, O'Kane.
Yeah, and that'll save his neck, of course. There is the matter of the body. Would any of you like to see the body of the murdered man?
Are you kidding, O'Kane?
Not especially. I know where it is.
All right, produce it.
Parksy, according to your story, when your buzzer sounded tonight at 11 to order Rieger's coffee and biscuits, the man who pressed that buzzer button died. Disappeared. I think if that buzzer is sounded again, he'll return.
So I'm nuts.
Tell me, Parksy, what is the signal for the butler in this house?
Twice, sir.
What was the last time at night when Rieger usually sounded for you?
At midnight, sir. When he was ready to retire for the night.
That was my guess, and midnight is only a few seconds away. Parksy, stand there by the desk with your finger on that button. When I tell you, press twice.
Oh, now,
this
sir,
is a gun in my hand, little pal. Hey, the rest of you come over by the clock so we can watch the time.
Shakespeare O'Kane, always dramatic. All right.
Right over here. It's a few seconds to midnight. When the clock starts to strike, ring twice for the butler and let's see who comes in.
O'Kane, are you crazy?
Not very. Get ready, Parksy. All right, ring for the butler. Press that button.
Yes, sir.
And now...
Why are you opening the case of that grandfather's clock? Oh, I see.
He rang for the butler, and here he is.
Another dead person stuffed in the big clock.
Fine. So that's where Rieger's body was hidden.
Not Rieger. The old routine was still followed tonight. The master pressed the buzzer. The servant appeared.
How do you know? They're as alike as two peas.
Like master, like man. I read that somewhere. They say it happens after years together. And a little makeup can help. Look at the makeup on the man by the desk since he started to sweat.
To make his getaway with the money he stole from his partner, Rieger planned this method of disappearance?
To assume the identity of his butler to make his getaway easier.
But Mrs. Martin...
She knew the butler and Rieger both, of course, and had to be silent.
Yes, but...
More questions, Lieutenant?
How did you know the butler's body was hidden in the big grandfather's clock?
Okay, now listen. For the last time tonight, blood speaks. Listen to the tick of the clock.
Well?
I wondered about that when I first heard it.
Why?
Because it can't be ticking. It's the dripping of blood. That clock doesn't tick. It's electric.
The story of the killer who returned from the dead as the clock struck the hour brought you the voices of John Heaston as O'Kane and Richard LeGrand as Lieutenant Williams. You heard Howard McNear as the killer, Sarah Selby as Mrs. Martin, Harry Lang as Cheater, and Grace Holtby as the telephone operator. The musical direction by Lou Brink. Walter Arnold speaking. Homicide O'Kane comes to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
Presenting The Whisperer, starring Carlton Young. The Whisperer, a brilliant man who, losing his voice in an accident which crushed his vocal cords, worked his way deep within the crime syndicate to help destroy it from within. To the underworld, his familiar rattling hiss is the voice of authority, to be obeyed without question. Then a miracle of surgery performed by Dr. Benjamin Lee restored his natural voice, enabling him to resume his real identity. Now, as Philip Galt, aggressive young attorney, he skirts the thin edge of death, living his dual role. For as the Whisperer, he sets in motion the forces of the syndicate in Central City. Then, as Philip Galt, uses his knowledge to fight the organized network of crime which seeks to control the fate of millions in cities and towns across the nation. Now, in Philip Galt's oak-paneled law office, we find him at the telephone, speaking in the voice of the Whisperer, making his report to a superior in the syndicate in New York.
Hello, New York. Jordan given instructions. Will advise later.
Aha!
Aha yourself. What's in that pretty head of yours?
Brains. I just figured out something.
Yeah, what?
Well, under ordinary circumstances, when you give out with that horrible voice of your alter egos, you instruct someone to kill someone else.
And?
And then you have to break your neck to stop the killing you started in the first place.
In the second place, sweetheart, the syndicate starts it.
Well, anyway, our whole evening is ruined.
Okay, so...
So, tonight I notice you didn't give instructions to have anybody killed. Ergo, that means you don't have to involve yourself in that horrible syndicate business. And you can devote your full attention to paying attention to me.
But, Ellen...
Yes?
It'll be a pleasure.
Oh, no.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, you agree with me.
Well, don't I always?
Well, you've got that backwards. It's not don't you always. It's you always don't.
You know what I was thinking?
Should I know?
A place where we can have a nice, leisurely dinner. Look soulfully into each other's eyes over coffee with soft music in the background. And then emerge into the evening in search of entertainment.
Honest, Phil? No, No syndicate business at all?
Well, nothing pressing.
Well...
Now, relax, sweetheart. You won't be able to digest your food properly if you don't.
It's been so long. So long.
Since we had an evening like this?
Uh-huh. Every second I think something's going to come along and spoil it.
Nothing can. Only, this thing tonight with Jordan, why would the syndicate be interested in buying out a fighter's contract?
I don't know, and I don't want to think about it. Look at that woman's hat over there.
Lovely. Of course, it's the fight game, and fighting's been a source of income for gamblers, touts, and fixers almost since boxing took up the Marquis of Queensberry rules.
It isn't lovely. It's monstrous.
What is?
That hat. You haven't been listening to me.
Every word. Now, as soon as you put away that lipstick, we can sally forth and find us some entertainment.
Any idea what kind? There's a show at the Circle that got wonderful reviews.
As a matter of fact, I have an idea.
Wonderful, darling. Don't tell me. Let it be a surprise.
This last round may have a knockout in it because Sullivan's knees are buckling. And there it comes, a hard left to the middle. An uppercut that snaps Sullivan's head. Oh, this battling Abbey is dynamite. Sullivan is groggy, his eyes are glassy, and I think, yes, the referee is stopping the fight. It's a TKO for battling Abbey in the sixth round.
I was looking for a surprise. You did it again.
This is entertainment, sweetheart. This kid Noonan is an up-and-coming youngster. Well, I thought you liked the fight.
So do you, if it fits in with your plans.
I didn't have any plans. Now, you sit tight. This won't take but 5 minutes.
What won't? Phil Galt, where are you going?
Back to the dressing rooms. I want to speak to Kid Noonan's manager.
Oh.
Understand? And I don't want you pushing so much tonight. This boy is a counterboxer. He doesn't lead. He waits for you to open up and then he counters. Yeah, what is it?
My name is Gall. I'd like to talk to you, Corky.
No, not now. What kind of brains you got, Gall? The kid's going out there in a few minutes.
Sorry, I didn't know you were giving him last-minute instructions.
Well, I'm all through with him anyway. Keep those muscles rippling. Over here, Gall. We can talk for a couple minutes anyway.
Okay. Nice boy.
Yeah, he's coming. Not up there yet, but a comer. If I can get him fights.
Yeah? Why can't you?
Gangsters are trying to take over the fight game, Sonny. Lay down, kid. Relax.
Gangsters?
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with your face looking like it had an argument with a buzzsaw?
You're not so dumb, Galt.
Oh. But I don't understand why anybody beat you up.
Better you don't understand. Look, what can I do for you?
Well, I was wondering if Kid Noonan's up for sale.
You too.
Me too what?
Wanting to buy the kid.
Oh. Who else wanted to buy him?
The guy who wouldn't take no for an answer and then gave me this going over.
But it was still no?
Yeah, to him and to you. The kid is my boy, and I'm keeping him. If I can figure a way to get him some fights.
You don't know this gangster?
No.
He called himself by some name, didn't he?
Smitty. That tell you anything? You're like a fighter with both eyes closed, in there swinging against the champ. This Smitty said he was representing someone else. A certain group is the way he put it. But I know who that certain group is.
These gangsters?
The syndicate, Sonny. They've been trying to buy their way into the fight game for months.
Oh. To rig the betting, things like that?
You're getting the idea. Control. Who wins what fight? Who gets the big build-up for champ?
And they're forcing you to sell by making it tough for you to get fights.
Sure, if I can't get fights for my boy, what good is he to me? I might as well sell him.
How do they go about keeping you from getting matches?
Look, getting the right fights arranged for your boy ain't easy in the first place. You gotta pick your spots. See that he comes along gradually, doesn't get in over his head. But my boy happens to have a good right hand. And a lot of fighters don't want to get in the ring with him.
But you just said...
That's just part of it, Sonny. To get a match, I gotta go through a promoter. Somebody who hires the hall, arranges for the promotion, selling tickets, publicity. Well, I'm having trouble with the promoters lately, too.
You mean the promoters are playing along with this syndicate you mentioned?
Maybe playing along, maybe being forced to play along.
Have you taken this up with the boxing commissioners?
Oh, what's the use? What are they going to do about it? Look, I got to take my boy out there now. This may be his last fight for a long time.
Suppose I take it up with the boxing commission.
You? Go ahead. Fella by the name of Jordan's your best bet.
Jordan?
Yeah, you know.
I might. And I might, as a lawyer, be able to get Kid Noonan some fights.
Well, you can try. I'll give you a list of the boys I'd like to match him with. If you do...
If I do?
I'll buy your tickets to the kid's fights for the next 10 years. Another left. Another from Kid Noonan. What a sweetheart of a fighter with dynamite in his right hand. And Lefty Johnson's got a lot of respect for it. There's the end of the first round, folks. Here's a word about Whetstone.
Nice shoulders on Kid Noonan.
Seems to have a lot of promise, doesn't he?
He can promise me something any old time.
You know, it'd be a shame if his future in boxing were suddenly cut off, wouldn't it?
You mean the syndicate?
Mm-hmm. The kid's in the middle, like between the frying pan and the fire.
Why?
Because if Corky won't sell his contract, the kid won't be able to get any fights. And if the syndicate does buy him, it'll be for their own purposes. Fixed fights, phonies, gambling coups. Nice, huh?
Well, what can you do about it, sir?
I can stick my nose in and smell around anyway. Now, here comes the second round.
It's the second round. They come out of their corners, meet in the center. Oh, it's brother. Kid Noonan is going to fool around this time. There's a slashing left. Now that right crosses over. Lefty's on the rope, hanging on. Now it's a cinch now. He's got all the time in the world. There it is. Lefty Johnson's down. A short right. It didn't travel 8 inches. As we pick up the count, it's 6, 7, 8, 9, and out.
Let's go, Ellen. I want to see someone.
Syndicate business.
No, my own. I want to find out about a man named Jordan who's on the boxing commission and how the syndicate goes about keeping Kid Noonan from getting fights. Ellen.
Uh-huh.
This fellow Jordan I called up when I used the Whisperer's voice to give instructions.
What about him?
Corky Ballou told me the man to see on the boxing commission is named Jordan, too.
Oh? The same one?
Could be. I don't know. Press in that cigarette lighter, will you, sweetheart?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, what?
It'll set off another one of your gadgets.
No, I just want a cigarette. Here, take one out of my jacket pocket and light it for me, will you?
All right.
No.
What?
Not that case. Put it back. There's an open package of cigarettes in my pocket.
What's the matter with the case?
Ellen.
What?
Don't press that catch. The case is loaded.
Loaded? With what?
Enough explosive to blow this car to Kingdom Come. Now put it back in my pocket.
Phil Galt. Is this another gadget of yours?
A kind of deadly gadget, Ellen. Now just slip it back. Easy. That's fine. Thanks.
What do you expect to do with it?
Well, you can never tell when a situation will come up that demands a little subtlety.
Subtlety? With a miniature atom bomb in your pocket? Here, your cigarette.
Thanks.
Deliver me from a slap happy gadgeteer.
I'll deliver you right to our destination. And here we are. And please don't divert Mr. Jordan's attention while I'm talking to him.
Divert his attention?
By being so ravishing.
Sir, and you, Miss Norris, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure for me just to look at such a beautiful home, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you.
Being a boxing commissioner must be a good job.
Oh, no, Miss Norris. It's an honorary job. No fee involved at all. I've been lucky in life, Miss Norris.
Oh? You picked the right father? Left you this beautiful house?
Mr. Galt, she's priceless.
And that's what I keep telling her. I can't pay her what she's worth.
Now, tell me, will you have a drink? Scotch, bourbon?
No, thanks.
Not for me.
Well, I'm going to mix one for myself, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly.
Well?
It's him.
The Jordan?
I recognize his voice. The one I spoke to on the phone.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Galt?
Well, frankly, Mr. Jordan, I'm here on serious business. Business that you might not like. I'm an attorney.
Oh?
I have a client who thinks he's being damaged.
Well, have I damaged him?
Indirectly, perhaps. That's what I'm here to find out. My client's name is Corky Ballou.
Oh, the fight manager. Yes, he manages a boy called
Kid Noonan.
Yes, Kid Noonan, a good fighter, likely to go places.
That's just it, Mr. Jordan. He's not likely to go places at all. Corky can't get a fight for him.
No?
This one tonight was the last he could arrange.
Well, that's odd. The other fighter's afraid of him?
Perhaps. And perhaps it's that no promoter wants to arrange a fight for him. Mr. Jordan, I think it's possible I may be able to find some kind of monopolistic policy which the courts would frown on.
Well, that's an odd thought.
Well, I don't know why it's odd. There are monopolies in commerce and industry. Why can't there be monopolies in boxing?
Well, I'm not a lawyer.
I am. I wanted to ask you why Kid Noonan can't get any fights in this town.
Well, frankly, Mr. Galt, I don't know.
I see.
However, I'll look into it if I may.
Certainly.
And I'll call you in the morning, Mr. Galt. Good evening, Miss Norris.
Goodbye.
It was a pleasure meeting you.
Still, I don't believe it.
Believe what?
That Mr. Jordan is mixed up in any way with the syndicate.
He's the Jordan I gave instructions to. He's the one who told someone by the name of Smitty to buy Kid Noonan's contract from Corky Ballou. And when Corky wouldn't sell, Smitty gave him a terrible beating.
Smitty. He must be one of the syndicate's hired killers from out of town.
Uh-huh. Sent here to work on this job with Jordan.
But Mr. Jordan is so cultured, so refined.
Yes. Come on in with me.
Where, this drugstore?
Yeah, I want to make a phone call to New York. Ellen,
It's about time you got through. I
think you can fit in here with me?
Why, Phil Galt. I'd love to try. What is it?
I just got my instructions from New York. I want you to hear me pass them on. Nice, refined Mr. Jordan. That's how much you can take a woman's intuition.
Hello? Jordan. Yes. New instructions. Corky Ballou will be at his training camp at Rosedale Lake tomorrow. Rosedale Lake tomorrow. Instructions?
You are listening to The Whisperer, the story of Philip Galt, who skirts the thin edges of danger, living his dual role. After failing in their plan to buy Kid Noonan's contract from his manager, Corky Ballou, the syndicate has instructed The Whisperer to pass on the orders for Corky's death. Now, Philip Galt, alias The Whisperer, must prevent this murder and still retain the secret of his double identity.
Come in for a minute, Phil.
Thanks.
And so quiet all the way here.
Well, I've been quiet. I've been thinking, Ellen.
I can see where that would take up your whole attention.
Seriously, we're in it now.
We? You're the one who always puts us in it, passing along those horrible instructions.
Mm-hmm, and I'm right back at the starting point. Jordan will tell this Smitty to kill Corky Ballou. But who is Smitty? What does he look like?
It's always the same, Phil.
Yes, but in this case, we've got a lead.
Rosedale Lake.
That's right. Training camp for Corky's fighters. He'll probably get back there late tonight or early tomorrow. And Jordan will have passed on his information to Smitty. It's too bad you have to work tomorrow.
Who said I have to? Dr. Lee's in Philadelphia, a medical convention. And the office is closed for 2 whole days.
Oh. Oh, it's a long, grueling trip, and
I love a trip. And Phil?
Huh?
Jordan is slimy. I don't just plain old hate him. I loathe him.
I know what you mean. But don't let your emotions carry you away.
Something I wish would happen to you.
What?
Here you take me out for an evening, drive me home. I invite you in, and what do? Make love to me? Tell me what your emotions are doing to you? No.
Come here.
No, thanks.
Come here.
No.
I said come here.
Well, if you put it like that.
The syndicate works in many ways, and this was a new one even to Phil Galt, alias The Whisperer. With their ramified network operating at top efficiency, they are trying to gain control of a large block of the fighting interest throughout the nation, with one tentacle of the giant octopus reaching into Central City. After Phil had said goodnight to Ellen, he drove back to his apartment, trying to figure out how he could put a stop to the syndicate's plans. Towards morning, he fell into a restless sleep, and...
Hello.
Hello, Galt.
It's speaking.
Oh, did I awaken you?
Yes, you did, Jordan. What time is it?
It's 8:30. A good attorney should be out of bed and in his office by this time.
Who said I was good?
I'm leaving on a little trip, Galt, and I've got some information for you if you'd like to drop by my office.
Sure.
Could you make it in about half an hour?
Right.
Simple matter after all, Galt. There's always an explanation for everything.
You're referring to Kid Noonan?
Yes, that's right. The answer is that there are only 2 or 3 fighters who will take a chance with him in the ring.
Just a moment. I have a list somewhere in my pocket. Corky Ballou gave it to me. Here it is.
Now, may I see it?
Certainly. Those are the fighters Corky'd like to have Kid Noonan fight.
And none of them are available.
Well, I was quick checking you did, Jordan.
Huh? Oh, well, it's my business, Galt. When I undertook to become a member of the commission, I decided I'd do the best job I could for the best interests of boxing.
I wish more of our public servants had that kind of outlook.
Yes. I spoke to 2 promoters this morning. Both of them have a peculiar attitude about Kid Noonan.
Oh? What's that?
They don't want to do business with Corky Ballou.
Any particular reason?
They both said he was difficult to deal with, and they just as soon fill their cards with fighters not managed by him.
So there are 2 reasons why Kid Noonan won't be able to get fights. No fighters available, And the promoters won't play with Corky. That's a double squeeze, Jordan.
Well, there you have it, Galt. If Corky wants to fight with the champ...
Corky says the kid's not ready for the champ yet.
Then there's nothing else I can tell you. As you can see, there is no indication of a blackball or, how did you say it, monopolistic practices.
It's a pretty quick whitewash, Jordan. But thanks for the promptness anyway.
Not at all.
It's about time you came out.
Ellen, what are you doing here?
I called you at home. You weren't there. I thought you'd left for Rosedale Lake without me, and I was furious. And then I suspected you'd be calling on Jordan, and I looked up his business address, and, well, here I am.
So I see. Ellen, this is going to be dangerous.
I'm going.
It's getting more and more complicated, and if I don't spot Smitty, I don't know how to stop this thing. But I did make a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
No, not to the syndicate. To a friend of yours.
Mine?
Well, he was much more attracted to you than he was to me. Tommy Farrell, the reporter. You remember him.
Oh, you're not mixing him up in this, Phil.
There are two problems we have, sweetheart.
Let's get started. It's a long drive.
Okay.
Two problems, you said. I know one, to save Corky Baloo from the Smitty.
That's right. And the second is, what's to become of Kid Noonan? How's he going to get fights? Because even if we succeed in saving Corky, the syndicate doesn't forget. And the syndicate won't give up its plans to get their hands on Kid Noonan's contract.
So you called Tommy Farrell?
Publicity, sweetheart. If the papers make enough noise about a fighter not being allowed to fight, then the syndicate won't press. They can't. The way they operate, it's always got to be undercover.
Well, what's Tommy going to do?
First, he wants to make sure what I told him is the truth. He's flying up to Rosedale Lake this afternoon.
Flying?
Now, one of his pals lends him his helicopter whenever he needs it.
Oh, beats driving, doesn't it?
Well, aren't you enjoying the drive?
Yes, Bill. It's what we're driving towards that I'm not enjoying. Oh, it's beautiful, Phil. Look at the sun sparkle on the water. And the air so clean.
There's the hotel. We'll drive around the back.
There's a boxing ring, Phil.
Punching bags, equipment. Nobody's here, though. Say, how about some lunch in the hotel, and then we'll look up Corky?
Well, maybe he's not here.
He'll be here, sweetheart. The syndicate doesn't make mistakes. And they said he'd be here. Showing up yet, Ellen? Finished with your lunch?
All finished.
Let's go, then. We'll ask around. Corky's the kind of a guy I think wouldn't pass up lunch.
Tommy! Tommy!
Farrell, where is he? Oh.
Hi, kids.
Oh, just get in?
Uh-huh. Why, don't you look like the cat that ate the canary?
Me?
You?
It wasn't canary. It was chicken fricassee. And very good, too. Both helpings.
For lunch?
With Phil, I never know if I'll eat dinner at a reasonable hour.
Or if you'll eat it all, from what I can gather. Well, what's the gizmo with Corky Baloo? If things are so urgent, what are you hanging around here for?
Where should I hang around?
This bungalow.
Bungalow? Doesn't he live here in the hotel?
Of course not. Oh, I forgot you wouldn't know. Me, I've been up here so many times, the woods are like little brothers to me.
We better hurry.
Suppose you hurry, Phil. I'll go down to the lake with Ellen.
Fine. Just what I was going to suggest.
Oh, no, you're not getting away like that, Phil Galt. We're coming along. Besides, Tommy has to show you the way.
Well, then let's go. You didn't see Corky last night, Farrell? His face was a mess. Good going over because he wouldn't sell the kid. Now I'm afraid the ones who want to buy aren't going to stop with a beating.
The syndicate?
That's right. Ellen, you all right?
All right.
Aren't we near his place, Farrell?
Pretty close. They're moving into the boxing racket, huh?
Already moved in.
Yeah, I kind of smell that here and there.
Smell will get worse. The only thing that can help is publicity. Lots of it.
Well, I'm your boy. Oh, through that brush over there.
No. That it?
Right. Now, there are a couple of more bungalows farther on, but this is the one Corky uses himself.
I don't see any signs of him.
Yeah, let's go in. We can see if he's around.
Right.
Come in. Come in.
Phil, a gun.
Uh-huh.
Well, I said come in.
I never thought I'd be able to do it. He took his eyes off me. He didn't know I had a gun. I got it late last night.
Take it easy, Corky.
Yeah, take it easy. What was going on?
Hey,
Here, sit down.
He was going to take me to the lake and shoot me
Nice business.
because I wouldn't sell Kid's contract.
Yeah, looks like you tagged another story for me, Galt.
Yeah. Look, Corky, you haven't got a thing to worry about. I knew it was coming. That's why I came up here.
How did you know, Galt?
Huh?
Put up your hands. You, Corky, drop the gun.
So, this was the little trip you mentioned, Jordan.
Yes, that's right. What are you doing here, Galt?
Well, Corky's my client, remember?
Yes. And how did you know what was going to happen?
It wasn't hard to figure, Jordan. Not after the beating Corky took yesterday.
It's beginning to look to me like you knew quite a bit of the deal. Perhaps you were in on the whole thing, Galt.
Oh?
I've been investigating. Someone wanted to buy you out, Corky. Didn't Smitty tell you he was representing someone else?
That's right.
Maybe it was Galt here.
He did say something about...
There, you see? You never know who you can trust, Corky. Now, wouldn't you say that if the tables were turned and Galt had this gun, he'd shoot all of us?
I don't think so, Jordan.
I seem to remember your face. Who are you?
Tommy Farrell.
Oh, yes, a newspaper man.
A newspaper man who knows a story when he sees it, Jordan. How did you know this gunman here?
I didn't know him.
You knew his name?
Oh, did I? It must have slipped out.
So you can drop the act, Jordan. We all know what you are and who you work for.
Now, that's a shame, especially for Miss Norris here. I'd really grown quite fond of her. She has an unusual wit. It touches a responsive chord in me. All right, now stand up, Corky.
Sure.
Take your hands out of your pocket, Galt.
I was just going for a cigarette. Do you mind?
Well, you won't need it.
Oh, come now, Jordan. The condemned man is always granted a last request.
Certainly, Mr. Galt. Pass them around if you like.
Of course, sweetheart. I've one for you, too. The catch on this cigarette case is sometimes hard to release.
Bill, no.
What is it?
That case, it's explosive. There's enough dynamite in there. Bill, don't press that case.
What's the difference? Dynamite or Jordan's gun? I might just as well press this.
Here, okay, drop it. Coming still up.
Corky, you...
I shot him.
A good job, too, Corky. He's dead.
That's twice. Bill.
What, sweetheart?
You were going to press that catch and blow us all to smithereens. You were going to, I know.
Of course, sweetheart. You never can tell what a woman will scream at, pal. Let this be a lesson to you.
It wasn't loaded.
With cigarettes?
You tricked me.
Uh-huh.
You knew I'd be frightened.
Yes, dear, and raise a commotion in case I needed one. Corky.
I never even shot a gun before today. The police, what'll they do?
Nothing. It was self-defense, Corky.
Yeah. Oh, I'll call them.
Corky, are you coming into Central City soon?
Tonight.
How about driving my car down for me? I want to find out what a helicopter ride is like.
Well, they won't be able to keep Kid Noonan from getting fights now. Not when every newspaper in the country exposes the syndicate moving in on a boxing game.
That's what I thought. You newspapermen have your points after all.
I always thought so, too.
It ought to be real nice up here in the clouds, if there are only two of us.
Oh, don't be bashful, Phil. Anything you want to tell me, you can say in front of Ellen.
Getting a little airsick, Galt? Be glad to drop you off anywhere.
No, feel fine.
We have a spare parachute.
I wouldn't think of taking a spare, Phil. Suppose Ellen had to get out and thumb around.
You keep it up, boys. It's building the old ego. There's only one thing, Tommy, that makes me stick so close to Phil.
Oh, tell me, I'll cultivate it.
His gadgets. Like that cigarette case thing.
That was a psychological gadget, Ellen.
Would that make it a psychological case?
Oh, Ellen.
That does it. Ellen, you can use that parachute any time.
Hello, New York. Murder of Corky Ballou failed. Jordan and Smitty killed. I will check for further instructions with St. Louis at midnight.
The Whisperer is based upon stories and characters created by Stetson Humphrey. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Carlton Young is starred as the Whisperer. Betty Moran is Ellen. Others in the cast were Sidney Miller, Julius Kralbein, Jack Moyles, and Eddie Fields. The Whisperer was written by Jonathan Twice, produced and directed by Bill Karn, original music by Johnny Duffy. This is Don Rickles inviting you to listen next week to another exciting adventure with
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Today you'll want to hear the further adventures of the Mary Vanderhoff household as Academy Award winner Walter Brennan appears as Grandpa Vanderhoff on You Can't Take It With You. Later there's adventure in international intrigue with Mr. Moto. Then genial Phil Baker comes to the NBC microphone prepared to pay handsomely if you come up with the answer to his all-important $64 question. Hear all three today on NBC.
Crime does not pay.
Everything here, Sniffer?
Yeah, it works, Harry. Scales, wrappings, cube cutter, presser, and the powdered milk. You got the junk?
Bought it from Pusher. Probably cut 50% already.
Then if we cut it some more...
So the birds don't get a big kick, so they beef, so we tell them they need bigger shots. Nothing to it.
Except the dough, huh?
Dough is right. I gave Pusher a C-note for this stuff. By the time we're through with it, cut it in half with the milk, we can get $2,500 for it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, let's get to work, Sniffer. This stuff is for the birds.
In the interest of good citizenship and law enforcement, we present Crime Does Not Pay, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer series of short subjects. In just a moment, you will hear Strange Token, starring Morris Karnofsky. Now, Crime Does Not Pay, starring Morris Karnofsky as Harry Duncan in Strange Token. If there was any excuse for Harry Duncan, and it's a big if, the excuse was weakness. Harry was weak, and through that weakness he formed a habit. But the habit and the weakness combined, as they sometimes do, to give Harry a strength, which was the essence of evil. The moment when it really began was inconspicuous. Of necessity it had to be, because Harry and Pusher Beardsley had come together in the far end of a dimly lit alley for a strictly illegal purpose. Even there in the darkness, beneath the rusty fire escapes and the shutter-blind warehouse windows, they stood close together and spoke softly.
Pusher, you gotta, I tell you, you gotta.
I don't gotta do nothing, not even for cash. And you ain't got a dime.
I'm human, Pusher, so are you. Give me a break.
I wouldn't give you the hair off of the dome of the Capitol. What kind of a sucker do you think I am?
Pusher, I'll pay you Saturday.
With what? Go get me some dough, some kale, some hard coin. Come back, I'll be here.
Where can I get it? This ain't no dime for a cup of coffee deal. Where am I going to get $3.50 this time of night? Give me a break, Pusher. I'll pay you. Honest, I will.
Look, Harry. Scott Grant taught me what I know about this racket, see? And the first lesson is, get the cash on a line.
Maybe I could work it off.
What can you do for me?
I don't know. Maybe something. Think, Pusher. Think. For one cap of C, there must be something.
Would you run an errand for me, Harry?
Run an errand? You mean push the stuff myself?
You're too good for that, Harry? A big shot, maybe?
Pushing the junk? That's federal.
So what?
They catch me. They'll make me take the cure. I couldn't stand that, Pusher.
You can't stand not getting your stuff either. Oh, this fella's a good customer. You deliver for me, you get 5 simoleons. Why, for that you can buy your own and have $1.50 left over.
Why can't he meet you like I do?
Well, he can't, that's all. And they know me where he's holed up. All you gotta do is go where I tell you. Say you're a friend of Mr. Sappin's. They'll let you up. It's a flea bag of a hotel. Get the dough, $10, see? Get it before you give Sappin his package. Then beat it, that's all. Well, how about it? I ain't got all night.
All right. Hey, how come you trust me with this stuff?
I don't trust you. Only I know that you know what happens when birds like you swipe the stuff. Yeah, you're a good risk, Harry. You don't want no knife twisting in your guts. Not your kind, don't. You'll make the delivery, Harry, and you'll be back. Like a real good boy.
Yeah? Who is it?
It's me, Sniffer. Sniffer, Sappin. Let me in, will you, Harry?
Hold it, Sniffer.
Gee, thanks, Harry. Thanks.
Thanks. For what?
For letting me in.
Think nothing of it. Sit down. Sit down. Take a load off your feet.
If I sit down, I'll fall apart, Harry. Harry, I've been off the junk. I can't take it. I gotta have some, and I can't find Push.
So why come to me?
I told you I can't find Push.
Well, what's that to me?
Well, you brought me the stuff that time when Pusher couldn't come himself, and I couldn't get out to him. You give me a break that time. I thought maybe on account of you give me that break.
You thought maybe. Think again.
Then you won't.
Why should I?
Well, I got dough. You see, Harry, long green.
Where'd you get it?
Well, I got my ways. I got the dough. I'll give you half if you get the Push.
Yeah, chicken feet.
Now, you got the dough at your hair. You got it. You don't, I'll kill you. Kill you. Help me.
Shut up. You want to yell? Hire a hall.
I tried every other way, Harry. Find Pusher for me, huh?
If I do, what'll you do for me?
What do you want me to do?
Will you work for me?
Work for you? Doing what?
Well, you got friends, Sniffer?
Yeah. Yeah, I got friends.
Who do they buy from?
From Pusher, maybe a couple of other guys.
Okay, so you bring them to me.
Oh, you want me to be a runner for you, huh?
Not a runner. Call it sales agent. You work for me. You bring your friends to me. We'll both cash in. Maybe we'll even teach a few new ones. We could go places.
I don't know, Harry. I don't know.
You want your junk?
Okay, Harry, it's a deal.
Good. Stay here. I'll see Pusher and I'll be back. He isn't far from here, Sniffer. Just a block or two. How much will $100 buy, Pusher?
Where'd you get that C note?
Made it myself. Foolish questions get foolish answers. You want to start over?
Okay.
How much will $100 buy?
Enough? What do you want, M or C?
Half and half. How pure is it?
Plenty pure.
All right. When will you deliver? Now?
2 hours. The old alley. See ya.
Everything here, Sniffer?
Yeah, it works, Harry. Scales, wrappings, cube cutters, presser, and the powdered milk. You got the junk?
I bought it from Pusher. Probably cut 50% already.
And if we cut it some more?
So the birds don't get a big kick, so they beef. So we tell them they need bigger shots. Nothing to it.
Except the dough.
Dough is right. I gave Pusher a C note for this stuff. By the time we're through with it, cut it in half with the milk, we can get $2,500 for it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's get to work, Sniffer. This stuff is for the birds.
I must be building a tolerance, Harry, like the medics say. I didn't hardly feel that last shimmy.
Well, then you need more, Patch. Got the dough?
Yeah, I got it. Sure, here.
Okay, here. Hey, what's the idea?
Taking off my eye patch? That's where I stash this stuff, Harry. Any cop picks me up, he don't find nothing on me. They don't think of looking behind the patch.
How's business, Harry?
Oh, Pusher. Business is okay.
Think you might have a little time to give me a hand of mine?
Why not? What's it doing?
The shipment's coming in for Scar. I gotta pick it up. It'll take 2 men. Scar okayed you. He thinks you're showing signs of getting to be a smart operator. Wants you in our outfit.
Cold out here, Pusher.
Pull at those doors a little harder, you'll get warm in no time.
I don't get this. I don't get it at all.
What's wrong with it?
Middle of the night. Lucky there's no fog.
Well, I got no fog. We'd be out here tonight. And with the oars wrapped in blankets.
A lot of trouble. What for? The Maru docks in the morning?
Exactly. And she's anchored down the harbor tonight.
Well, so why not wait until morning?
Ever hear of customs officers, Harry?
This load ain't going to be in nobody's baggage.
The feds use stoolies, remember?
So what?
So it is. Scar figures they've been tipped off the stuff is on the Maru. Pull your right oar. So we got it fixed up to pick up the shipment before the boat ever hits the pier.
How?
You'll see in a couple of minutes. And the Maru's dead ahead. Pull for the anchor chain.
Okay, I'm heading for it.
Hold it, Harry. A little left. Yeah. Now the flashlight. See it, Harry? See it?
Nothing but a string hanging from the anchor chain.
A fishing line. Real strong string, Harry. See?
Somebody on the Maru planted that string.
And a can on the end of it. A can with 50 G's worth of pure morphine. How's that for being smart, Harry?
Plenty smart. Plenty smart.
Okay, we got it. Head for shore, Harry.
Same place we shoved off from?
No, of course not. Keep going to the other side. Hey, watch yourself. Got me all soaked.
I'm getting tired. Let me rest a bit, will you?
Yeah. Change places. I'll rope for a while.
With pleasure, my friend. You come on to my seat. Hold the oars while I get into yours.
Okay. Balance the boat now.
Balance the boat, he says. Maybe you ought to take lessons, Pusher. Nice place to be. Alone in a boat. With $50,000 worth of junk for company. Harry Duncan. I think you're on your way to bigger and better things.
In just a moment, Crime Does Not Pay will continue with Strange Token. Now we continue with Crime Does Not Pay, starring Morris Karnofsky as Harry Duncan in Strange Token. Harry made shore that night with his valuable package. They found Pusher several days later floating face down in the harbor. But in the meantime, Scar Grant was not idle. His hoodlums picked up Sniffer Safford's trail, and that trail led them to Harry's hideout. They reported back to Scar, and that gentleman took matters into his own hands.
Open up, Harry. Scar Grant. I know you're in there. You and Sniffer both.
Beat it, Scar. I got no business with you.
Open up, Harry. I'll have my boys blow the lock off.
Go ahead, shoot. That won't get you the stuff back.
I want to talk a deal, Harry. Open up.
Don't come in shooting, Harry. Be careful.
No, he won't. Watch this. Scar!
Well?
Send your hoods out front, where Sniffer can watch them from the window. When you're alone, knock 3 times. I'll let you in, but nobody else.
Okay. Beat it, boys. You're in. All right, let's go.
How many are they, Sniffer?
4 of them. No, 5.
Okay. Take it easy, Scar. Welcome to our humble home, Mr. Grant.
Save it, Harry. Where's the junk?
And not a word for poor old Pusher. How callous you are, Mr. Grant.
Pusher wasn't worth any 50 grand.
And the junk isn't either.
That's nonsense.
250 grand is more like it after you get it cut.
Why, you dirty, cheap chiseler.
Nah, that gets you no place.
I ought to have the boys fill you full of lead.
That's no good either. You don't know where the stuff is. I do.
We can make Sniffer talk.
That's why Sniffer doesn't know either.
Oh, you think of everything, don't you?
I try to. Keep your eye on the boys, Sniffer. I think Scar and I are going to talk business.
All right, start talking.
I have the can. It's well hid. You can count on that. Now, I'll produce it if you agree to a 50-50 split.
50-50? Are you nuts?
Not very.
Keep talking.
I've got an organization, not as big as yours, yet. I want a territory. A good territory. Well, don't stand there like you were struck dumb, Scar. Don't you know when you've just taken in a new partner? Scar, what have you been trying to pull?
What have I been trying to pull?
Sniffer's been picked up. The Fed. Open charges. You had him fingered, didn't you?
I had him fingered. What about my men?
Yours too?
3 shovers and a couple of runners under lock and key. What have you been up to?
Oh, great. Just great.
Well, start talking.
I never talk when I'm thinking. And I'm thinking that right now both of us are a couple of chumps.
Both of us?
Sure. The Feds pick up our boys. They figure we'll start fighting each other, and we almost did.
Oh.
You may have something there.
May have it. I got it pegged. Square.
You got the stoolie pegged, too?
I'd like to have him, but that's a horse from a different stable.
Well, it's pretty obvious. Somebody's tipping the G-men.
Somebody's always tipping them. Trouble is, in this business, you never know what your customers are going to do next.
Yeah. Well, now, look, Harry. We got to clean this up and clean it up quick, together. The Livonia sailed from the other side this morning.
Yeah? What's she carrying?
$250,000. She's due next Tuesday night. The anchor chain gimmick.
7 days. We've got to work fast.
Any ideas?
There's 2 ways. Trap the stoolie or fix a depot that's bomb-proof.
Which way do you think?
The depot. There's an old fireproof warehouse, empty, but there's iron doors, and one of them has a peephole from the old Prohibition days. We can control who comes and goes and check on any pigeons while we're doing business. That way, we maybe can get 2 birds with 1 warehouse.
Hey, Harry, I got out. They let me go.
And you came here?
Well, where else, Harry? Where else?
Any place but here. You were tailed, stupid. That's why they let you go. You were tailed.
I never thought of that.
You never think, period.
Yeah, but we ain't got no junk here, Harry. They couldn't make a pinch. They got to see you selling stuff for half an onion. That's how come they let me go.
How'd they get you in the first place?
Somebody fingered me.
Who?
I don't know. Scar, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Scar walked up to a G-man and said, that man buys and sells narcotics, so they took you in.
Well, one of Scar's boys did. Or they wrote a letter or something.
How come you're so sure?
Oh, a cinch. The G-man who asked the questions kept saying, we know you work for somebody. Is it Harry Duncan? Is it Harry?
Well. The feds know my name.
Yeah, somebody must have talked.
Yeah, somebody talked. And I got a hunch you're right about who.
What makes the hunch, Harry?
They picked you up, see? My right-hand man. But all they got from Scar's outfit were a couple of no-account shovers and runners. Scar's mind works that way. He'd give them a few of his boys just to cover up. He must have figured they'd get you to talk and that'd get me out of the way.
Well, ain't that kind of the long way around?
Scar always takes the long way around, especially with $250,000 coming in on the Livonia this trip. But me, I don't take the long way around. Scar's going to find out. I get straight to the point.
Thanks for the chance, Mr. Grant. I'll do good for you.
That's okay, Patch. Don't thank me.
I asked Harry if I could be a pusher instead of just a runner. He said my patch made me too easy to spot.
Yeah, that's where Harry wasn't smart. The cops will figure just that way. Sometimes the best disguise is to stand out in a crowd.
I get you, Mr. Grant.
What is it, Patch? Something wrong?
Mr. Grant, a fellow with a chopper. Mr. Grant! Mr. Grant!
No good, Patch. I'm done. No.
All right, men, you know your orders. Present the tokens, you'll be let in. There'll be plenty of the stuff to go around. Present the tokens to the guard at the door, that's all. Now, form a double line and... Oh, yes, I know that Scar, poor guy, wanted his own boys taken care of. That's why you're here, fellas. That's all. Pick up the tokens and beat it for now.
Streetcar tokens. From Frisco. I don't get it, Harry.
Use your head, Sniffer. We've been over the list. There's only a dozen possible stoolies. Each one gets a token from a different city, not Frisco. And we got a list, see? We know who got which token from which city. One of those turns up in the wrong hand. We got our stoolie. Check?
A double check. Yeah, you think of everything, Harry. Even a hood from out of town to take care of Scar.
Well, there's our old friend Patch, picking up his token. His came from Houston, Sniffer. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I come for, you know what?
Do I know you?
Here, the token.
I'll check it.
Yes, Sniffer?
The Houston token.
From your face, Patch didn't show it.
Right.
Let the man in. You know what to do.
Let them. All right. You're the boss. Come in, mister.
Thanks, fella. You made a mistake, didn't you, stranger?
No, I'm no stranger. You know me. I'm the same.
A dirty stool pigeon, and so is Patch. Oh, step on his wrist, Sniffer.
Jack.
Now, stranger, talk. Tell us where Patch is before I kick your teeth out. What a joint.
It sure ain't the Ritz.
I've seen some bad ones, but this is the worst.
Yeah, look out. That's garbage on the steps.
I see it. This should be the 4th floor.
I lost track in the dark.
4th floor back. That's what the pigeon said.
Hey, you really gonna dump him, Harry?
I don't let stoolies live. Here we are.
Maybe Patch ain't here.
He's here. We tried his hangout, didn't we?
Who is it?
Harry Duncan, Patch. Open up.
Well, sure. Sure, Harry. Hey, Harry, I never expected you here. What'd you do that for, Harry?
Because you're a stool pigeon, Patch. We got you cold.
I didn't do nothing. Why should I? You let me be a pusher.
You gave your token to a stranger, didn't you?
I didn't give it. Somebody stole it. I even told Sniffer. Somebody picked my pocket. I even told Sniffer.
You told Sniffer? You want me to believe he wouldn't tell me?
I never told you a lot of things, Harry.
Sniffer! You snowbird!
Ever see me touch the junk, Harry? You think this 38 would be this steady if I were on the junk?
You? The stoolie...
All right, boys, you can take him now.
All right, man. Want the bracelets on him, Mr. Safford? Mr. Safford.
Special Agent Safford, Mr. Duncan. United States Treasury Bureau of Narcotics.
All this time you were laughing at me.
Watch him, Mason.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand. I don't get
Now,
it.
take it easy, Patch. Harry doesn't get it either, but he'll find out. We could have taken him the night he brought that package from Pusher to me, but we didn't. We figured he'd lead us to Scar. Then he took care of Scar for us. And we've got his hired killer on that one already. I stole your token, Patch. The stranger we left tied up in the warehouse is an agent, and free by this time. And now we've got Harry on a dozen charges, including murder.
You think you got me, G-Man, but I'm taking you with me. Hey!
Never try to outshoot a cop, Harry, especially when he has the drop on you. All right, take care of him, man. I want some fresh air. I've lived with him and his kind too long.
Crime Does Not Pay. Morris Karnatsky, who starred as Harry Duncan in Strange Token, will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Morris Karnatsky. The fight against the narcotics racket, the filthiest of all the rackets, preying as it does on the weakness, the sickness of so many men and women, is never ending. The roots of this racket are in greed. Its branches are everywhere in organized crime. The cure? Well, the cure is twofold. For the addict, it lies in understanding that he's sick, that proper medical and psychological care is the only answer. For men like Harry Duncan and Scar Grant, there is no cure. For such people, there can be only the lessons spelled out in prison or in death. That crime does not pay. Thank you, Mr. Karnofsky. Crime Does Not Pay is written by Ira Marion and directed by Mark B. Loeb, with music composed and conducted by John Gart. Technical advisor is Burton B. Turkis. The events, characters, and names used in the story you've just heard are fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. This is Bob Williams speaking.
All right, first up in the next batch of shows is a very obscure show, The Judge, a mystery drama that ran for less than one full season in 1952. Retired Judge A.J. Adams, played by John Daner, solves crimes based on his 40 years of experience with criminals. I think the production and acting in this show are top-notch, and the writing in this only-known episode makes for a really exciting and spellbinding story. In The Death of a Playboy, it opens at the mansion of a wealthy woman, Agatha Winters, where she lives with her stepson. Her stepson sees someone out of his window who he recognizes, and as he calls out to them, the person shoots him dead. The judge is called by the police, who ask for his assistance in the case, and their prime suspect in the murder is his stepmother. Next up is the show Follow That Man, yet another show where only a single episode survives to this day. It's about the exploits of Steve Mallory, Private Eye, played by Doug Hayes. I can't even tell you the broadcasting dates of the show, as information on it is pretty much non-existent. But in this episode, The Trail of the Terrified Temptress, Steve is at home when there's a knock on his door, and a woman begs him to protect her from a strange man following her. He looks in the elevator outside of her room and finds a man's corpse. Thus begins this strange and exciting story of murder. Next up is Under Arrest, which ran from 1946 to 1954 and starred Joe DeSantis as Captain Jim Scott. A great police procedural crime drama. Similar to Dragnet, it put emphasis on the police, not only getting the bad guys, but also protecting the citizens. In the case of The Evil Witness, a man in jail for killing a cop insists that he's innocent, and he asks Scott to find the real killer. Scott pursues the tips that he was given and comes across another murdered man. A woman is seen running from the scene of the crime. This is a really exciting story, as Scott finds more and more clues that seem to prove that the accused is actually innocent. Next, The Lineup, a great hard-boiled police mystery drama that always starts each episode with a lineup of suspects for the crime that the episode is about. It ran from 1950 to 53, then moved to television. Bill Johnstone played Lieutenant Ben Guthrie, and Joseph Kearns, and later Walter Mayer, played Sergeant Matt Grebs. Even though the stories for the lineup were fiction, the producers and the writers wrote along with actual police and sat in on actual police lineups to get ideas for the shows. In the Molly About 7 case, a gangland killer is identified in the lineup, but Guthrie and Greb have to try to identify him when the only witness is suddenly killed. I love this episode. It aired on February 27th, 1951. And after that, we have yet another extremely rare mystery show, The Gentleman, again with only a single surviving episode. This one starred Reginald Gardner as a unique detective, Stephen Van Cleve, who solved cases wearing a top hat and a tuxedo. Alan Reed Jr., who you may remember from Life with Luigi, played his assistant Stanley, the gentleman's gentleman. Now, this show was created as an answer to all of the hard-boiled shows that had pretty much permeated the genre in those days. In the episode of The Lovely Wire, a string of pearls called The Tears of the Empress have been stolen. Stephen is in a cab when a beautiful woman, Susie, hops in. The police pull the cab over and arrest her. Thus begins a very intriguing mystery story. This only surviving episode of the show aired on July 14th, 1950. And then we have The Shadow, and the episode Blood Money, originally broadcast on October 20th, 1946. Lamont Cranston, that mysterious character who can cloud men's minds to appear invisible, and also has knowledge of telepathy and hypnosis. And then Margot Lane, the only other person who knows his secret, fight crime and brings evil to justice. Various actors played Cranston and Lane over the years. All right, enough talk. Let's listen to these great crime and mystery shows, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Judge A.J. Adams. For almost 40 years, I presided over one of the highest criminal courts in the land, and I have learned, above all, that no crime is perfect.
The Judge. Each week at this time, Judge A.J. Adams solves another nearly perfect crime. Relying on the fact that mistakes are repeated, that criminal motives do not vary, the judge, now retired, draws upon his vast courtroom experience to fight another battle for justice. It is evening just outside the palatial home of Mrs. Agatha Winters, one of the town's wealthiest widows. Mrs. Winters lives with her stepson Ronald and her secretary Catherine Shaw. A high solid brick wall surrounds the Winters estate, cutting it off from the rest of the neighborhood. It's 9:30 when a long, sleek convertible pulls up the driveway in front of the mansion and stops. The car door opens, and a young man steps out. He starts up the stairs toward the house as a voice from out of the shadows says,
Ronnie!
What?
Ronnie, wait.
Julie, what are you doing here?
I had to talk to you. Ronnie, why haven't you been to the nightclub to see me? It's been almost a week.
I've told you, Julie, it's no use.
Ronnie, have you forgotten? We were going to be married.
Now, you're only making this more difficult.
I'm sorry if I sound brutal, but there's no other way.
But, Ronnie, you can't end this
Good
with
night,
just...
Julie. Or perhaps I should say goodbye.
Ronnie.
Ronnie?
Oh, hello, Catherine. Is my stepmother still up?
No, she's retired for the evening.
Oh. Well, I have some news for her. She won't have to worry about Julie Young anymore.
I know she'll be pleased to hear that. Your stepmother did worry, so.
Yes, I'm sure she did. Good night, Catherine.
Good night, Ronnie.
It's good to be home. It's stuffy in this room. I'll just open the window. It's a beautiful night. Hello. Looks as though there's someone down in the garden. Who's there? Who's... Oh, it's you. Hey, wait. Put down that...
It is 30 minutes later. Not many miles away, sitting in his study, is Judge A.J. Adams. Once one of the nation's most fearless fighters against crime, Judge Adams is now retired. However, from time to time, the good judge is pleased to lend his brilliant judicial mind to the cause of justice when called upon by the police. Now the telephone just outside Judge Adams' study rings suddenly. A short, plump woman of about 50 wipes her hands on her apron and walks towards the phone. She is Mrs. Maloney, Judge Adams' faithful housekeeper. She lifts the receiver.
Judge Adams' residence?
Mrs. Maloney, this is Lieutenant Tommy Ross of the police department.
Oh.
I wonder if I could disturb the judge for a moment.
Well, he's resting in his study, Lieutenant. Can it not wait till the morning?
I'm afraid it can't, Mrs. Maloney. This time it's really important. Would you call him to the phone?
Well, seeing as how you're an old friend, Lieutenant, but next time...
Mrs. Maloney.
I'll get him right away. It's them police again, Judge, bothering you at all hours.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, Mrs. Maloney. I'll take it on this extension. Judge Adams speaking.
Hello, Judge. This is Tommy Ross.
Well, hello, Tommy. What can I do for you?
Judge, does the name Agatha Winters register with you?
Oh, indeed it does. Mrs. Winters represents one of our very prominent families. In fact, she is the leader of the reform movement in the coming city elections.
Exactly, Judge. Mrs. Agatha Winters is chairman of the Citizens Committee Against Crime.
Yeah.
Right now, she's a murder suspect.
She what?
If this thing breaks in the newspapers, it'll blow the lid off City Hall.
Now, Tommy, suppose you try being a little more explicit.
Judge, I called to ask if you'd mind coming over to the Winters home right away. I could use your help. You see, Mrs. Agatha Winters' stepson, Ronnie, has just been murdered. Oh, here you are, Judge Adams.
Well, I'm sorry I took so long, Tommy. The old car doesn't start as easily as it used to.
Judge, perhaps we could talk in the library.
You're the policeman, Lieutenant.
Now, about 45 minutes ago, Ronnie Winters was shot through the heart. As best we can tell, he was standing at the window of his bedroom upstairs when it happened. There were no powder burns on the body, and from the angle of the wound, it's our opinion young Winters was shot from the garden below.
He was at home alone?
Oh, no. There were two other people in the house. His stepmother, Mrs. Winters, and her secretary, Catherine Shaw. Now, Mrs. Winters claims she was in bed asleep at the time. And Catherine Shaw tells me she was in the kitchen making some coffee.
Well, then neither can alibi for the other.
Right, Judge.
Tommy, what about the murder weapon?
I was afraid you were going to ask me that.
Oh?
It can't be found. I've got 10 men on this case, Judge. They've searched every inch of the grounds in the house. The gun that killed Ronnie Winters has disappeared.
I see. Tell me, Tommy, who telephoned the police?
Mrs. Winters. She says she was awakened by the shots and called us immediately.
Yes.
And luckily, there was a squad car patrolling only 2 blocks away. They arrived here within minutes after the shooting.
Then there is an excellent chance that the murderer at this moment is on the Winters estate.
All right, Judge. Neither Mrs. Winters nor Miss Shaw heard a car leave after the shooting, and the grounds around this mansion cover almost 5 acres. Also, I've got 4 squad cars patrolling the area bordering the Winters home. No one has been seen leaving the estate.
Well, Lieutenant Ross, I must say you are doing a thorough job.
Coming from you, Judge Adams, that means something. Now, there's just one more thing.
Yes, Tommy?
If the newspapers get wind of this murder, they're going to spread the Winters family all over the front page, Judge. You know what that'll do to this town's reform movement.
Well, with Mrs. Winters a murder suspect, I should imagine it would be a severe blow.
Well, that's why I called you, Judge. We're working against time.
Tommy, this matter affects our entire community. They'll come along now. I think we better have another chat with Miss Shaw and Mrs. Winters.
There's Catherine Shaw coming out of Mrs. Winters' room now, Judge.
Good. Perhaps Miss Shaw can talk to us.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Shaw,
Yes, Lieutenant Ross.
I would like you to meet Judge A.J. Adams.
Oh, I'm deeply honored, Judge Adams.
How do you do, Miss Shaw?
I've read a great deal about your work with the police.
Thank you, Miss Shaw. Well, I see right now you are reading Emile Zola's fascinating book, The Human Beast.
I think it's one of Zola's best works, Judge Adams.
Miss Shaw, I wonder if I might speak with you for a few moments.
Why, of course.
Did you discover the body of Ronald Winters?
Yes, sir. I was in the kitchen when I heard the shots. I ran upstairs immediately and found Ronnie lying there, beneath the windowsill.
And Mrs. Winters, when did she arrive?
Just a few moments later. She was awakened out of a sound sleep.
Miss Shaw, I'm going to ask you a very important question, and I must have a completely frank answer.
I'll be glad to answer, Judge Adams.
Thank you. Did Mrs. Winters and her stepson get along well?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
But some of the time they did not.
Well, there was one minor matter.
Please, continue.
Ronnie was going with a nightclub singer, Julie Young. Mrs. Winters didn't approve. She asked Ronnie to stop seeing the girl.
And did he?
Well, there was a scene. At first, Ronnie refused. Then when Mrs. Winters said she wouldn't let Ronnie disgrace the family name, she said...
Go on.
She'd rather see him dead.
Miss Shaw, why haven't you revealed this information to the police?
Lieutenant, Mrs. Winters is not only my employer. She's my close personal friend. I'd hate to see her involved.
Miss Shaw, that's for the police to decide.
Lieutenant Ross is quite correct, but I understand your loyalty. Now, Miss Shaw, tell me, did you know Julie Young?
Well, I've never met her. However, tonight when Ronnie came in, he told me he'd broken off with the girl.
I checked on this Julie Young, Judge. She works at the Bluebird Cafe. That's a night spot on the other side of town.
Miss Shaw, do either you or Mrs. Winters own a gun?
Oh, no, Judge. We've never had one in the house.
How long have you lived in this house with Mrs. Winters?
Almost 4 years. Since Mrs. Winters' husband died.
Thank you, Miss Shaw. You've been most cooperative.
Anything I can do to help, Judge Adams. Anything at all.
I shall be happy to call on you.
Keeps going in circles, Judge. And still no sign of the murder weapon.
Tommy, regarding this Miss Julie Young...
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better send for her right away. Meanwhile, I'm going to have a talk with Mrs. Agatha Winters.
And he was there, beneath the windowsill, Ronnie, dead.
Now, there, Mrs. Winters. Please, try to calm yourself.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Judge Adams. I know you'll help us.
I shall try my best. Mrs. Winters, exactly what were the terms of your late husband's will?
I'm afraid I can't recall all the terms of his will.
To whom did the bulk of the estate go?
To Ronnie. Oh, poor Ronnie.
And he received his inheritance 4 years ago?
No, it was held in trust until his 25th birthday. I was named executor of the estate until then.
And when would Ronald have become 25?
On Thursday. Just 3 days from now.
And if he died before his birthday, you retained control of the estate,
Well, yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Winters. I hope it won't be necessary to trouble you again.
Oh, please, Judge Adams, please help the police to find the person who killed my son.
Your stepson, Mrs. Winters.
Yes, my Judge, you don't think that I...
Mrs. Winters, I shall do everything in my power to see that the murderer of Ronald Winters is apprehended.
Oh, Judge, I have to talk to you.
Yes, Tommy.
I sent a squad car down to the Bluebird nightclub to pick up Julie Young.
And?
The men just got back. The manager of the Bluebird told him Julie Young disappeared at 9 o'clock. She hasn't been seen since.
How about her residence?
We checked there. They said she left sometime this afternoon, hasn't been back. Besides that, she was due at the Bluebird for the 9:30 show.
9:30.
Yes.
Approximately the time of the murder of Ronald Winters. Tommy, why don't you and I take a stroll outside? I'd like to look over the grounds.
Right, Judge. I've doubled the men searching out there. Somewhere in these 5 acres, we're going to find that gun. And when we do, it's my guess we'll find the murderer still holding it.
Well, Lieutenant Ross, it appears you have half the city's police force searching for one gun.
Oh, I'd have more if they weren't needed elsewhere.
Yes.
Judge, this case has got to be cracked, and soon. We can't hold the reporters off much longer.
Yes, I know.
Every racketeer in this town would like nothing better than a scandal involving Mrs. Winters, the reform leader.
Hold it. Tommy, I believe one of your men has discovered something.
All right. Come out of those bushes with your hands up.
Judge, someone hiding in the shrubs. You better get back in the house. They could be shooting.
If there is, you'll need every man of us.
I'm going to count 3. If you aren't out of there with your hands up, we open fire. 1, 2.
No.
Judge, it's a girl.
She's coming this way, Tommy.
Don't shoot, please. Don't shoot, Dominic.
Now, well, young lady.
Hold your fire, man. Judge, are you okay? She ran right into you.
Luckily, I'm in better shape than most men my age.
All right, now, miss, suppose you tell us your name.
Now, she's frightened, Tommy. Here, let me try. Come here. Miss?
Yes.
Who are you?
My name is Julie Young.
Julie Young, the nightclub singer.
Please, couldn't we go inside?
We'll do better than that, Miss Young. I'm arresting you for the murder of Ronnie Winters.
We will return to The Judge in just a moment. But first, March 15th can be just like any other day in the year if you send your income tax returns in early. Don't be harassed, worried, and nervous as that date draws near. Remember, you receive refunds sooner if you file early. It's worth it. Get your returns filed right now. And now the second act of The Judge. And today's story, the death of the Playboy. Playboy Ronald Winters, stepson of the wealthy Mrs. Agatha Winters, has been found murdered. Because Mrs. Winters is leader of the city's reform movement, Police Lieutenant Tommy Ross has called upon Judge A.J. Adams to assist him in solving the case. Both the police and the judge realize that should the newspapers play up the role of Mrs. Winters in this case, the city's much-needed reform movement would collapse. Thus, the judge and Tommy Ross continue their investigation at the Winters home, even though the hour is very late. Lieutenant Ross is now questioning singer Julie Young, who is in love with the murdered Playboy.
All right, Miss Young. If you're as innocent as you say you are, why were you discovered just a few minutes ago hiding on the Winters estate?
I was afraid.
Afraid of what?
After I left Ronnie early tonight, I heard shots. I ran down the driveway, and then suddenly there were headlights coming toward me, and I hid in the shrubs. When the car passed, I saw it was the police. I was too frightened to move.
Miss Young.
Yes, Judge.
Would you please describe the scene that took place between you and Ronald Winters earlier this evening?
I came to the house to see Ronnie.
Yes?
It was about 9:30, I guess. Just as I arrived, he drove up in his car. I asked him why he hadn't come to the club to see me. And he said it was all over between us. He left me, standing there, and he went in the house.
And you're asking us to believe that after being jilted by Ronnie Winters, you turned meekly and walked away?
It's true, Lieutenant. I swear it. I wouldn't have killed Ronnie no matter what he did. I loved him.
Okay.
I loved him.
Sanders, take her in the other room.
Come along, miss. Come along.
Well, Judge, I'm licked. None of these people killed Ronnie Winters, but he's dead.
You know, Tommy, it's entirely possible Julie Young is telling the truth.
Well, Judge, she's sincere, she's innocent-looking, but she had the perfect motive. And furthermore, she was found hiding on the ground.
If Julie Young murdered young Winters, wouldn't the gun have been found either on her person or somewhere on the grounds?
Well, now, Judge, do you realize I've got more than 20 policemen on this case now? And every single one of them are looking for a small hunk of metal, a gun. The gun that killed Ronnie Winters.
Now, easy, Tommy, my boy. I realize this is an extremely unusual case, but I assure you there is some logical explanation.
Oh, yeah? But where do we find it?
I recall a case of some years back during which the solution hinged upon the finding of the murder weapon. I believe I have the history of that case at home in my study.
Now, what has a case years ago got to do with the murder of Ronnie Winters tonight?
Tommy, it is my opinion that there is very little new under the sun, and that includes murder. For each criminal investigation, there is one in the record books that has many similar factors. You might even say that it is upon this premise that our system of law is based. That is why lawyers and judges alike so often refer to older cases during a trial.
Okay, Judge, okay, so somebody else once had trouble finding a gun. Now, where does that leave us?
With your permission, Lieutenant, I would like to return to my home and study my law books. I believe something vital will come of it.
I'll do better than that, Judge Adams. I'll give you a squad car and 2 men to help you. But let me warn you in advance, Judge. I've got my murderer, and her name is Julie Young.
So, you finally came home, Judge Adams.
Why, Mrs. Maloney, perhaps I might ask what my housekeeper is doing up at this hour of the night?
Keeping track of you, that's what. And where is your hat?
I beg your pardon?
Judge, I said, where is your hat? Do you want to catch your death on such a cold night?
Mrs. Maloney, if you'll excuse me, I have an urgent matter.
Urgent or not, 'tis about time you got some sense in your head. Staying up to all hours and going bareheaded in this weather. See here, Judge Adams. You may be very intelligent, like them policemen and newspapers is always saying, but to me, you're just a man who needs taken care of. No hat, indeed.
Good night, Mrs. Maloney. In the future, I shall check with you regarding my haberdashery. Now, let me see. Where is that book? Yes, here's the volume I need. Let's see. Case of... Yes, it's just the case I had in mind. The state of Illinois versus Cartwright. Page. Why, yes. Of course. It's a very important point. What now, Mrs. Maloney?
It's a telephone for you, Judge. Lieutenant Ross. And he says it's very urgent.
All right, Mrs. Maloney, thank you. Yes?
Judge, Tommy Ross.
Yes?
You better come back to the Winters home right away.
Is something wrong, Tommy?
It's that Julie Young dame. She was a bundle of nerves, Judge, so I let her lie down in a spare bedroom.
Go on.
Well, I used my sympathy instead of my head. Julie Young has escaped.
Gee, what? I'll be right there.
In the soup, the reporters are outside screaming for blood, and my number one suspect just flew the coop.
Easy, Tommy. She couldn't have gotten very far.
Oh, I suppose you're right, Judge. I've got every man searching the grounds for her. But so far as I'm concerned, this proves it. Just as soon as Julie Young is recaptured, she's getting a nice, cozy cell.
Tommy, I wonder if I could ask one more favor of you.
Oh, Judge, it's getting late. Oh, well, for you, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tommy. Could you have your men bring Mrs. Winters and Miss Shaw into the library now? I'm sure you will find it highly informative.
I'm going to have to ask you, Mrs. Winters and Miss Shaw, to give Judge Adams your complete cooperation. All right, Judge, the floor is yours.
Thank you. From the very beginning of this case, certain factors seemed familiar to me. Primarily the matter of the missing weapon. Thanks to the kindness of Lieutenant Ross, I was able to return to my study and engage in some research. That research has borne fruit.
Judge. Oh, Judge, please, have you discovered who killed my stepson?
In a moment, Mrs. Winters. The basic problem in a murder case is generally the motive. But in this case, there were many motives available. Mrs. Winters.
Yes, Judge Adams.
By your own admission, your husband's vast estate would have been turned over to your stepson in but 3 days, had he lived.
That's true, Judge, but you certainly don't think that
please. In addition, there is the known fact that you informed your stepson, Ronald, that you would prefer to see him dead rather than disgrace the family name. Is that not correct?
Well, yes.
Motive and circumstantial evidence. Now, Miss Shaw.
Yes, sir.
I believe you stated you had been in Mrs. Winters' employ for 4 years.
That's true, Judge.
And during that time, you have served her faithfully, in fact, have become more her companion than secretary?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Thank you. With Ronald Winters now dead, a new will is in effect. Yours, Mrs. Winters. With no children of your own, could you please tell me how you have planned to distribute your estate?
Well, a great part of it is to go to charity.
And the remainder?
To Catherine Shaw.
Did Miss Shaw know that?
Well, yes, Judge. I told Catherine I'd take care of her for the rest of her life.
In other words, a strong motive for Miss Shaw. If you, Mrs. Winters, were convicted of the murder of your stepson, Catherine Shaw would inherit the entire fortune.
Judge Adams, I didn't kill Ronnie.
Yes?
Lieutenant Ross, I've got Julie Young.
Julie Young? Bring her in, Sanders. Well, Miss Young, I imagine you're ready to sign a statement now?
I had to run. You made everything point to me, but I didn't kill Ronnie.
Judge Adams, okay if we bust up this little gathering now? We've got the guilty party.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Tommy.
What?
If you'll give me another minute, I'm sure you will understand why.
Okay. Okay, Judge, another minute.
Now we have the motives established for three people. Miss Young here, the scorned lover. Mrs. Winters, facing what she felt to be family disgrace and loss of control of the family money. And Miss Shaw, also a matter of large inheritance. But what of the murder weapon? 20 policemen have covered this entire estate, have searched this home from attic to cellar. The gun is still missing.
It's no use, Judge. We've covered every inch of the ground.
Yeah, and very efficiently, too, Tommy. And that is why I wanted to check my law books. It was while studying the case of the state of Illinois versus Cartwright that I found my answer.
Answer, Judge?
Exactly. In the Cartwright case, as in this one, during the entire investigation, the murderer concealed the weapon on his person.
Oh, but Judge, all these people were searched.
I'm sure they were, Tommy. Nonetheless, in this room, right now, we have a murderer carrying the gun that killed Ronald Winters. Miss Shaw.
Yes, Judge Adams.
Do you enjoy reading Emile Zola's novel, The Human Beast?
Why, of course.
You do?
You asked me that once before.
Well, would you tell me about the book, please?
Well, it's about a Frenchman who was a human beast.
Very interesting, Miss Shaw. You've enjoyed reading the book so much that you do not know the human beast described by Zola is actually a locomotive and not a man at all.
Locomotive?
You have enjoyed the book so much you have carried it in your right hand since the moment Ronald Winters was murdered.
All right, Judge. You're right. I've got the gun. Here.
The gun that killed Ronnie. The gun was inside your book.
By carefully cutting out the pages of this large novel, Miss Catherine Shaw has been able to conceal the gun with which she killed Ronald Winters. That book and the murder weapon never left her person.
And I still have it in my right hand, ladies and gentlemen. Only I won't need this book anymore. All right, Lieutenant Ross. Call off your men. I'm leaving this house and no one dares stop me.
You see, Tommy, a book may conceal a dangerous weapon, just as darkness conceals an attack.
Right, Judge?
Don't move or I'll shoot!
And since this light switch is near my hand...
Turn on those lights!
Quick, Tommy!
Right, Judge. I'll grab her. Stop that now.
I'll get the lights.
Oh, let go!
I've got a judge.
Good work, Tommy. Well, Miss Shaw, yours was a diabolical plot. You killed Ronald Winters and hoped Mrs. Winters would be executed for the crime so that you would inherit a large portion of the estate. Take her away.
Yes, Sanders. Take her out of here.
Come along, you. Come along.
Oh, Judge Adams, I don't know how to thank you.
Well, Judge, as usual, I owe you more than I can tell.
Oh, nonsense, Tommy. We merely used a stuffy old law book to help us solve a difficult riddle.
Oh, no, not we, Judge Adams, you. I'm sure Mrs. Winters and all the others in the reform movement won't forget your brilliant work in solving this crime.
Tommy, Chief Justice Holmes of the Supreme Court once taught me, every criminal makes the initial mistake of believing he has discovered a new way to beat the law. Yet, like Catherine Shaw, they too must learn any way to crime will end in prison.
The Judge, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars John Daner and is written by Richard Petticini and William Frug. Featured in today's cast were Georgia Ellis, June Whitley, and Sarah Selby, with Byron Kane and Vivi Janis. Lieutenant Ross is played by Larry Dobkin. Editorial supervision is by John Meston, and the special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. The meanest man in the world is one who steals your radio just before it's time for the Jack Benny Show. America's favorite miser, a man with more flaws in his character than Swiss cheese has holes, Jack Benny is yours for delight every Sunday on CBS Radio. Tonight again, be sure to be listening and laughing at Jack Benny Time. Be sure to join us again next week when Judge A.J. Adams uses his vast knowledge and experience to solve one of the most unusual crimes on record, the cat's paw. Your announcer, Clarence Cassell. This is the CBS Radio Network.
He's heading for trouble. Taxi! Taxi! Over here! Yes, sir. Where to?
Follow that man! Yes, follow that man. Follow him into danger, into romance and high adventure. Follow his trail wherever it leads, through a maze of thrills and spine-tingling intrigue. Yes, follow that man. Because it's Steve Mallory, the private eye. And here he is, Steve Mallory, in tonight's adventure for your product, The Trail of the Terrified Temptress.
The trail began on one of those nights we seldom get in this part of California. Dry and dusty as a mummy's shroud, with a grating sandpaper wind that dehydrates your eyes, cracks your lips, and splits your nerves wide open. The kind of night when solid citizens get together to keep from screaming and end up screaming at each other. But not me. Me, I was minding my own business, like the fellow says who was hit by a truck. Just sitting quietly in my own room, knocking myself out. I had the radio up and the last of the good Scotch down, and I was...
They told me if I came to Hollywood, I'd be in pictures in 6 months. I've been out here for 6 years now, and the closest I've come to a camera was when I had my kidneys x-rayed last fall. But I'm not discouraged, no. I had the fastest screen test in history. They called me at 7, shot the test at 8, ran the test at 9, and at 10 o'clock I was back on my good humor wagon. But I want to tell you, some of these California drivers they have out here are the ones who really
walk through it or wait till I open it. Well.
Mr. Mallory, I was so afraid you'd be out.
10 more minutes I would have been. What's on your mind,
Let
sister?
me in, please. Quickly, I've got to get out of this hole.
How old are you?
22.
Step right in.
Lock it.
Now, take it easy. I'm as eager as the next beaver. But
Fool, there's a man following me.
I'd be surprised if there
I'm
wasn't.
afraid of him. He's been following me for days. You've got to protect.
Well, okay, but who's going to protect you from me?
Please, I'm not joking. You've got to do something.
What'll I do, start firing shots at the door? I haven't seen any
He
man.
must be out there. He was right behind me in the lobby while I was coming up in the elevator. He was buzzing for it downstairs.
Takes them a long time to get here, don't it? You're sure there was somebody following you? Oh, not that I doubt you,
Go
but...
out there and look for yourself.
Sure, only you come along.
But
Oh, no buts. I don't know you, sister. Not that it wouldn't be nice. But I'm not taking any chances. This door locks from the inside, and wouldn't I look like a
You've got to trust me.
Lady, I trust you more than anybody I know, but that's because I don't know you so good. Come on. Well, what do you know? Nobody in the hall.
The elevator. Look, the door's partway open.
Yeah. That's funny. Okay, buddy, you're faded. Come out grinning or pick up your marbles and slide back down that chute. It's a hot night and I don't want to play.
There's a shoe wedged in at the bottom of the crack.
Yeah. Looks like it's full of foot. Well, here goes. This your big bad wolf, baby? Looks like you won't have any more trouble keeping him away from your door. He was lying face down mostly, but twisted like a Vienna roll, like he'd been just about to step out of the cab when it happened, and it spun around like a surf swimmer as the door closed on his foot. Whoever'd done it had been with him in the elevator. A long, pearl-handled nail file was the weapon, sticking straight out of the back of his neck like a toreador's espada. I knelt down to take a look at him. I turned him over. Dude, freak.
You know him?
I ought to. He's my partner at the agency. Oh, too bad. I told him he was getting careless lately. Should have let me cover him. Leaves me in a bad spot. But I'll promise you one thing, Harry. I'll get the dirty rat. Here, sister. Step in here. Give me a hand. Let's get his body out in the hall. Okay. Now listen, sister. What the... Hey! Well, I'll be a... She powdered out in the elevator. I beat it down the corkscrew steps like I was on fire, but when I hit the lobby, she was gone, and I couldn't find her on the busy street outside. She'd vanished like an ice cube in boiling water. I got hold of the hotel, Dick, and we beat it back up to my floor, the 11th. You guessed it. Harry's body was gone, too. Yeah, there was a little blood, but the hideous corpus was gone like vaudeville.
Oh.
Rusty, did I get you out of bed?
Oh, hello, Jean. Yes, I blush to admit it, but I went to bed at 9.
Sorry.
You're not, and I'm used to it. And to what disaster do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Brace yourself, honey. This'll jolt you, and I don't see how I can soften it. Harry's been killed.
Harry? Killed? But... Oh, Steve.
Yeah, rough. Nobody'd intercept my passes for you now, baby. But listen, Rusty. Rusty.
Yes?
Rusty, don't crack up. Not yet. You gotta take it, and you gotta hang on. At least for a while. A lot's depending on you.
Okay, Steve. I'll make it now.
Good kid. Now look, you worked for the agency long enough to know that Harry's business was his business and mine was mine.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't check each other and we didn't cross each other. But this makes his business my business. You get me?
Yes, Steve.
Okay. I want to know everything about the case he was working on and who was paying him. If some dame he was tailing led him up here, then she or somebody else knocked him off. You know who she might have been?
Well, wait a minute. Yes, Nita something. Nita Galt, that's it. I've got it all down in the folder at the office.
Okay. Brief me on what you can remember and give me the fill-in later. Who had her shadow?
Why, she hired Harry herself. She wanted protection. She was afraid of being alone or something. Wait a minute.
Yeah, think so?
Yes, and I think it's important. Harry filed a dictaphone report late this afternoon. He wanted me to type it tomorrow. He was pretty smug about it. You know the way he gets when he's on to something. Said you'd be tipping your hat to him for a week.
Yeah, he was always trying to get me to do that. Wish I had once in a while. Did he say what it was he discovered?
No, he was in a hurry. Said he had to check the morgue files right away. I was already late getting out, so I controlled my curiosity till tomorrow. Anyway, it's all on the cylinders.
Yeah. What else on Nita Gold?
She wanted to see you at first. I remember I thought that was odd at the time, so I took a better look at her. She looked a little dazed or something. Anyway, you were busy with a case of scotch.
Yeah, I washed that up tonight. What else? What was she afraid of?
Her own shadow, it seemed to me. Oh, darn it, Steve, I can't remember the details. Oh, yes, she's a singer.
Might have known. Nice diaphragm. Where'd she work?
At the Xanadu.
Xanadu. Sunset Strip, huh? Well, we'll knock it off the income tax.
Oh, Steve, are we going?
Sure, baby. Soft lights and music for me, and down to the office for you, where there's never a cover charge, never a minimum. Get all the dope out of the folder and phone me at the Xanadu.
Oh, Steve, I do all the dirty work, and you have all the fun.
Sure, and I get all the credit, and you get all the cash. Come on, Rusty, on your horse. Maybe Harry was in it for laughs, too. Maybe what happened to him is somebody's idea of fun. Well, whoever he was, baby, he's got himself a new playmate. And I don't think you'd like the way we're going to play. You can sit on the sidelines and coach me, honey. You'll be doing as much for Harry as I will. Okay?
Okay, Steve. And...
Yeah?
Oh, I was going to say be careful, but what's the use?
Okay, honey. Over and out.
Steve.
Yeah?
Be careful.
Outside, the dry wind was beating the city like a rug. The gutters were gargling dust, and the hills above the Sunset Strip were huddling together like scared chicken thieves in the dark. The Xanadu was a beautiful club, in the same cheap way as most of the women who filled it. I mean, it had started as one fool's dream. It switched ownership a dozen times and always cost somebody dough. But while the old framework sagged under a dozen faceliftings, its surface was all fresh paint and glitter, and a sound of gaiety bubbled out of it, like the hep chatter of an aging bobby soxer. It was run by Manny Borden. As far as I knew, it was run on the level. But when you balance a ledger on Manny's honesty, always leave room in the margin for correction. Manny Borden saw me coming in. He always liked me, like a wife likes cigar ashes on the rug.
Well, Steve Mallory. And I thought the 2-bit cover charge would keep out the riff-raff.
Hello, Borden. That's a funny opening line. Is all your dialogue that good?
The whole act is good, Mallory. But you can't get in it, so get out.
Yeah, you get funnier all the time. But I can't wait for the topper. Where's the dame?
We don't serve dames. You gotta bring your own. What dame?
Don't act stupid. Nita Galt, your canary. Where is she?
Listen, Seamus. Where she is where you ain't gonna be. I got a package deal on that, and I deal you out. So like I said, you should pardon the expression, blow.
You listen, Manny. I haven't got time to play footy with you. You tell me where she is, or I'll ram your minimum down your throat. I think she killed my partner.
Oh, too bad. He was only a step up from you, but I'd have taken odds you'd get it first.
First or last, Borden, I want that dame.
Lots of guys have made the same mistake. Try looking. I'll tell you when you're getting warm.
Now, that's real helpful, pal. Where's that door back of the bandstand go?
You're a bright boy, Stevie. You're getting warmer already.
Thanks, sweetheart. I wrestled through the dancers on the floor like a stag at a sophomore hop, while 2 big guys in evening dress ran a photo finish for second to the door. They were right behind me as I opened it and helped me through with a gun in my back. We went down a short flight of steps into an alley outside. Then they went to work.
The boss says we should clean your nose for you, Mallory. Says you're having trouble with it.
Aren't you boys taking chances? Only 2 of you and only 1 gun?
One's enough. Cover him, Crocker.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like his mouth. I think I'll change it.
Oh, you never laid a glove on me.
Still talking, huh? I like it better, though, when them little red bubbles come out. Try this on for size.
Oh, you're developing a nasty habit there. You ought to check it while you're young.
Boy, you keep coming back like a song, don't you?
Yeah. Now you're playing dirty.
You know, I think I'm spoiling me manicure. You'll pardon my shoe.
That's funny. Ain't got so much to say for himself now, has he?
No. I thought he'd never run out of funny cracks. Too bad. I was just beginning to get a kick out of it.
When I came around, my head felt like the inside of a washing machine, flapping out the family flat work. I would have traded my stomach for one with ulcers, and my nerves felt like they'd been yanked from my body, rubbed with sandpaper, tied in knots, and put in backwards. Other than that, though, Borden's boys hadn't bothered me at all. I got my eyes swiveled around so they were both pointing at the same thing. I was lying on the couch in my own apartment, and across the room, Nita Galt was sitting in a strapless evening gown. Ah, it was that gown that undid me.
Well. I've been sitting here wondering what color your eyes would be.
Yeah, I'd like to know myself. What color are they?
Blue. A lovely baby blue. With just a shot of magenta for contrast.
Oh, cute. I love a broad with a sense of humor.
And I love big, helpless brutes who get hammered unconscious by bigger, unhelpless brutes. Brings out the woman in me.
Yeah, and the dress helps, too. Listen, sister.
That's it. Lie back. Shouldn't try to do too much at first. A few weeks you'll be sitting up and I'll start you weaving baskets.
Oh, no, thanks. I was never any good with my hands.
Well, you're no good with your head either, especially when you lead with it.
Yeah, I know. But I have a lot of dumb luck. Like I take the count in an alley and wake up here with you.
Think that's good?
I don't know. How good is it?
How good do you think?
How good can it get?
Oh, relax. You're still an invalid. Anyway, you're not my type. At least you wouldn't be long if Manny Borden found out.
That reminds me. How'd I get here?
I found you in the alley back at the club. I figured you must have been looking for me, so I kind of felt responsible. I brought you home.
Yeah. Well, that's neat enough for now. Who killed my partner?
You think I did, don't you?
I don't know why you should have, but you could have. I don't know why I think you didn't, but I don't think you did.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, but even I could be wrong. So far, it reads like a couple of pages must have been stuck together. Let's see. You came to me screaming for protection from the very guy you hired to follow you. Yeah?
I did what?
Well, you hired Harry to follow you, and then...
I hired him?
Yes, you hired him.
Oh, are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure, aren't you?
Oh, no, not at all. Oh, good Lord, it's happened again.
What's happened? Come on, baby, start making sense.
Steve, look at me. Oh, not like that. Just look at me and tell me. Do I look like a perfectly normal human being to you?
Well, I'm normal enough not to think so.
But when I talk to you, do I sound coherent? Do I make sense?
Well, don't take my word. My class voted me most likely to become idiotic. But as far as making sense goes, the best I can say for you is that you seem normal.
What I'm trying to say is I think I'm sane as any girl could be who's been through what I have, but I don't remember ever seeing your partner before tonight.
Give me that again. Gently.
If you say I hired him to follow you up, I must have hired him, but I don't know how to explain all this. But I have moments of... Well, I lose control. Things fill in on me. I forget. I don't know where I am or later where I've been. I never wanted it to happen when I was alone, so I thought of hiring someone to follow me. I thought of hiring you.
Well, that makes sense. What you have is transitory amnesia. It's like a champagne hangover. It comes and it goes. You look smart to want to keep a tab on yourself. It's always nice to know where you've been.
What I say is, I thought of it. I don't remember doing it.
Well, let's say you did. And then you forgot you hired Harry and you were afraid of him when you spotted him tailing you. So you ran to me because I was the guy you intended to go to in the first place. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But that wasn't the worst of it. I mean, it wasn't just the fear of not knowing where I'd been, but more the fear of what I might do, and still worse than that, of what I might be accused of having done. Just, you follow this at all?
I fell off as we rounded that last semicolon.
I'll try a different approach. My husband...
Oh?
That's right.
Oh.
He's dead.
Oh.
And maybe I killed him. Manny Borden says I did.
Well, Manny might be inclined to exaggerate. What's your story?
I don't know what to think. I could have been, yet I don't know. I loved Philip with all my heart in spite of what he was.
Philip Galt? That the guy?
Yes.
Ah, quite a guy.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, nice people you play around with.
I don't play. He was my husband.
Sorry. No, really, kid, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. You're perfectly right. He was everything you think he was. Fast money boy, cheap, flashy, weak, a heavy drinker, a heavy gambler, a bad loser, and a worse winner. He wasn't even faithful. I don't know. I just loved him, I guess. I couldn't help it. I should do this to music, sitting on a piano.
Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway, I got troubles of my own. How was he killed?
Automobile wreck. Manny says I was driving. Says I'd been drinking and crashed into a road bank on a detour in Topanga Canyon. Steve, if it's true, then I'm guilty of manslaughter and I want to pay for it. But I can't remember. I can't remember a thing.
Yeah, how come Borden knows so much about it?
He says I walked to a grocery store and phoned him to get me. That sounds like something I'd do. Says he picked me up and brought me home. And the boys got the car off the road and took Philip's body away.
What boys?
Crocker and Jenks.
Oh, those boys. Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting Crocker and Jenks.
I'm in the clear if it's true, but I don't remember ever being out of my room. When I came out of the fog, my clothes were torn, I was covered with blood, and I reeked of liquor. But there are about 8 hours I can't account for.
Whose car were you supposed to be driving?
Mine. That is, my husband's. I mean, it was registered in his name.
But you paid for it.
Well, yes.
Where is it now? Have you seen it?
Yes. Horrible mess. Manny has it hidden in one of his garages. He has a lodge in Topanga. That must have been where we were going. I don't know.
So, Manny did his good deed. Hushed it up and kept you out of it. For the police, that'd make him an accomplice. More guilty than you are. What's it make him to you? Scoutmaster?
What do you mean?
Quit stalling. He did it because he wanted something. He never did anything any other way. He has a way of getting what he wants. You didn't go for him, so now he's playing heavy hangs over thy head with this manslaughter rap. And you're the forfeit. Am I right?
All right, you scared me.
Yeah, sometimes I scare myself. Especially when I can't figure out how any of this has anything to do with Harry's death.
I owe you an apology for running out on you the way I did. I was panicking.
Oh, yeah, you had a right to be. If they ever started grilling you and you cracked out with that transitory amnesia stuff, you'd be cooked. Especially if they tumbled onto this manslaughter caper. That's the big joker. That and why anybody was mad at Harry. Now, I got a lot of good back fence gossip here, but nothing that ties up with him. That's all I care about.
Is that all you care about?
I thought I wasn't your type.
You'd be somebody's type.
But not yours.
No, not mine.
Well, forget it. You forget things, so forget it.
All right.
And while you're forgetting, forget I kissed you.
But you didn't. Oh. You are my type.
Thanks. I was afraid I was using the wrong toothpaste. So far tonight, nobody seemed to like me very much. Maybe my charm's coming back. I think I'll go over and try it out on Manny Borden. Well, they say a crook always returns to the scene of a crime. So does a cop. It was a crime the way Manny Borden's boys had mussed me up, but I was willing to forgive and forget. After I kicked their teeth out, I got back to the Xanadu at 4 a.m. The place was dark. Looked as empty as a canary cage after the cat got in, except for one light in back. The alley door made just as good an entrance as it did an exit. I picked my way through the darkened club without playing musical chairs with the furniture. The door of Manny's office was partly ajar. I sidestepped the shaft of light that knifed out of it and plastered myself against the wall like I was part of the woodwork. It was a funny kind of night for Manny to be interviewing talent, but I thought I'd wait my turn. A little courtesy never hurt anybody. Whoever he was talking to was a good friend of his, same as me.
Grifter, you're dead and you'll stay dead if I have to see to it myself.
Sure, man. Sure, I'll stay dead. For another $5,000. You know, this being dead is kind of quiet. Leads to thinking. I've done a lot of thinking lately, mulling over my misspent life. I kind of wish I had it back to live all over again. Maybe I'd live it differently. You know, you get an idea like that in your head, and it takes a lot to make you stay dead. Like I said, $5,000.
It'll take a lot less than that to make you stay dead, Go.
I know. But I don't think you want to get involved. Not that way. It'd be kind of messy.
You'd make the kind of mess I like, a quiet mess. Remember, Galt, you're already dead.
Yeah, I know. It's sad, isn't it? But I'm afraid there's a certain young lady who doesn't hold with that. You remember, I told you about her. She's the one who influenced me to leave Nita to your tender mercies. Now she kind of fancies me the way I am. And she knows where I am and what I'm here for. So if I don't come back, I have an idea she'll get a little nervous. And when she gets nervous, she likes to talk to somebody. And I think you know who she'll talk to.
You're bluffing. You wouldn't tell that tomato and...
Now, if I'm bluffing, you'll never know until you call me. Besides, I'm getting bored with this deal. There's only one way the play can go. I'm holding all the cards there are.
I should have made that car crack up the real thing in the first place instead of a phony.
Well, you go for phony setups, Manny, because you're a phony yourself. Phony crack-up, Phony amnesia, phony everything. All but the $5,000. And that better not be phony.
Pardon me, punk. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Good. Nice work, Jake. No, I'll take out the launch and head for Catalina. Yeah. About halfway over. Mm-hmm. That's right. All right, Galt, that'll be all out of you. I just filled an inside straight and you're covered.
Don't be a fool, Manny. Put down that gun.
So, the dame will sing, eh? You didn't know it, punk, but she's the only card you had. So the last time you were here, Jenk followed you to see where you went, and you led us right to her like the smart operator you are. So, Jenk's taking her for a boat trip. And maybe she can walk back and maybe she can't. But you're one dead man who ain't gonna tell any tales.
Now, wait a minute, Manny. You're making a mistake. I lied. She doesn't know anything.
That's what you get for shooting off your face. And come to think of it, that ain't such a bad idea.
No, Manny, please. Wait a minute. You gotta believe me. I'll get out of town. I'll never come back. Listen, Manny.
I've listened enough, you yellow-bellied louse. I killed that Seamus because you were sap enough to let him recognize you. You don't think I'd stop at you?
Oh, Manny, give me a break. What do you want me to do? I'll do anything, Manny. Anything you say.
I want you should drop.
No, for God's sake, Manny. Who are you?
The United States Cavalry. Who do you expect?
You saved my life.
Yeah, I'd rather save kitchen fat. It's worth something, Galt.
I know. I got that coming. But listen, I gotta stop them. They got my girl. They're gonna...
Yeah, I heard. Give me that phone. I'll call the harbor police and the Coast Guard. Hold it.
Hey, boss, it's Jank. You in there?
Well, waltz me around again, Jank.
Hey, boss, I need the key to the lock.
Meet the new champ, Jank. Well, there was a little more excitement after that. I had to get the drop on Crocker, Borden's other handyman. Well, that turned out to be easy. He was in the back of the car trying to keep Galt's woman from kicking out a window. Well, I didn't dirty my hands on him. I let Galt do that. She was his woman. It was a nice fight while it lasted, but when Galt went down for the fourth time, I kind of influenced the decision with the butt of my gun. I turned the whole mess over to the local gendarmes. Jenk, Crocker, Galt, the dame, and what was left, the Manny Borden. Made a nice package, but no profit to the agency. Borden had been feeding Nita Galt a drug that made her lose her memory for short periods of time. Yeah, they have things like that. And then the rat killed my partner, Harry, because Harry spotted Philip Galt alive. Poor old Harry. He found his body on the roof of my building. The killer dragged it up there when I went after Nita. Planned to dispose of it later. Good boy. Knew his act of habeas corpus. I got to bed about 10 the next morning and was just about to sleep when... Oh, no, not again.
Steve, where have you been? I've been trying to get hold of you all night.
Oh.
I have that information you wanted.
Oh, great.
Yes, this will stun you. Harry was following Nita Galt because she was subject to spells.
Yeah, that's fine. Write me a letter, will you?
Well, what's the matter? Don't you want to hear this? Harry had seen her husband coming out of the Xanadu.
Sure. Some other time I am trying to sleep.
Well, that's a fine attitude, I must say. I spend the night knocking myself out doing your work for you, and now you tell me...
Rusty, honey, I love you dearly. I appreciate everything you've done, but do me one more favor, will you?
Yes?
Go out and read the newspaper.
All right. What page?
Oh, Rusty.
Well, I guess you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think I do. I'm going to sleep.
Steve Mallory. Well, wouldn't that curdle you? Going to sleep at a time like this.
Well, that's all there was to it. A dead husband who wasn't dead, an amnesia victim who didn't have amnesia, and a few double crosses that didn't come off. So I guess this is the end of the trail. Here's where I'll drop you off tonight. Driver.
Yes, sir?
Pull up just a minute. So long. See you next week. Okay, let's go.
There goes that man again.
Yeah, he's really heading for trouble.
Yes, Mallory's off in a cloud of dust, speeding off in pursuit of new adventure. So follow that man. Follow the trail of Steve Mallory again next week as he leads you along the trail of the tingling spine. The Private Eye is written for radio by Doug Hayes, who plays the part of Steve Mallory. Production and music by Richard Oron. Nita Galt was played by Monty Marget. The part of Rusty was played by Rosemary Kelly. Stanley Waxman was Manny Borden. Philip Galt was played by Tom Holland. Buddy Gray was Crocker, and Paul Freese was Jenks. This is James Matthews speaking.
Mutual presents Under Arrest, directed by Martin Mogner, and starring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott.
Under Arrest. Into yourselves.
Criminals Behind Bars. Under Arrest, the story of Police Captain Jim Scott's fight against crime.
Hello, Coleman.
Oh, Captain Scott, I knew you'd come.
What do you want?
I'm innocent.
Every man in the death house says that.
Well, I'm not every man. I'm me, Ben Coolman. Yeah, but only till noon tomorrow, unless you help me.
You shot down a cop on a payroll stick-up. Why should I help you?
Because I was framed.
So long, Coolman.
Oh, wait.
Every cop killer says he was framed.
Scott, I'm on my knees to you. You're my last chance. You can prove I'm innocent.
In the next 14 hours? Got a trial a week long.
Scott, into my head comes a thing from the Bible. The heart of heart, know no better, and may be forgiven, but the gentle of heart who do know, and yet harden their hearts, how will they answer to themselves afterward?
What have you got, Coolman?
A tip by the grapevine. There's a guy who really killed that cop and stole the payroll. He got into town last week. Name him McGraw, and you can find him at 2801 River Street. See him, Scott, please.
You're a faker, Coolman. That Bible quote of yours, that's not the way it goes at all. But the sense is right. So long.
Before Captain Scott decides what to do in the case of the evil witness, may I have a word with you? When you buy an appliance for your home, you know that performance is what counts. All the shiny chrome in the world can't help an egg beater that doesn't beat eggs. Well, in much the same way, the test of our American economic system is, does it work? Free enterprise, competition, and a fair reward for a day's work have served to create our economic strength.
The devil himself must have been behind that young fellow, Ben Coolman, to make him haul off and sock me with that misquote from the Bible. Because it got me. I went down to the 2800 block on River Street, which is at no time, and especially at night, a suitable place for a Girl Scout picnic. As I turned into the block, it was a little rougher than that. There were shots and a sedan driving around the far corner and out of sight. I started running toward where the shots had been fired at the same time that everybody else in the block, brawling kids, blousy women, and men in their undershirts, ran away from it. I came to the spot. Right beside the corner lamppost, the man was sprawled, face down across the curb. A quick search, no papers. I grabbed the lamppost call box. Captain Scott at River and 28th Street. I want an ambulance and a patrol car fast.
10 to 1 year the law, mister. That a good bet?
Sure winner. Did you see this happen?
I hear it happen, mister. I'm in a cigar store, and I just come to the door when the shots go off. Is he dead, the guy?
4 bullets in him, but not dead. By the way, where's number 2801 on this block?
Right there. Next to the cigar store, mister. That's where this guy come out of.
I thought you said you were inside the cigar store.
I was. But I know the guy, mister. At least I met him last night. He places a couple of parleys with me. Name of Frank McGraw. A nice fella.
McGraw? Look, friend, did you notice anybody who might have seen more than you did?
Sure. Just when I'm standing in the doorway, there's a dame must have seen the whole thing.
A dame where?
Across the street, number 2804, third floor. See that open window? There was a dame looking out of it. She don't belong in this block, but she's still up there, unless she goes out the back way.
Okay, here come my boys in the ambulance. Thanks for the tip. Yes? I'm Captain Jim Scott, Police Headquarters. I'd like to talk to you a minute, Mr.
Bud Ellison. Come on in.
Thanks.
This way.
After you.
Oh, what's on your mind, Captain? Oh, excuse me. Captain Scott, Police. This is my friend of mine, Edie.
Hiya.
You probably both know, a few minutes ago there was a serious accident in River Street right out front here.
Accident, Captain? What kind?
I wonder if either of you saw it, or any part of it.
Well, I've been in the kitchen, Captain, fixing up some scrambled eggs. You can't see the street from there. Only from this room.
I see both windows are open. Miss, did you happen to see anything?
I was reading a magazine, Captain.
How you must concentrate. Did you hear any noise?
Yeah, come to think of it. Thought it was kids with firecrackers or a truck backfiring. Then naturally I heard your siren looked out.
A fellow down in the street told me he saw a woman looking out of one of these windows just before the accident. Said she must have seen the whole thing.
Bud, you hiding my rival somewhere in here?
Edie's the only lady here, Captain. I guess we can't help you. What kind of an accident was it?
I guess I shouldn't have called it an accident. It was more like attempted murder. Sorry to have bothered you both. Good night.
Good night, Captain. Gosh. The guy shot down right in the street.
It happens.
Well, the streets were full of kids, people. What kind of a murdering moron would shoot and not care what he hit?
Sounded to me like he hit just the guy he meant to. Only he didn't entirely get him.
How do you know he didn't?
That cop said it was attempted murder. To me, that means the guy's still alive.
I must say Captain Scott got here fast.
Yeah, he seemed to climb right up out of the ground. The guy fell down and boom, there he was.
What?
I mean, he must have showed up right after shots were fired. Happenstance sort of.
Edie, you did see what happened.
No, I didn't.
You were at the window. Scott said somebody saw a woman, and it couldn't have been anybody but you. Why didn't you tell him?
I didn't see anything, Bud.
You told Scott you were reading a magazine. There isn't even a magazine in this room.
Bud, come here.
You saw the whole thing. Why didn't you tell Scott?
Come here, Bud. Put your arms around me.
You afraid of gangsters or something?
Listen, Bud, if I said I saw it, it'd get in the papers, wouldn't it? And my husband would read it.
Your husband?
I didn't tell you before, Bud, but I'm married. And if my husband found out I was seeing you, he'd get mad. So really, I was protecting you, Bud. You mad at me? They'll catch that killer some other way. Only, Bud, please don't be mad at me. I didn't dare say anything. On account of you.
By now, I thought Ben Kuhlman's claim of having been framed into the death house looked pretty sound. McGraw, who could have cleared him, shot down to keep him quiet. But I had no witnesses except that girl Edie. I knew she was lying. She hadn't been reading any magazine, but if witnesses won't talk, it's hard to make them, especially a good-looking raven hair like that. When I got to the city hospital, though, McGraw was still alive but unconscious. My case hung now on him. So I waited and waited and waited until they called me in. McGraw was showing some signs of regaining consciousness.
I'll keep the inhalator going, Captain Scott.
McGraw, listen. Ben Kuhlman, your friend, told me you can save him from the chair. Tell me what you know about that cop killing. I want to save Kuhlman, McGraw, and I need your help. Who shot you from that car tonight? McGraw, anything you can tell me for a lead. One name, one fact. Try hard, McGraw. Try.
I'm sorry, Captain Scott. He's dead. Joey?
What are you doing in the garage?
I knew you'd be coming back to the house to change the plates on the car, Joey. Besides, I got news.
Listen, look. I know I got McGraw. That could wait.
It's not that, Joey. From the street, somebody saw me at the window. And a cop came up to that guy's apartment.
Oh, Bud Ellison's?
It wasn't a blue boy, either. It was a plainclothes captain, Jim Scott.
Did you tell him anything?
No. Pretty soon, Bud Ellison doped out. I saw the thing happen. The only way I could shut him up was tell him I was married and my husband would find out about it.
Well, honey bunch, that's true enough. Then what?
I got him quiet. When I left, I went into a beanery across the way, and pretty soon he came out and went, where do you think? To headquarters.
Why?
Looking for Scott, I guess. Came out right away, and then I tailed him to the city hospital where McGraw is. Then he came out of there and went home.
Just like a woman to hold the big news to the last. Ah, this is bad, Edie.
But you ought to get me out of town tonight. Change the license plate and let's go.
Let me think, will you?
If McGraw was out of the way, they could never hang that cop killing on you, and Ben Koolman take the long sit tomorrow. But Ellison might lead Scott to me, and from me to you it isn't very far.
Stop yakking, will you? I'm trying to think.
But Joey, honey...
Listen, look. The last bulletin on the radio said McGraw's dead.
Phew. Why didn't you tell me?
That means I'm in the clear, all right, on the killing Coleman's framed for, but I'll be hot on account of McGraw. If your boyfriend keeps acting up the way you say.
Boyfriend? I only picked up Bud Ellison so I'd get into that apartment and point out McGraw for you. Give me that boyfriend stuff.
I wouldn't get mad if you liked the guy. I saw him. Nice-looking gazebo.
Joey, you crummy heel. I'm nuts about you, nobody else.
Keep your skin on, baby. I was only kidding.
Let me know it, Joey.
Come here, you monkey.
That's my boy. Okay, Joey, what's the move?
First, we go into the house for a cold beer. Then I change the plates on the car. And then we go after Bud Ellison.
I'm back, Coolman.
Oh, Scott. Did you see McGraw?
Yeah, I saw McGraw. 4 bullets from a car just as I got there.
Dead?
Later. What could he have told me, Coolman?
The name of the guy who killed that cop. He saw the stick-up happen. It was upstate. He got scared and ran away. I didn't want to tell you before, but you'd have had to sweat it out of him.
Who could have shot him?
You know as well as I do, Scott, the real killer of that cop. The guy I'm going to sit in for tomorrow. Do me a favor, Scott.
Sure.
This envelope. Inside there's a picture of my folks out west and my wife. I refused to see her the last 6 months. Well, tomorrow, after 12 o'clock, high noon. Look up my wife and get this to her, will you? Clayburg, upstate.
Funny on what little things a man's life can hang. On River Street, a shifty little bookie told me. You happen to know a guy named Bud Ellison?
No.
Well, he might have been of some help, but he wasn't. How about a girl named Edie?
Edie what?
I didn't get the last name.
Is she tall? Black hair and violet eyes?
You know her?
Well, look at this snapshot.
That girl, Edie's your wife.
Yeah. Where'd you see her, Scott? Didn't she tell you who she was?
No, she didn't, but... Well, there was no reason to, Coolman.
Well, where'd you see her?
On River Street, near where McGraw got shot.
Oh. I wrote to her about McGraw only last week, soon as I found out. She must have been on her way to see him. Scott, you can find her. Maybe she talked to McGraw before you got there. Find her, Scott, please.
Yes, Coolman, I will. If Edie's anywhere in the state, I'll find her. Sleep tight, kid, and pray hard. Maybe it's gonna pay off.
We'll continue our drama in just a moment. Now, we return you to Under Arrest.
This is Captain Jim Scott, wanted for questioning about murder of Frank McGraw, Bud Ellison, 2804 River Street, and Edie Coleman, address unknown, 26, 5'8", raven black hair, violet eyes, wearing a green print dress. Speed counts. Her husband, Ben Coolman, is scheduled to die in less than 8 hours, and he may be innocent.
This is sucker stuff, Joey, coming right back to River Street.
Listen, look. We got to get our hands on Bud Ellison. He can sink us both. Clean this up, Edie, and we beat it to the West Coast and enjoy that dough at last.
Okay, Joey. Here I go.
Hey, Captain. That dame I sat the window before. She wouldn't talk to you, huh? What's she?
You spend all your time in doorways?
If you had to live in the lousy room I got, you'd like doorways better too, Captain. You on your way to see Bud Ellison again, huh?
Know him, too?
I live in the same flea bag. He ain't there.
Where is he?
With that dame again.
What?
10 minutes ago, I see him come out with her.
Tallish girl, green dress, coal black hair?
Some dish. Tall for a runt like me, but some dish.
Where did she and Ellison go?
Captain, let me ask you one question. How can I make dough out of this?
Bookie business, no good?
Who said I'm a bookie? But a guy like me just naturally picks up a lot of dope, Captain, especially in a neighborhood like this. With business so lousy, I could go on relief, or I could peddle hot tips here and there. To you, for instance?
You'd rather be a stool pigeon than a reliefer?
Well, it comes to the same thing, Captain. Either way, it's a taxpayer's money I get, but earning it lets me keep my self-respect.
What's your name?
Shifty Bass.
Listen, Shifty.
Hey, let go. Hey, what's the matter?
You're a bookie, and I can run you in unless you talk.
Hey, you listen.
Now, where did Ellison and the girl go?
They went around the corner, the 2 blocks up. Horse Players Tavern, the paddock.
Paddock, thanks.
What a...
Honest, Bud. If I wasn't so scared of my husband finding out, I'd go right to Captain Scott. That's why I came back to see you. I like you, Bud, and we have fun together. I don't want you to be mad at me. So if you insist...
Edie, did you see anything, really, that might help Scott?
Well, I don't know what would help him, but I think I saw the last 3 numbers on the license plates. I could only be... Bud.
A flash?
I just remembered something more. I'll tell you on the way. Come on, we go see Scott.
Waiter, here's $1 for the drinks. Maybe we can find a cab, Edie.
I've got a car around the corner.
Hold it.
What?
Just the guy we're going to see.
Hello, Ellison. I've been looking for you.
Well, that's lucky, Captain Scott. Edie and I are just now going
This girlfriend of yours? I don't care anything about her. You're the guy I'm after, Ellison. You're coming to headquarters with me.
But, Captain Scott, I had Edie persuaded to tell you what she saw of that shooting. Why'd you grab me?
This is my car. Sergeant Quinn, watch that tavern door for a girl in green. Get in, Ellison.
Well...
That girl, Edie. How'd you meet her?
Well, it was in a bar 5-6 days ago. You know.
Back in your apartment, she saw the shooting, didn't she?
Yes, and I made her admit it, only
Did she say why she wouldn't talk?
Her husband would find out about me, she said.
And what did she tell you just now?
Well, she decided to talk anyway. She remembered something, and she was going to tell me on our way to see you. She said she had a car near here someplace.
Did she say where exactly?
Just around the corner.
I knew I was right to haul you out of there. Ellison, she wasn't going to take you anywhere near headquarters.
What?
Wait a second. Scott and Car X27 calling headquarters. Scott and Car X27. Get this. I want every available man and patrol car to throw a 4-block cordon around the Paddock Tavern on 30th near River Street. Somewhere in this area, the murderer of Frank McGraw is waiting in a car. I don't know exactly where the car is or what the man looks like, but I think I can smoke him out. Get on it, rush.
Captain, you think Edie's in with a killer? They were going to kill me, too, because... Holy smoke, you saved my life.
Ellison, you stay in the car. I'm going back into the tavern. Raven-haired Edie was sitting in the booth where we'd left her, and I sat down opposite her. She had a frozen look on her face. Her eyes were wide and a little red around the rims.
Back again, Captain?
You're in a tough spot, Edie.
Name it.
Somewhere near this joint, your killer boyfriend is waiting for you to show up with Bud Ellison. And you're sitting here, stuck fast. You can't go to him because of me. And you're scared to death he'll get tired of waiting and come looking for you and find me. Don't you call that a tough spot?
Scott, I was just telling Bud why I couldn't tell you anything about that shooting.
Why?
Because my husband found out I was friendly with Bud and maybe beat him up.
I don't think they'd let Ben Kuhlman out of the death house for that reason.
Oh, you know. Scott, Ben wouldn't see me after he got caught. What was I supposed to do, swear off living? It was a coincidence I was in Bud's place. I had nothing to do with McGraw's killing.
Much. Ben wrote you McGraw could clear him. He didn't know you tied up with that cop killer. Next, you appear on the scene, pick up Bud Ellison because his apartment was a good spot to finger McGraw from. Only Ellison caught on. Why were you taking him out of here? To get him murdered, too, because he knew you saw the shooting?
You're crazy.
And you're scared. You're scared numb. Your eyes, those big violet eyes, keep jumping from me to the front door. Any second, you think that killer's going to walk in and you'll know we'll get him for killing that cop in the holdup and McGraw.
Shut up.
I'll give you a choice, Edie.
Choice?
We'll wait here till he shows up, or you can take us to him.
What?
If we wait till he walks in here, there'll be shooting. Innocent people might get hurt. So here's what I'll do for you. Lead us to him, to the car where he is right now, and I'll talk to the DA about you.
I don't get you.
I know you now better than you know yourself. Before all this is over, you're going to crack and tell us everything you know. You're a gone goose no matter what, Edie, and gone geese always sing. But lead us to your boyfriend, and I'll ask the DA to give you a break.
Scott, I could kill you.
Edie, you haven't got the guts to sit here and wait. You're saying to yourself, there was Ben Kuhlman and Ellison, maybe others. What's one more man to double-cross?
Shut up! Shut up!
This is where you were born to wind up, Edie. Beautiful Edie, trying to decide what's in it for me to double-cross one more man, especially when I might get a shorter jail term for myself. You cracked the stem of your glass, Edie. I told you you can't take it.
Cut myself, Scott. I'm bleeding.
Will you lead us to that car? All you have to do is walk up to him. Get him out of the car. We won't show ourselves till the right moment. Now think fast, Edie. Because if he walks in that door and we take him without your help, I'll ask the DA to demand the chair for you, too. I wrapped the handkerchief around her hand. He walked out. I held her right elbow. Her body was stiff. She walked in little jerky movements. Trickles of sweat were forming on her temples. Out in the street, I passed the word to my boys and sent her on ahead. "5 a.m. of Ben Kuhlman's last day on Earth. There was no traffic, and in each block maybe only 2 or 3 all-night parkers. Off in the east, across the river, the sky showed a faint tinge of gray. Suddenly the air had a damp, chill feel to it. Up ahead, Edie turned one more corner.
Joe! Joey! You still there, Joey?
Edie, where's the guy? I was almost coming after you.
Something went wrong, Joey.
Wrong? What?
Ellison wouldn't. He wouldn't believe.
What's the matter with you? You look like a stiff.
I cut my hand. I feel funny. Let me in the car, Joey.
Come around the other side.
Open this door, Joey. Let me slide in past you. Please. My legs are going out from under me.
For Pete's sake, okay. Okay, climb in.
Joey.
Get in, will you? We gotta get out of town fast now.
Joey, I wish I'd known you somewhere else. I wish we were 2 other people. Joey, I love you.
All right, you, hands in the air.
Cops.
Hands in the air, you're under arrest.
Edie. A double-crosser. You led him to me.
Drop that gun, you!
I love you, Joey. No matter what happens, I love you. I love you.
Shut up.
No!
I hate your guts. That takes care of her, copper. Now come on, get me.
Quinn, let him have it!
Want the rest of it, Coleman?
Sure, go ahead.
Joey Casper, near death as he was, wouldn't talk till he was convinced Edie was dead. Then he told the whole story. He shot the patrolman you were blamed for. And he killed McGraw so he couldn't pay. And, your wife, Edie, was in...
Shut up. You know, I remember her once. First time I met her. Maybe it was the second or third. It was the first I remember, you know. It was at Silver Beach, near where we both came from upstate. Edie had on a yellow beach coat over a bathing suit, no makeup. She never needed it. Oh, and that black hair and violet eyes. She was so beautiful. Don't tell me any more about her, Scott. That's the time I remember Edie. It's the only time I want to remember.
It's 1 minute past 12 o'clock, high noon, Coleman. You're alive. You gonna be okay?
They say a guy never appreciates liberty till he loses it. And his life until he's about to lose it. Ask me again if I'm going to be okay.
Coleman, let me open this door for you. You're not under arrest. You're free.
Captain Jim Scott will be back in just a moment to tell you about next week's case. Meantime, take a look at this radio. That's right, your own radio there in your home. Plenty of people have radios, some larger than yours, some smaller, and that's just the point. Because you don't look at this radio in wonder. It's a common, everyday, accepted fact that you and so many millions have a radio in your home. And yet, in many parts of the world, in many millions of homes, there is no radio. And there isn't one in the next house or the next block. There may be only 2 or 3 in a whole town. Why? Because the American economic system is the only way of work that provides things like radio so plentifully and so inexpensively that everyone can be an owner. That's one small example of what free capitalistic democracy has done and continues to do. One reason why Americans know that our economic system works.
Captain Jim Scott speaking. Next week I am confronted with a series of mysterious fires, an unsolved murder, a missing gun, and an unusual firebox. I call it the case of arson by remote control. Be with me, will you, in my fight against crime.
You have heard Under Arrest, presented by Mutual and starring Joe DeSantis as Police Captain Jim Scott. Today's case was especially dramatized for Under Arrest by Paul Milton. Original music was composed and played by Al Finelli. Heard in today's cast were Linda Watkins, Ralph Bell, Larry Haynes, and Louis Van Ruten. All names of persons used in Under Arrest are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons, living or dead, is coincidental. This is Jack Farron speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we'll take you behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup. One of the best fighting generals of your United States Army said in an interview recently, "There is a common belief that all that is necessary to prepare a man for fighting in the Army is certain basic training. That is not true anymore. A modern Army has become a very complex organization, with extremely complicated equipment, and very specialized training is necessary to prepare men to use it. To absorb this specialized training, the Army needs men with high mentality as well as excellent physical condition." Let's give that a moment's thought. What are you doing about that kind of need in the Army? You young men between 18 and 34. Can you qualify? It's a growing Army these days, and the men who can qualify, the men who go on to that special technical training after basic training, are learning valuable skills. They're the men this nation will always depend on in war or peace. Find out whether you can qualify. Go to your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station tomorrow and volunteer.
Well, go down in the front, Mr. Polo.
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me. Yeah, here's a couple.
Right here?
Yeah.
You got one of the men, huh?
I think so.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the washroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice. So do not pay too much attention to their answers, as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, over to this side of the stage, boys. Come on, keep it moving. Okay, now turn and face front. Look right out there to the audience, hands to your sides. Now, I don't want to tell you more than once, boys. Talk up so everybody can hear you. It's a long way to the back of the... Hey, you. You with a cigarette.
Me?
Where'd you get the cigarette?
Well, I got it, so what?
Quine.
I don't know. Where'd you get it, King?
What do you want from me? Lousy cigarette? I'll throw it away.
Okay, throw it away.
Just a lousy cigarette.
I don't know where he got it, Matt.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Ain't they supposed to smoke, Lieutenant?
Well,
All
they're
right,
cleaned
number
out
one,
before we put
Raymond
them in the
Conga,
tank.
disturbing
We're
the
not
peace.
supposed to have anything on
Take
them.
your hands out of your pockets, Ray.
Okay.
Where do you live, Ray?
766 South Florida.
Where's that? What is it, a house, a hotel, or what?
A house.
Oh, talk up, Ray.
Okay. A house!
The arresting officers say you were fighting.
That's right, I was fighting.
Well, who were you fighting with?
A guy. Guy in an alley. You know, he was doing a little fighting too, you know.
Who was he?
He's standing right behind me. Him, I don't know his name. I never saw him before.
Number 7, James Link.
Oh, he started the whole thing.
You're crazy. That's not the truth, Sergeant.
I'll get to you, James.
Okay, but the jerk's not
Who
telling
you
us...
calling a jerk?
All right, now, all right. Cut it out now. Move up against the wall, and you. You keep your face shut, James.
Okay.
All right, now, what's your business, Ray?
I'm a plumber, but I'm not working.
How'd the fight start?
I was in a bar with a dame. A girl. This guy, him, he's got a foul mouth.
What?
I don't mind, but the dame, the girl don't like it. I can't blame her.
I got a foul mouth.
Yeah, you.
Fine.
Come on, break it up. Hey, don't.
Get over against the wall. Go on.
Okay.
Now, you stay put. And you, James, you open your mouth again.
I'm sorry.
You see what I mean? This guy starts things like that.
Get him off, Quine. Get him off.
Come on, move.
Sure.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. These things don't happen very often.
Boy, they really went at it.
Yeah,
Okay,
we get
now,
all kinds.
Number 2, Clyde Helms, robbery. Where you from, Clyde?
Alabama.
Where in Alabama?
Morgan.
How long you been in town, Clyde?
About a week.
Where you been staying?
A hotel over on Lincoln Boulevard.
I know where that is. It's 214 Lincoln
car?
Boulevard,
Yeah.
America.
No, sir.
Did you have a car in the robbery?
Yeah, but it wasn't mine.
What kind?
Chrysler.
Sedan, a coupe, or what?
Four-door sedan. Wanted a smaller one, but it was the only one with the keys in.
Any weapons?
Yeah, 32 automatic.
Anybody arrested with you?
No?
Okay, number 3, Dennis Haddock. Suspicion of murder.
You still here, Greb?
Yes, I'm still here. Just answer the questions, Haddock.
Lieutenant.
That the man?
Where do you live?
Same place.
Where is it?
Carlton Towers, 85th and Carlton.
What's your business?
You kidding, Greb?
What's your business, Haddock?
I play the stock market.
That's him. I'm sure
Any
that's him.
weapons when they
He
picked
was the
you
one
up?
with the gun.
Not a one.
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 3, hold for interrogation.
Here he is, Ben.
Oh. Sit down, Haddock.
Okay.
We want a statement, Haddock.
Swell. Who's going to give it to you?
You're going to give it to us.
I'll give you nothing.
We got an identification, Haddock. A man saw you do the job.
What job? I don't know what you're talking about.
Our witness identified you in the line.
Nuts.
We've already got his statement. He identified you as the killer.
Nuts.
He'll go on the stand and he'll point you out. First degree. You know what the sentence is?
I hate to disappoint you.
The witness was in the park. He saw you tailing Krug.
I told you I wasn't tailing nobody.
You were picked up on the other side of the park.
So I was picked up on the other side of the park. I was walking. So what?
You kidding? Why, you killed Krug not 10 feet from the witness.
I didn't kill nobody. Now look,
The
copper,
witness saw it. Saw you knife Krug. Eyewitness.
I didn't kill nobody.
You put a knife in Leon Krug.
I don't get it. You really think you're going to beat this?
Look, if I didn't kill anybody, why shouldn't I beat
Who
this?
paid you to kill Krug?
Oh, how many times do I gotta
Who
tell
wanted
you?
him knocked off, huh?
I'm getting a little tired of this, boys.
We know who you work for, Haddock. We know Krug was marked.
Oh, now, really?
We know the whole setup. Word's been around for a long time.
So you know it. What do you want me to do, congratulate you?
You work for Jack Stefano.
I work for nobody. You guys are really getting pretty dull.
Stefano's got orders out. Every guy who might give him trouble is supposed to be taken care of.
You've been reading too many books.
Krug was the first. If you think we're going to let a gang war bust...
I don't think anything. Except maybe you guys are a little rum-dum.
We want Stefano, Haddock.
Go get him.
And you're going to help us put him away.
Oh, now that's a real bright one, Guthrie. I'm going to put Stefano away.
Yeah, you're going to put him away. Yeah. You knifed Krug.
Oh, now
you
listen,
got paid
Greg.
for the job, and Stefano paid you.
Look, fellas, please, will you? Forget it, huh? You're not going to get anywhere with me.
Now, listen,
Don't
Haddock.
you get rough with me,
Take
Greb.
it easy, Matt. Wine.
Yeah, Ben.
Take him down.
Let's go, Haddock.
Sure.
We got you, and we're going to get Stefano.
Okay.
With or without you, we're going to get him.
Swell. You ready, Copper?
Who are you talking to, punk?
To you, Copper. To you.
Get him out, Quine.
Sure.
Oh, brother. Talk about gall.
Yeah, he really thinks that organization's got... Hey!
It's okay. He tripped.
Look, Quine.
I mean it. He tripped. Didn't you?
Yeah.
Get him downstairs.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh, you hurt your ankle, huh?
Makes a difference?
I ask you a question.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard it.
He tripped.
Sure.
But this whole thing is liable to get pretty serious.
Yeah, I know it.
Stefano's out to take over the syndicate. He's got a big organization now.
And more than one guy like Haddock.
And Haddock's no dummy. That's why it's going to be hard to crack. He's sure Stefano can spring him.
Can he, Ben?
Not as long as we got a witness. So let's put a couple of men on that witness just to play it safe, huh?
Yeah. You coming to dinner tonight?
Sure.
Molly said about 7. Oh, don't let me forget. I got to stop and pick up a quart of ice cream. Who's with Polo?
I put McCarthy and Waldron with him. Quine and Ash will take over in the morning.
Going down with me tomorrow?
Down where?
The Red Cross, I told you. Give him some blood.
Oh, yeah. Well, it'll have to be in the afternoon around 2.
Fine. Oh, here's a market.
Yeah. Give me a pack of cigarettes, will you?
Right.
I'll see what's going on.
Okay, Al. Just be a minute.
All right, take your time.
87, a 415 at the corner of Elm and Vista. 73 and 77, code 6.
Hi, mister.
Well, hello, son.
Are you a policeman?
That's right.
Where's your uniform?
Well, I don't wear one. I'm a detective.
I'm a cowboy.
You sure are. That's a pretty dandy outfit.
I'm a Hoppy Ranger.
Yeah? What's your name?
Jamie Martin Fisher. I got a gun. I could shoot you.
Now, you wouldn't want to shoot me.
Sure I would.
Oh! Ah, you got me.
You need some help, Lieutenant?
Oh, better put out a APB for a dangerous cowboy. I'm dying, Sergeant.
I'll shoot you, too.
If I give you a nickel, will you let me go, huh?
Sure. Gimme.
There you are.
Okay, I won't shoot you.
You see, you got to know how to handle these situations. Come on, Lieutenant. I better get you to a hospital.
So long, Jamie.
Thanks for the nickel.
So long, cowboy.
He's a hoppy ranger.
You don't say.
Attention, all units.
Hey.
All units in area
Here's
Q.
something.
211
We're in that area.
993 West Orange. Ambulance on the way. All units in
What?
area Q.
That's just a couple of blocks.
211 at
You gonna take it?
993 West Orange.
Ambulance on the
Yeah.
way.
That's where Mr. Polo lives, our witness.
Let us through, please. Let us through.
Up there, the second floor up there, somebody's hurt.
Now, who are you?
The landlord, it's my building. There's been a shooting.
Come on, man.
The second floor, second.
Waldron.
A shotgun went up. I opened the door. Shotgun. I think McCarthy got it bad. Second floor. Go on.
Stay with him, man.
Crawl down. I tried to get to a phone.
McCarthy. Oh. Mac.
Ben. Pull. Over there.
Okay.
Dead?
Yeah. Now, take it easy. Take it easy. Now. Ambulance is on the way.
Just walked in. Some guy with a shotgun. My face.
Take it easy. Did you know him?
Lights were out. No. Ben.
Yeah?
Wait.
While we're talking about your United States Army's need for the best young people, let's take a minute to look at the vital job women are doing in today's growing Army, too. The Women's Army Corps, a great corps with a tradition its women are proud of, is today serving alongside the men of the Army. Women of that corps, working on equal terms with men, are doing interesting jobs. Jobs of vital importance in the support of your Army's combat soldiers. Jobs in challenging fields. They're working in technical fields, secretarial posts, in supply, and in hundreds of the most interesting locations in the world. How about you, young women between 18 and 34? Can you qualify for the Women's Army Corps? If you can, there's a great opportunity for you in today's growing U.S. Army, an Army with a challenging job to do. Stop in at your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station and find out about your place in the Women's Army Corps.
Go get Haddock, Mac. Bring up my office. I'll be over as soon as I see the chief.
Right.
Oh, Charlie.
Hello, Ben.
We were the first ones over there, Charlie. A couple of blocks away when we got the call. Waldron may pull through.
What have you got?
Nothing more than you have. Waldron didn't see the guy, neither did McCarthy. Came home with Polo. Polo opened the door, and when they stepped in, blam, both barrels. Killed Polo instantly. McCarthy got it in the face, Waldron in the chest. Waldron crawled to the first floor. Killer got out the window. Well, with Polo dead, we'll never be able to hold Haddock.
Or get anything on Stefano. Stefano will spring Haddock as soon as the news breaks about our witness. He'll probably make him stay in a couple of days just to make it look good.
Yeah. I'm going to release Haddock.
Right away?
Yeah. What would you do if you were Haddock? You didn't know the witness against you'd been killed. What would you do if you were suddenly released?
I'd think one Lieutenant Guthrie was a little crazy.
Where would you go?
Not to Stefano. I'd figure maybe he wanted to tail me.
What if you were Haddock and I told you Stefano was going to kill you because you were the only man who could send him to prison?
Oh, now, wait a minute,
The witness
Ben.
is dead. A good cop is dead. Haddock isn't going to crack, you know
He'll
that.
never fall for it, Ben.
Wouldn't you? If when you got out on the street somebody picked you up and took you for a ride?
What are you talking about?
Nobody's going to get hurt.
Are you crazy?
Well, he might talk.
And you're a police officer.
Then you tell me how to get Stefano.
Well, that isn't the way.
One way or another, you're going to have to release Haddock. You know he killed Krug, but you have to release him, and there's nothing you can do about it.
You think I like it that way?
No. When Haddock finds out that the only witness against him is lying down in the morgue, he'll never talk.
Then we'll get Stefano another way.
Have you got the man who killed Polo and McCarthy?
No.
Have you got one little lead?
No, but you're a police officer, Ben.
Charlie, we got to work fast. Stefano's got an organization of killers.
But a stunt like this.
Well, it might work. We've got to stop Stefano.
Okay. Go on. Get out of here.
I'll need three-way communication, 2 command cars. Can you get me a waiver from the inspector for 2 command cars?
All right. But take it easy on the equipment.
Thanks, Charlie.
Told you, don't you guys ever get tired?
Take him downstairs and turn him loose, Matt.
What?
Turn him loose?
That's right, Matt. Turn him loose.
Right. Well, let's go, Haddock.
I've been sprung.
I'm springing you.
You, what is this?
You heard the lieutenant. Now let's
Now,
go.
wait a minute. I don't get it.
You don't have to. You can take a walk. I'm not holding you.
Oh, come on. Somebody got a writ or something?
No writ, no something. I want you out on the street, Haddock.
Okay, but I don't get it.
You will.
Let's go.
Now, wait a minute. What is it, Guthrie? How come?
The word's out, Haddock. Stefano's afraid you'll talk.
You're crazy.
Look, you tell us about Stefano. We'll see you get protection.
Oh, that's it. Well, you don't squeeze me, Guthrie. You don't squeeze me a bit. Pretty weak try.
Take him down and check him out, Matt.
Sure, take me down and check me out. You don't fool me a bit, Guthrie.
Come on, Punk.
Pretty bad, Guthrie.
Move it.
You don't think I...
Move!
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Asher, get Quine and meet me in the garage right away. All right, now here it is. In 5 minutes, Haddock will walk out on the street. He's never seen you before, has he, Asher?
No.
Okay, I want you to follow him. Let him know you're following him.
Okay.
Quine?
Yeah.
You're in a command car. A prowl car each spot. Take the command car and follow about half a block away.
Right.
Matt and I'll be in the other car. We'll stay away out of sight. And you keep us notified on Haddock's movements.
Well, if you're being so careful, why let him spot me?
I hope he thinks you're one of Stefano's men. I want to scare him right out of his socks.
You just want me to keep tailing him, huh?
That's right. Until you've got him good and worried. Then pick him up, throw a gun on him. You're supposed to be one of Stefano's boys, you understand?
Oh.
Walk him to a quiet spot, scare him all the way. Make it look like you're going to kill him. The 3 of us will bust in at the right time.
Okay, Ben.
Now look, Haddock's pretty smart. He's not going to fall for anything unless it looks awful good.
Okay, we'll make it look good. We'll get rough.
All right, we'll put on a good fight, so take care of yourself.
Think it'll work?
I don't know. You got 3 minutes. Get going.
I'm at the signal at the corner of 81st and Lincoln. Haddock's going north. I think he spotted Asher.
Turn here, man. We'll stay in the next block, running parallel.
Left?
Yeah.
He turned up 84th, walking pretty fast. He spotted Asher all right.
Turn up 83rd.
Right.
He's stopping and looking out a window, Ben. 300 block. Asher stopped, too. Haddock can't miss it. He knows he's got a tail. Well, he's leaving the window. He's going to grab a cab.
Follow him. If Asher doesn't get a cab, we'll pick him up and follow you.
Right.
Want me to swing over on 84th?
No, hold it. Stop here.
He got his cab, heading north on 84th. It's okay. Asher got another cab. Cab's stopping. Haddock's getting out. Asher's out, too. Haddock's going into the Carlton Towers, 85th and Carlton. Asher followed him in.
Park someplace. We'll pick you up.
Right.
Let's go over, man.
Carlton Towers. That's where Haddock lives. It's 11:30.
Maybe Haddock isn't going to come out. Maybe he's just going to lock himself in and have
Oh, there he is.
There's Asher. Oh, look at that pickup. Look at Haddock.
Yeah, he nearly fainted.
All right, let's go. We'll stay on this side of the street. Keep back far enough.
Haddock isn't going to spot us, Ben. He isn't looking around for anything. He thinks he's taking his last walk.
Yeah, up Carlton, right for the river.
Funny if a patrolman spotted it. Asked them what they were doing.
Hilarious.
The crowd thinning out. Take the other side of the street, Quine.
Okay.
You better drop back, man.
Sure.
Come on.
Where are they?
Out on that dock. Now stay next to the building. Stay out of sight until we get close enough. I'll give you the word.
Okay.
Wait a minute, will you? Look, I just talked to Stefano.
Shut up. Walk to the edge of the dock.
No, wait.
Walk.
I don't get it. Stefano said Barney got the witness. What do you want me for?
Move.
Look, I didn't tell him anything. I'm not going to open my mouth to think I'm crazy.
I told you, move.
No, wait. No, wait a minute. Will you please?
Turn and face the water.
No, please don't.
Drop the gun.
Come here, get him, hurry up.
Where are you? Okay, come on.
Grab him, will you?
Get him. Come on. Okay, you dirty no good.
Guthrie, he was going to kill me.
Yeah, I know.
Stand back there.
We tailed you, Haddock.
That rat, Stefano, that dirty, stinking rat.
Want to tell us about it?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Who do you think you're kidding, copper? You can't haul me in like this.
Oh, you're wrong, Stefano. You're going to be in for a long time.
I'll be out of here in an hour.
I hate to tell you, but your boy Haddock spilled his guts all over the precinct.
I don't know no Haddock. He ain't no boy of mine.
Signed a sworn statement, but you're going to get life for sure.
You're nuts.
Maybe you'd like to see him.
Sure, I'll see him.
Ben, we got Stefano.
Oh, bring him in.
Go ahead.
How do you like it, Stefano?
Shut up, Haddock.
I've done all my talking. Sure, I'll shut up, but they're going to put you away for a long time, Stefano.
Why, you dirty...
Try to get me knocked off, huh? Some send two-bit hood to...
What are you talking about? I didn't send nobody.
You're a filthy liar. Now you're going to get yours.
Shut up.
How do you like it, huh? How do you like it?
Ben?
Oh, come on in, Asher.
Hey, him.
Hello, Haddock.
Hey, what is this?
You two haven't met, have you? Dennis Haddock, Sergeant Asher.
Sergeant. But he's the guy... Stefano, I thought he was one of your boys.
You stupid idiot. You've been had.
I've been framed. This is a dirty, no-good thing.
You stupid...
Get away! Get him away from me!
Break it up there now. Break it up. All right, get over there, Haddock, and shut up.
Keep him off of me.
Now fix that stupid little...
Shut up, Stefano.
Don't yell at me, Greb.
Shut up and sit down.
You don't tell me to do nothing, copper. You don't shove me around and tell me to do nothing.
That's That's for two good cops, Stefano.
A few minutes ago, we quoted a famous fighting man on the subject of the Army's need for men of high mental qualifications to absorb technical training. Here's something else the General said in that same interview. That is only a part of our need. There is another need in the Army, and one that is not generally understood, for men of high intelligence and ability to lead our combat units. Combat leaders are specialists, too, and require specialized training, just as do the technicians. That's worth thinking about for a moment. Old soldiers will tell you that it's good training plus the best leadership that pays off, that brings a man through the tough places and keeps him effective. Not every young American between the ages of 18 and 34 can qualify for the kind of specialized training the Army requires. But how about you? Can you qualify? Visit your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station tomorrow and take a look at your opportunities in your growing United States Army. The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you The Lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure
The Lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Blake Edwards, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Ed Begley, Jay Novello, Lou Krugman, Bill Conrad, Sam Edwards, Stacey Harris, Gene Bates, Jeffrey Silvers, and Hy Averback. The Lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, the Star's Address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, we bring you Reginald Gardner as the Gentleman, with Alan Reed as Stanley, the gentleman's gentleman. The Gentleman, that debonair and deadly detective in top hat and tails who is
respected by the police,
feared by the underworld,
and loved by the ladies.
The Gentleman, whose way with a maid and a murderer are equally famous. The nonchalant menace of crime, who comes to you tonight in the episodes of The Lovely Liar.
Pardon me. This here ain't the gentleman. This here is Stanley, the gentleman's gentleman. I've been asked to say a few words about the master, Stephen Van Cleve. Well, after being born and growing up like anybody else, in a few short years, he worked his way up to being the world's best operator in the business of lifting other people's valuables. But reaching the top of his chosen profession, he all of a sudden abandons it and falls into honesty. This was naturally a great shock to me. But I stay loyal. I turn honest with him. This don't make me a happy man. Only last week, driving the convertible, which the gentleman has paid the full price for, I suffer.
Stanley.
Yes, sir?
Stop brooding. You look like a hen about to give her all.
I ain't a hen. Mr. Van Cleve.
Yes, Stanley?
How long can all this go on?
All what?
All this honesty.
It happens to be the best policy.
You gotta die before a policy pays off. Maybe you ain't noticed, for example, that the tears of the Empress were swiped last night.
Alas, poor Empress. Left without a tear to shed.
The tears of the Empress, like you didn't know, happens to be a string of matched pearls worth conserving.
I am not interested in matched pearl necklaces, Stanley. I can't afford them.
Who's talking about paying for them? Oh, it ain't right. There was a time when the gentleman would have considered the presence of that there necklace in the same city with him a challenge.
That time is dead.
You sure?
Why, of course I am.
You remember when you persuaded the police commissioner to give you a motorcycle escort out of town, and you with the blue diamond tiara in your pocket?
Yes. And a very pretty tiara it was.
Or the time when you swiped old man Gilray's Rembrandt through the back door, walked through the front door with it, and sold it to him.
Ah, a lovely painting.
And how about that time at the police captain's convention when you swiped 317 gold badges?
Yes. What on earth did I ever do with them?
Tell the truth. Don't you ever wish you were back in your real profession with all the excitement and...
There's just as much excitement in being on the side of the law.
It don't pay as good.
A red light, Stanley. Better stop. We have enough tickets.
Yeah.
Hello. Mind if I sit in the back with you?
Why, no.
Hey, the babe.
Attend to your driving. The light's changed.
Yes, sir.
And I'll attend excuse me, I hate to point, but your arms are around me.
I know. And I love it.
Mind you, I have no fundamental objections. Quite the contrary, as a matter of fact. But shouldn't we be introduced before...
All right. I'm Susie.
I'm Stephen. And although it's very pleasant, I think I've been strangled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let go.
No, don't hurry. A little strangulation never hurt anyone.
See, I get impulses.
Well, I approve of your latest one.
But I think I better get out of the car now.
Why?
I just got another impulse.
Well, there's such a thing as being too impulsive. Besides, you haven't given me your address.
Well, I don't think I should give a stranger my address, should I?
But we're not strangers, don't you remember? Van Cleve. Stephen Van Cleve. We met all of a minute ago.
Doesn't seem that long, does it?
Doesn't seem that... Susie, why don't we start all over again? What's the matter?
That's a siren.
So it is.
Hey, Mr. Van Cleve, it's a prowl car overtaking us. We better get out of here fast.
Don't be an idiot. They're not after us.
No, the cop's waving at me to pull over.
Well, then pull over.
Okay.
Our consciences are clear. Perhaps it's a friend of Susie's.
No policeman is a friend of mine.
Hey, he's coming over.
Well, let's all be friendly to him, shall we? A policeman's lot is not a happy one.
Thanks for stopping, friend. Ah, there she is. Come on, you.
Susie, he's speaking to you.
Me?
You.
Well, this is, of course, completely ridiculous, and I'll write to my congressman. Me?
You.
All right. Goodbye, Stephen.
Officer?
Yeah?
I know all about what happened to the cat, but nevertheless, I'm curious. Why are you arresting the young lady?
Hey, wait a minute. I seen you before. In a police lineup, maybe?
My name is Van Cleve, and I'm afraid you've been denied that pleasure.
Van Cleve? The gentleman. You should have been in one.
I'm so sorry.
The gentleman and Susie. That's funny.
Yes, I'm crazy about laughing, too. Tell me, too, won't you?
Forget it. Come on, Susie.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Police lineup, Susie and myself in close contact. Police laughter. Oh, yes, of course. You may remove the young lady, officer.
Thanks.
But before you do, Susie.
Yes?
Would you very much mind returning my wallet? Dear old apartment 7B. My hat, Stanley.
Put it away yourself. You ain't got a broken arm.
But that is not the way a gentleman's gentleman is supposed to behave.
We're alone, ain't we?
I beg your pardon. And stop sulking.
You sound windbroke.
I was thinking of Susie.
She was a crook.
So she was. Nevertheless...
Never mind the nevertheless.
Stanley, stop sounding like a nagging wife.
Who ever heard of a baritone wife?
She was very lovely, and has left behind her only...
a memory.
This. It was in my right-hand coat pocket.
Holy mackerel.
Well, why overlook codfish?
Mr. Van Cleve, that there is a perfectly matched string of pearls worth conservative.
Never mind what it's worth. It happens to be the tears of the Empress.
Mr. Van Cleve, I take back everything I've been thinking. Without even having to burgle the joint where the necklace was kept, you wind up with it. You're a genius.
Oh, don't be an ass. It was purely accidental and entirely Susie's idea.
Yeah, we'll send her a postcard when we get to... Hey, I better start packing.
Whatever for?
Well, you ought to know that necklace is too hot to peddle right here in town, so...
I've no intentions of peddling it.
You... Oh, Mr. Van Cleve.
Yes?
Honesty again.
Honesty still.
I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. Mr. Van Cleve, sir, look at them pearls. Regard the gleam, the luster.
Mind if I look too, Bub?
Huh? Hey.
Well, we really must have the woodwork cleaned. How did you get here?
Oh, I'm a bad boy. I picked the lock on your back door.
I've not time to spank you, so run along and pick someone else's lock.
No, look.
Oh, a revolver. Yes, I must say you keep it polished nicely. Very good. Now put it away.
Reach for the chandelier.
Well, what on earth would I do with the chandelier?
I said...
I refuse. Absolutely nonsensical. Or perhaps you have a fixation about chandeliers. Ceiling fixtures in general. I know a splendid psychiatrist who'd be glad
Shut up!
Yeah, a highly unnatural condition for me.
You ain't. Well, maybe I won't plug you for not reaching, but reach for the pearls.
I know. Bang. You may have the necklace.
Thanks.
It's worth looking at. One of the finest imitations I've ever seen.
You said imitation?
I said imitation.
You're nuts.
No, I'm Van Cleve.
So what?
You may have heard of me under my pseudonym.
No, I ain't never been out of the country.
I've been known in my time as the Gentleman.
The Gentleman? The biggest crook that ever snagged the stop? You say this choker is phony?
I not only say it, but it is.
How can you tell?
You've only got to look at it. Or better still, why don't we apply the Messer-Vogel-Fandheim test?
The what?
It's quite infallible. Tells you within 5 minutes whether a pearl is genuine or not.
Yeah, thanks. I ain't got the time. Only if this here is a phony, then somebody else is running out of time, too.
Gentlemen.
So what do?
We go, naturally, to the police.
Mr. Van Cleve, this kind of thing I can't get accustomed to. Without nobody putting the arm on you, still you're going to the cops.
Well, don't let it upset you too much, Stanley. We may be going towards the police, but we're not going to join them.
Oh, we're restraining ourselves?
We're remaining outside the police station.
I could think of lots nicer places to hang around outside of.
But none of them would contain Susie.
Susie? Who cares about her?
I do. The station's up ahead. Better stop here.
Okay, sir. You ain't yet told me about Susie.
I'll admit you're old enough to know.
Hey, wait, before you get into that test you mentioned back at the apartment, the
Messer-Vogel-Fandheim test?
Yeah. How do you spell it?
My dear Stanley, not only do I not know how to spell it, I don't even know what it is.
Hey, wait a minute. If that's the case, does it mean...
It does. The necklace was quite genuine.
It was, huh?
That makes you happy?
It makes me very happy. Maybe the past is reclaiming you. You lied to somebody. I ain't never been crazy about police station architecture, Mr. Van Cleve. Maybe the cops ain't going to release Susie.
Nonsense, they'll have to.
Why?
No evidence against her. You see, by slipping the necklace into my pocket, she cleared herself, so far as the police are concerned.
And maybe they'll hold on to her for luck. No. There she comes now.
Good. Out of the car. And we'll run into her accidentally.
She could find that hard to believe.
I don't think it will matter to her. Ah, hello, Susie. What a happy coincidence.
Oh, Stephen.
Stephen.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Susie. Where have you been?
Jail.
Did you like it?
I never do.
You've been to jail before?
Often.
Well, it's probably very restful there, and there's a car coming down the street. Its lights are out. Get down, both of you.
I'm making a hole in the pavement.
Susie, I told you to get down. Rather a brief visit.
I'm glad they couldn't stay.
Susie, are you all right?
Stephen Van Cleve, don't you ever do that again.
I beg your pardon.
I could kill a man like
But
you.
what have I done?
I don't mind so much your knocking me down, but you messed up my hairdo.
Well, I'm terribly sorry.
Just because you were saving my life, there's no reason to mess up my hairdo. After all, a girl's hairdo was very dear to
Oh, I
her.
do apologize, Susie, and the next time I save your life, I promise I shan't disturb a hair of your head.
Well, all right. Apology accepted.
Good. And now let's go up to my apartment.
Oh, you better get another apology started.
No etching, Susie.
No etching?
Oh, phonograph records.
But I'm tone deaf.
Well, then we could try to read the labels on the records together. It's lots of fun. A little hard on the neck, maybe, but...
All right, Stephen. I'll come.
You will? How charming of you. And yet, you know, I rather thought you would. Here we are. It may be only an apartment to you, Susie, but it's an apartment to me, too.
I like it. It's a bachelor apartment, isn't it?
It is.
I'm crazy about bachelor apartments. Sometimes I wish I was a bachelor so I could live in one.
Sometimes you wish you were... Susie, how about a drink?
No, thanks. I promised my mother I'd never drink in a bachelor apartment.
Nonsense. You're perfectly safe here.
That isn't what my mother told me about bachelor
I
apartments.
give you my word.
Bachelors always do,
Stanley, go get me a drink.
Yeah. So.
And now to get onto a nice, safe subject, Susie. What do you think of the weather?
Oh, I don't know much about the weather.
Well, it's rather interesting. For example, it's generally hot, or when it isn't, it's quite frequently cold. It even rains from time to time.
Stephen.
On the other hand, there have been long, dry spells.
Stephen. Let's not talk about the weather.
You're getting an impulse?
Uh-huh.
Similar to the one you had earlier in the car?
Uh-huh.
I thought I recognized it.
You still approve of it?
Oh, yes.
I'm glad.
But there's nothing in my right-hand pocket, Susie.
What was that?
There's nothing in my right-hand pocket.
If you don't mind, I'll make sure of
Oh,
that.
please do. And then you might try the left-hand pocket. I'm rarely being so pleasantly surrounded.
Nothing in either pocket.
You're leaving me?
Just stepping back. Stephen, where is it?
Where is what?
You're very pretty, Stephen, but I want the necklace.
Badly enough to... Oh, yes. Definitely badly enough to flourish a revolver about it. Didn't they take that away from you back at the police station?
This isn't my revolver. It's yours.
Oh, my mistake.
So give me the necklace, Stephen.
I'm afraid I don't have any necklaces. People so rarely give them to me. Now, if it were a tie or a pair of shorts...
This is your gun. So if I shot you with it, nobody would even connect it with me. And I will shoot you, Stephen, unless...
It's only a bachelor's word, of course, but it's the only one I can give you. I do not have the necklace.
What did you do with it?
Gave it to a fellow.
Who?
As I remember, we weren't introduced. He forgot to mention his name.
You expect me to believe that?
Oh, I don't believe in Santa Claus either. Nevertheless...
Stephen, you're going to give me that necklace, or I'm going to shoot you.
You can't.
Why not?
Ah, this thing is bigger than both of us. You'd hate yourself in the morning.
Oh. Well, Stephen, I hate you tonight.
Well, that's unfortunate, because I've something to tell you.
What?
Someone is opening the door behind you.
Oh, that's so corny. Am I supposed to turn my head so you'll be able to grab my gun? I'm not going to.
You should have. Got her. Without spilling the drink, either.
Very good, Stanley. I'll take the drink and the gun, Susie.
You truth teller.
My apologies.
Stephen, I wouldn't really have shot you much.
I hate being shot even a little.
But I worked so hard stealing that necklace. Who did you give it to?
Well, he was rather short, with a kind of ingrown mustache and a pair of pop eyes that should have made a sound every time he turned them.
Eddie Kane.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I've got to go. Goodbye.
But Susie, you haven't looked at my records yet. Oh, I suppose she really doesn't care about music, Stanley.
What is it, sir?
I'll toss you to see who gets my hat from the closet.
We're following that tomato?
Oh, definitely. Although I don't really think of it as a vegetable.
Toss that coin.
Very well.
Heads. Your hat, Mr. Van Cleef.
Butcher, someone's knocking at the door.
Yeah, Mr. Kruger.
I'm not verifying the accuracy of my hearing. See who that is, you ape.
Who's the ape?
You are.
Well, you don't gotta get mad about it.
Hello, Butcher.
Hiya, Kane. Hey, it's Kane, Mr. Kruger.
Oh, good. Good. I've been waiting, Kane, and not patiently. Where is the necklace?
I don't know.
I don't like jokes.
I don't like them neither, and I ain't joking. Susie scrambled with the pearls after we cracked the vault like we planned, right? But a cop picked her up.
Go on.
Before the cop put the arm on her, I seen her slip the pearls into a guy's pocket.
Yeah, clever little girl. I knew she'd do well with us.
Yeah, I followed the guy, got into his apartment, pulled a gun on him, took the pearls.
Admirable.
Only when I'm walking out with the necklace, the guy says it's a phony.
A phony?
Yes. I asked the guy how come he knows so much. He tells me. His name is Stephen Van Cleef.
The gentleman? Well.
Yeah. And if he don't know, who would? But I don't even take his word for it. I took the necklace over to a hock shop. The guy there offers me a couple of $100 for it. Says it's a beautiful job, only but glass. So here it is.
An imitation. Where's Susie?
How would I know?
I want to see her. Badly.
You figuring she pulled a switch on us?
What do you think?
I think she pulled a switch on us.
Then we know what has to be done, don't we?
Susie would appear to be in quite a hurry, Stanley. My slight lie about the necklace should begin to bear fruit shortly.
I ain't even going to pretend I know what you're talking about.
There was very little opportunity for me to do much about the necklace. However, by insinuating that it was false, I may have caused the thieves to fall out amongst themselves.
That makes you happy?
Delirious. Slow down. Susie's cab's stopping.
Okay.
Susie's getting out, paying the driver, going into that large house at the corner. Looks like Dracula's little black home in the west.
It's like the morgue to me.
Well, let's hope it doesn't turn out to be a morgue for someone we know. Cab's gone, and Susie's gone. Inside.
I don't like this place. Maybe we ought to be gone, too.
Don't be silly. Beauty may be in distress. Come along.
Beauty? You mean Susie? She can take care of herself.
I wonder. True, she's slightly dishonest, but I rather suspect that she's not in the killer classes yet. Her little friends, maybe. The front door? I think not. Large grounds. A gate here. A path leading round the side of the house. We'll take it.
Who owns this dump?
I don't know. But judging from its size, a criminal of some dimensions.
You could have had a house like this, too, if only honesty hadn't gone to your head.
Be still. Lighted window, square ahead. Warm night. The window may be open a trifle. It is. Now, if we can get a little closer without being seen, we'll be in a very fine position for a spot of eavesdropping.
Mr. Van Cleve, hooray.
Why the enthusiasm?
Well, eavesdropping ain't exactly illegal, but it ain't polite either. Maybe you're returning to your true self.
Right here will do. Listen.
Well, that's very sweet of you to drop in on us, Susie.
It was not. I came because I want to know where that necklace is.
I'm sure Kane there will be glad to tell you.
I can tell him. He trailed Van Cleve and me and then took the necklace away from Van Cleve.
You're very well informed, my dear.
Oh, sure. But it seems nobody bothered telling me where I was supposed to come for my cut of the necklace.
There's a very good reason for that. You see, Susie, the necklace is on the table to your left.
Oh!
But you're not going to get a cut.
What?
You're going to get the entire necklace, all for your pretty little self.
There's something fishy about this.
Yes, my dear, there is, because that necklace is as phony as your act.
That necklace? Phony? You're crazy.
Oh, try another line. Kane took it to a jeweler's, had it appraised, and found it was worth perhaps $200. What did you do with the real necklace, Susie?
But I only had one necklace. That one on the table.
Weak. Would you like to take a minute and see if you can do better?
You think I kept the real necklace and tried to give you an imitation?
You're a mind reader, my dear.
But that's silly. I didn't.
Butcher, she's reaching for a gun.
Yeah, I noticed.
Got it.
Ow!
Yeah. Gun in her handbag.
Go, me.
Shut up. Butcher, Susie doesn't want to cooperate.
No.
It hurts my feelings.
That a fact?
If you and Kane hadn't been so alert, who knows what might have happened. You know, Butcher, Susie really ought to tell us where the genuine necklace is.
But I don't know.
You know what might help her do that, Butcher?
Yeah, I think I know.
I'm telling you the truth. I swear I am.
Stanley, I've got to go in there.
But there are three of them with artillery.
Nevertheless, I can't have them hurting Susie.
Okay, maybe we can take them.
No, you're going for the police.
Oh, then let's both go.
No, it would take several minutes before a prowl car could reach here, and that time Susie might get hurt. No, I'll go in. Distract them if I can. Get going, Stanley.
Okay, only don't you get hurt, too, huh?
Stephen!
Good evening, everyone. I seem to have broken a window. I insist, Mr. Kruger. Whatever you say, I shall draw you a check in the morning.
Who is he?
That's Van Cleve, Mr. Kruger, the gentleman.
How do you do, Kane? So nice to think we've met before. You look very well.
Huh?
Your arthritis hasn't been bothering you?
My what?
Shut up, Kane. Butcher, frisk him.
Oh, good heavens, no.
I said frisk him.
Oh, I've no objection to your men searching me to see if I'm armed. Go right ahead, Butcher.
Thanks.
But did you have to use the term frisk, Mr. Kruger? So, old hat.
He's clean.
Yes, that's because I bathe. Does wonders for you, and I never believed it was bad for the health. Butcher, you should really try it sometime.
Huh?
What do you want here, Van Cleve?
Well, you see, I had an appointment with Susie to take her to the movies, and I rather prefer to have her sort of in one piece when I do. Fussy of me, no doubt.
You know, Van Cleve, I hadn't given much thought to your appearance in this business. However, I'm beginning to wonder whether it was sheer accident that caused Susie to drop that necklace into your pocket.
It wasn't an accident at all. It was because she thinks I'm pretty. Of course, she's quite mistaken, but it was an amiable mistake, don't you think?
Mr. Kruger, I don't like this. I think he's stalling for time.
You know, that's quite a peculiar expression, stalling for time. I mean, that is, you tend to think of stalls for horses, you know, those large mammals that consume positively enormous quantities of hay and then make sounds like...
I think perhaps we've had enough of your nonsense, Van Cleve. There's still the matter of that necklace.
You know, I like this lamp you have here, Mr. Kruger. Only trouble is it gives so much light, so...
Hey, he's right behind there.
Susie, get over here with me. Away from that table. It's a death...
Oh, Stephen, what's happened? Someone's been shot. It's so dark in here. Stephen!
Would anyone care to explain? No? Then I shall. We know that one man is lying dead near the table where the necklace is. We know, too, who that one man is, don't we? The only man who must have known that the necklace was not a fake. The man who had it appraised.
Kane.
Yes, Susie. Kane. The man who lied after he discovered that it was genuine, as I'd known all along it was. He would be the man to make a dash for the table in the darkness to get it. And we know who killed Kane, too, don't we?
The police.
Now, there's not enough time to run, is there? The man who killed Kane had to be intelligent enough to realize that Susie couldn't have switched necklaces because she had no time to have an imitation made. The man who was intelligent enough to realize that left only Kane, and who shot at the figure that headed for the table in the dark.
Mr. Van Cleve, where are you?
Oh, come right in, Stanley.
All right, everybody stay put. What goes here?
Officer?
Yes?
May I present Mr. Kruger, murderer?
Gee, everybody's in jail except me. But, Stephen, couldn't you have stolen the necklace before the police got there?
Then you'd have been in jail, too, this way.
Oh, suppose you're right. You were awfully smart, Stephen, forcing everything to happen the way you planned. All with a little lie. You know what?
What?
I've got that impulse again.
Lovely impulse.
Stephen,
Yes?
you know, I think I'm becoming a better woman.
You mean, you didn't steal my wallet just now?
Oh, I did steal it, but look, I'm giving it back.
Thank you.
Aren't you proud of me, Stephen?
Very proud. But now, would you mind returning the money that was in the wallet, too?
You have just heard an episode of The Gentleman, starring Reginald Gardner. And now here again is the gentleman to tell you about next week's episode.
Next week, we'll be having the episode of The Missing Midgets, a bizarre affair in which a lovely redhead is followed about by midgets, loved by a giant, despised by a blonde, all of which naturally makes a tasty dish for the gentleman.
And gentleman's gentleman.
Yes. Stanley and I should be very pleased to have you join us.
The Gentleman was written by Louis Vittes and produced and directed by Helen Mack. In tonight's cast, you heard Lorene Tuttle as Susie, Theodore Von Eltz as Kruger, Arthur Q. Bryan was the officer, Larry Dobkin, Kane. Barney Phillips played Butcher. Music was composed by Rex Corey. Theremin and effects were produced by Dr. Samuel Hoffman. Your announcer is Don Stanley.
Now, the Carrie Salt Company, producer of salt for every farm and home use, brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. In just a minute, today's exciting adventure will begin. But first, do you pride yourself on being a good cook? Well, then guard your reputation by always using Carrie's round package table salt. Yes, ma'am. Carrie salt makes everything you cook taste even better. Because Carrie salt is different. Carrie salt is deep penetrating. That's right. Carrie salt is different. Carrie salt is deep penetrating. You see, Carrie salt goes deep down into the heart of food. It's extra refined, that's why. So Carrie salt always carries the flavor. Get Carrie's tomorrow at your favorite food store. In the round white box with a bright red band. It comes either iodized for added health protection or plain. But now, The Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Blood Money. In a dimly lighted cellar, 4 men sit surrounded by an imposing array of test tubes, ultraviolet ray lamps, and acid baths. Projected on a white screen at the far side of the room is a greatly enlarged reproduction of a $10 bill. The leader, a tall, emaciated man, snapped his fingers. The lights go on, bathing the scene with an eerie light.
It is good. You are satisfied, Monsieur Bones?
It is excellent, Darcy. Finest piece of counterfeit I've ever seen.
Merci.
Even the federal agents will have trouble spotting it.
Yeah, it sure is a lot better than the stuff we've been trying to push up to now, Bones.
You finished with the plates for the 20s and 50s, Darcy?
Oui, Monsieur Bones.
All of them?
All of them. And they are perfect. And now, may I go?
Don't you like it here? You never worked with better equipment in your life, did you, Darcy?
Oh, no, it is fine. The most modern, the most expensive equipment I have ever seen. But I can go now, please. I have my little shop, my own work to go back to.
Very well, you can go, Darcy.
Oh, merci, monsieur.
Ready, Buster?
Yeah, Bones. I've been dying to see if baby here still talks as loud as she used to.
A sawed-off shotgun. You wouldn't use that on him, would you, Bones? You could be heard all over town.
This room's soundproof, Igor.
No, please. You said I could go. I will not talk.
All right, Buster.
Oh, no, please. Do not shoot me. Please. I will not say
baby.
no.
Talk to him.
Good Lord.
Baby still talks as loud as she used to. And bites just as deep.
Well, Lamont, what did you drag me all the way across town to 3rd Avenue for? Now, what's the secret?
In the interest of improving your culture, darling.
On 3rd Avenue?
Well, if you must know, I want you to see some etching.
Why, Lamont Cranston.
In a shop, that is. Matter of fact, here it is. Armand Darcy, an old acquaintance of mine. Oh, that's funny. It's still locked.
Oh, nothing funny about it. Read the note in the door. Back in 5 minutes.
Yes, that's what's funny. I tried to get in here several times during the past few days. That note's always been up.
You think something might have happened to him?
Darcy lives in the back of the shop. He'd be sick or something. Come on, darling. Let's go around to the side door.
All right.
This door looks as if it were locked, too. It is. Well,
What are you doing, Don?
a steel rod ought to open it.
There's a law against housebreaking, you know, Don.
This is purely in the interest of humanity and friendship. That does it. Come on, let's go in.
It's awfully dark and dusty in here.
Look at this. Furniture smashed. Table upset. Bit of struggle here, Margot. Things happened to the old man all right.
What is it? Did you see something there?
No. It's more important that I don't see something that should be there.
What do you mean?
Over here. Look, Darcy's work table. He always had it laid out on top of it. There are none here.
Is that important, Lamont?
I think it is. Come on. Better get over to Commissioner Weston's office. This looks like a case for the police.
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot. Lamont. I can tell by your face something's on your mind. What is it?
I think we've stumbled on something that'll be very important to you, Commissioner.
Is that so?
Yes, a friend of mine, an etcher named Darcy, disappeared from his little shop on 3rd Avenue. His place has been ransacked and his etching tools stolen.
The Bureau of Missing Persons is what you want, Lamont.
You don't understand, Commissioner. This man was an etcher. He was an expert at reproductions of old masterpieces.
The Missing Persons Bureau still gets his case.
But you don't understand, Lamont.
I don't think he understands himself, Margot. Here I am up to my neck trying to run down a gang that's passing thousands of dollars worth of counterfeit a day, and he worries me about some little etcher who... Oh. I see.
I thought you would. Who would be better able to handle counterfeiting than an etcher who specialized in reproductions, Commissioner?
Maybe. Now, these counterfeits are being made and passed by professionals, Lamont. This little amateur of yours wouldn't have a chance in that game.
You got some kind of a lead on this counterfeiting gang, Commissioner?
Our men know pretty well where these counterfeit passers hang out and where the money is turned over to them. We've got every dive in town covered. Just a matter of time.
Every dive?
That's right, Cranston. When you're trying to catch a rat, you put traps outside a rat hole.
Sounds reasonable when you put it that way, Commissioner.
We think it's reasonable.
I think the commissioner's busy, Lamont.
Yes, I guess we better be running along.
Okay, Lamont. Drop in any time. Bye, Margot.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Well, darling?
Darcy is mixed up in this ring, and I don't think we're dealing with the kind of low characters Weston has his eye on.
No?
No, I don't believe an ordinary crook would think of having an expert etcher make his plates. These men are smart. They won't do their business in low dives and hangouts.
Where then?
I don't know. I think tonight we might do a little investigating.
Sounds interesting. Where?
Shindo, Maison de Chance, Barney's, many other plush traps as I can think of.
But they're all nightclubs and gambling joints.
Well, there's no law says we can't enjoy ourselves while we're working. Is there, darling?
Well, Lamont, what's the lure of this place? That slinky blonde who plays the piano?
Why, darling, how could you suspect such a thing?
This is the 3rd straight night we've come back here, and we only went to the other places once.
Well, here comes that slinky blonde now.
You can be enthusiastic in your applause, Lamont. She's not that good.
Well, I don't know about that, Margot.
She does play divinely.
Margot, you notice the effects they use while she's playing?
The colored spotlight?
Yes. Notice how it goes over the audience and picks out certain people?
Yes. Nice effect.
More than an effect, darling. I recognize one of the men it picked out the other night. Later, he went into the gambling room and won a large sum of money on one play.
Lucky him.
Maybe. The following night, I memorized the 6 faces of the people the spotlight stopped at. They all won large sums of money, all on one play.
Oh.
See that fellow sitting over there? His name's Rigo. Police had never been able to get anything on him, but they'd like to.
The spotlight stopped on him just now.
Just now he's getting up from the table. Come on, Martha, let's follow him into the gambling room.
Get your bets down, folks. Get your bets down. Come on, let's have some action here. The wheel's hot tonight.
Where was this Rigo you were talking about,
Get your bets down, folks.
He's right over there. Now, let's watch him.
Let's have some bets, folks.
Still time to place a bet, croupier?
Yes, sir. Just about to spin it.
Good. There you are.
Now, all bets placed. 26 in red. 26 in red even.
I guess that's me.
Well, there you are, sir, right here now.
I think I'll cash in, croupier. Which window?
The end window on the right, sir. All right, folks, come on now. Get your bets down.
It's uncanny, Lamont.
Stay here, darling. I'm going to follow him.
Get your bets down.
Hello, Rigo.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
Let's go to the smoking room. We can talk better there.
What is this, mister?
In the smoking lounge, Rigo.
If this is a stick-up, you won't get away with it. Now, what do you want?
You're pretty lucky, Rigo.
Yeah?
Yeah. Won quite a lot of money on one play tonight, didn't you?
So that's it. A stick-up, huh?
No. Just I'd like to know how you managed it.
Good work, Buster. You got here just in time.
Yeah, I saw him brace outside the door, so I followed you in.
What was it? I don't know. He was asking questions about how I won the money.
Here's his wallet. Yeah. Name's Lamont Cranston.
Cranston? He's a private eye. A friend of the police commissioner. We gotta take care of him.
I'll get a hold of Holmes and find out what he wants to do with him. We'll take care of this guy. Good.
How's your poor head, Lamont?
It's not my poor head that's hurt. It's my pride, darling. Imagine letting someone sneak up behind me like that.
Who did it? Did you see him?
No, I just felt him, darling.
We must be getting awfully close to something, Lamont. Maybe we better let Commissioner Weston handle it.
No, not yet. He never believed that a gambling house was paying off professional passers with counterfeit in return for their own good money.
It does seem pretty far-fetched, Lamont.
Not far-fetched, Margaret. It's ingenious. You see, in that way, if a passer gets caught, he doesn't know who his source of supply is. It's just as I suspected, darling. The head of this gang is a very intelligent man.
Yes? This is Buster. We arranged to have a little talk with that fella Cranston, like you said, Bones.
See that there are no slip-ups, Buster.
Oh, no, Bones. I ain't gonna do the talking personally. I left Baby to talk for me.
Did you get the young lady's address?
Yeah. Everything's all set up at her place. He walks to a door, opens the door for her, and turns on the light.
Yeah.
But tonight, when he opens that door, Baby turns off the light. For good.
Well, darling, here you are. Door-to-door service.
Come in for a minute, Lamont. I want to fix that cut in your hair.
Okay, Florence Nightingale.
Oh, where's that key?
I've often thought of inventing a portable radar to help women find things in those purses they carry.
Oh, here it is.
Thanks. Margot, would you mind if I didn't come in after all? All of a sudden, I feel kind of shaky.
I certainly would mind. That head of yours needs some attention. You're coming in.
Okay, darling. I guess.
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute.
Now, here are the two winners of the Carry Salt contest for the week ending September 22nd. Each of these listeners wins a gorgeous $100 17-jewel Harman Gold wristwatch, just for writing the most interesting letters describing some new and unusual use for any Carry Salt product. Listen, the man's watch goes to Mr. G. Fred Prentice of Brookfield Avenue, Chattanooga, Tennessee. In his interesting letter, Mr. Prentice suggests the use of Carry's table salt to prevent a thermos bottle from going stale. As soon as he empties the thermos, he puts in a teaspoon of Carry salt and fills with cold water. Try that hint yourself and see how much fresher the next bottle of coffee tastes. And here's the winner of the ladies' watch, Mrs. William H. Perry of Huntsville, Alabama. Her letter tells how to make a marvelous cleanser for galvanized utensils just by using 1/2 cup of Carry salt and 1/4 cup of kerosene. Congratulations to both winners. And folks, if you'd like to win one of these beautiful watches, listen for the easy rules later in the program. Meanwhile, remember there's a fine Kerry salt for every farm and home use. There's deep penetrating Kerry's table salt, Kerry's mineral supplement salt, Kerry's heat curing salt, and many others. Always look for the white bag, box, or carton with a bright red band. But now, back to the shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, while investigating the disappearance of an etcher named Darcy, have run into a vicious counterfeiting gang. As Lamont opens the door to Margot's flat, the roar of a sawed-off shotgun fills the air.
Lamont! Lamont!
All right, darling. How about you?
I guess I'm all in one piece, too. What was it, a bomb?
It's a mighty close call. There it is on the floor behind that chair. Sawed-off shotgun.
Oh, thank heavens it missed you. Look at the wall.
Yes. Pretty lucky, Margot. This was a rather ingenious job of wiring. Fortunately for us, it slipped somehow. We'd have been blown right through the door.
Lamont, I'm frightened.
Since we've got this much satisfaction, we must be on the right track. We know now the gang's trying to get rid of us.
That's a lot of consolation. Well, what do we do now?
Get down to police headquarters. Maybe now Commissioner Weston will believe this isn't all a figment of my imagination.
Hello, Commissioner. Hey, where have you two been? I've been trying to reach you. We just found Darcy.
What?
What does he say? Where's he been?
He doesn't say anything, and he's been in the river. A couple of days, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I'm sorry. How was he murdered, Commissioner?
A sawed-off shotgun from the looks of it. Not very pretty.
Lamont, a sawed-off shotgun.
That proves that there is a link.
Huh? Well, what's this all about?
The gang tried to kill Lamont and me tonight. And with a sawed-off shotgun.
What? Looks like you've made some enemies by getting mixed up with this Darcy. Probably one of them tried to get you tonight. Is the local precinct working on it?
Yes, Commissioner. I got there right after it happened.
Good. I'd advise you to lay low, Cranston. Of course, I could assign you a bodyguard.
Look, Commissioner Weston, this is no joke.
I'm not joking, Margot. I'm worried about both of you. But I know you can expect things like this when you don't leave police work to men who are trained in it.
Maybe you're right, Commissioner.
Maybe we'd better run along, Lamont.
Yes, I guess so. Goodbye.
Now, take care of yourself.
You know he's not right, Lamont.
There's no use trying to convince Weston of it. We'll have to follow this thing through alone.
But how?
Rico. He's our only connection with the gang. I'm going to find out where he lives and pay him a visit tonight. I think Rigo will talk to the shadow.
Hello, Rigo. Going someplace?
What? Who said that?
The shadow, Rigo. Don't bother to look around. No man sees the shadow.
What do you want? Why are you here?
I am here for the truth, Rigo. The truth about the etcher, Darcy. The truth about the counterfeit ring.
I don't know anything about them.
Who killed Darcy?
I don't know.
Who killed Darcy? Who, Rigo?
It was a trigger-happy kid called Buster.
How did he do it? With a shotgun?
How did you know that, Shadow?
Who's the head of this ring, Rigo? Who gives this Buster his orders? Who's the brains behind this racket?
They call him Bones. I don't know nothing else about him. Nobody even knows his real name.
Where can the shadow find his Bones?
I don't know. I just take care of shoving the queer. We pick up the stuff at a gambling joint, but I don't know who makes it. Honest, I don't, Shadow.
I think the shadow better pay a visit to this gambling place.
No, don't do that, please, Shadow. Bones would think I sent you.
Fell right into the trap, didn't you, Rigo? So, he operates from the gambling spot.
Okay, so he does operate from the gambling joint. But you'll never find him there, Shadow. He's got a hideout inside the joint. I've been in it, but I was taken blindfolded. It's a real stash out. It's a hideaway nobody can spot.
The shadow will find it, Rigo. When he does, he'll see you pay for your part in this blood money racket.
Shadow, where are you? He's gone. He's gone after Bones. Then Bones and Buster will know I squealed. I gotta get out of here. Fast. And the phone. I won't answer it. No, I won't answer it. I won't. Oh. I've got to. Hello?
Rigo? This is Bones.
Bones? Hello, Bones. Glad you called.
Why?
His shadow. He's been here. He's looking for you. He's after you, Bones. He's after you.
Did you tell him where he could find me, Rigo?
No, of course not. How could I tell him where you were? I don't know. But you gotta help me get away, Bones. You gotta.
All right, I'll help you get away. I know a good hideout. Not even the shadow will find you.
Well, Bones. Fast. But you better make it fast. Fast.
Buster and I will pick you up in 5 minutes. Don't keep us waiting, Rigo.
Swing off onto that dirt road up ahead, Buster.
Right, Bones. You sure this is a safe hideout for taking me to Bones?
Don't worry, Rigo. By the time anybody finds you here, the case will be cold. Ice cold.
The shadow is coming back. He said it's back.
Don't worry about the shadow, Rigo. He'll never bother you again.
I hope not.
This is the end of the road, Bones.
All right, Rigo. This is as far as you go.
What do you mean? You said you'd hide me, so I...
Oh, no one would find you? Okay. No one will find you.
Now, wait a minute. What is this? You wouldn't kill me. I didn't do anything. I didn't talk.
No. I know you, Rigo. I know you're a double-crossing rat. You talked to the shadow, all right.
You got me wrong, Bones. I didn't talk. Don't kill me.
Oh, not so deep yourself. You wouldn't deprive baby here of a little exercise.
Please, no. Not the shotgun. Give me a break, please, not that.
All right, Rigo. We'll give you a break. We'll let you run for it.
What do you mean?
We'll give you a head start. Maybe you can outrun the slugs. Who knows?
That's murder. Cold-blooded murder.
I'm counting to 3.
No, don't. Bones.
1.
Okay, I'm going.
2. 3. Speak to us, baby! Couldn't run very fast after all. Could he, Buster?
Lamont, where have you been, darling? I was worried about you.
Playing hide and seek all day inside that gambling place, Margot.
All day? I thought it didn't open until 9 o'clock at night.
It doesn't. It's a little private investigation. It's trying to uncover the secret hideout of a character named Bones. The man Rigo claims is the head of the counterfeit ring.
You found it?
Finally. The sub-cellar can only be reached through a trick panel in one of the inner offices.
I suppose that means you're going there tonight. Shall I tell Commissioner Weston?
Yes. Just give me until midnight.
Be careful, darling.
I will. I think it's about time the shadow met this Bones face to face.
I don't get the idea behind busting up the equipment, Bones.
I think we better
do no singing from the shadow now on.
Well, I think we better cover up and lay low for a while, Buster.
How about the clear?
We've unloaded the last batch. We'll hide the plate until we're ready to start operations again. By the way, you'd better run up to the game room, disconnect that phony wheel.
Okay.
You don't have to carry that shotgun with you, you know. There's nobody up there.
Oh, I guess I just feel undressed with that baby. Don't let her get lonely.
Don't worry, Buster. I won't let her get lonely. When you come back, she'll have a message for you.
Another double-cross, Bones?
Who said that?
The shadow.
Where are you?
You can't see me, but I can see you. Sitting there with a shotgun waiting for your stooge to come back to his death.
The shadow, huh? So Rigo did tell you. He took that ride too late.
So, Rigo's dead too, eh, Bones?
I thought I'd get rid of him before he could put you on the trail, Shadow. Too bad for you I didn't. Because now you have to die too.
You
can't kill me, Bones. You've got to see me before you can kill me. You only shoot in the back.
Maybe I can't see you, Shadow, but this shotgun can find you. Keep talking. I'll locate you.
Put down that gun, Bones.
Keep talking, Shadow.
Now that Buster's the only link to tie you to Darcy's murder, you're planning to kill him also, huh?
I know where you are, near the door. Your luck has run out, Shadow. When I pull this trigger, that whole wall is going to be sprayed with red. I see the door opening. Time to get out, huh, Shadow? You'll never make it.
Bones, don't pull that trigger.
Bones! You dirty devil!
I told you to drop that gun, Bones.
Knock it out of my hand. Look, Shadow, I'll make a deal with you.
You make your deals directly with the police now, Bones.
Me?
Yes. They're already on their way. I have an idea you'll soon be seeing an old friend of mine, Commissioner Weston. I know he'll be more than glad to meet you, Bones.
Would you like to win a gorgeous $100 17-jewel Harman Gold wristwatch? Then listen carefully. The Carrie Salt Company is giving away 2 of these beautiful watches. One man's watch and one lady's watch every week. Here are the easy contest rules how you may win. Just like the last winners whose names we announced a few minutes ago. First, write 100 words or less describing some new or unusual way of using any Carrie Salt product. Second, print your name and address on your entry. Third, mail to Carrie, C-A-R-E-Y-S, Carrie Salt in care of this station. That's all. Nothing to buy, no box tops to send in. You can write about deep penetrating Carrie's table salt, or Carrie's mineral supplement salt, or any other Carrie Salt product. Letters postmarked before midnight Friday will be announced 3 weeks from today. The judges' decisions are final. All letters become Carrie's property. In case of ties, duplicate prizes will be awarded. Remember, the most interesting letters win. Yes, sir, the man and woman who write the most interesting letters, describing some new and unusual way of using any Carrie Salt product, will each win a gorgeous watch. The address again, Carrie Salt in care of this station. Mail your letter today.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
a weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Carrie Salt Company brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Remember, there's a Carrie Salt for every farm and home use. Look for the package with a bright red band. And don't forget Carrie's exciting new contest with 2 beautiful $100 Harman Gold wristwatches given away every week. Mail your entry now to Carrie Salt in care of this station.
The Big Story was a great crime drama that looked at crimes from the perspective of a newspaper reporter. Each week's episode dramatized real-life stories and a different reporter every week. And at the end of each program, the real reporter was brought on the air and given $500 by the show's sponsor, Pall Mall. In The Bitterest Man on Earth, which originally aired on June 8, 1949, reporter Julian Hausman exposes the false conviction of Jamie Goodwin to 40 years in prison for a murder committed by someone else, Arthur Tinney. A great show, a great premise, and a really great story. This one starring John Sylvester. Next up is The Big Breakout from This Is Your FBI. J. Edgar Hoover himself endorsed the show, calling it the finest dramatic program on the air. It ran from 1945 to 1953 for 409 episodes and dramatized actual FBI case files. In this episode, Earl Dixon is in prison for the crime of hijacking. He and 2 other prisoners plan an escape, which they carry out by knocking out the prison doctor, stealing his car keys, and then impersonating him and his associates. Shot at as they drive away, one of them is shot and dumped from the car by the other 2. The FBI are brought in to track down and recapture the 2 escaped convicts. Lots of action, lots of excitement in this one. A really exciting story. And then our last show of the compilation is Secrets of Scotland Yard, which ran a mutual from 1949 to 1951 and dramatized true crimes from the files of the London police. In Charles Peace, a man was on trial for murdering a police officer. 2 men bet on the verdict, and the winner of the bet, Charles Peace, turns out to have been the actual murderer. An intriguing story that delves deeply into the intricate investigation that eventually brings the actual killer to justice and his execution. I hope you enjoy these great mystery and crime shows, and thanks so much for watching.
Pall Mall Famous Cigarettes present The Big Story.
Ain't that sweet, baby? Oh, man, ain't that hot.
Yeah?
Hey, baby, you ain't got your mind on it. Come on, we dancing or what? Oh, listen to it. Don't that send you? Don't that just get you?
That's him. Right there, sitting there. See him? He's getting up now. Stop that man. Stop him. He killed my best friend. That man wanted for murder. That's him. Get him. Stop him.
The Big Story. Here is America, its sound and its fury, its joy and its sorrow, as faithfully reported by the men and women of the great American newspapers. Richmond, Virginia. The story of a murder, and of a man convicted for that murder who became the bitterest man on earth. For his contribution, not only in writing a great story, but in reaffirming a great truth, that every person on earth is a human being and has a right to human dignity, to reporter Julian C. Hausman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader, for his big story, goes the Pall Mall Award. Now the story as it actually happened. Reporter Julian Hausman's story, as he lived it. Richmond, Virginia.
It began with a letter from a woman in Harlem at 2581 St. Nicholas Avenue, New York, to the postmaster at Broadnax in Mecklenburg County, Virginia.
Dear Mr. Dawson, sir, I got to make myself known to you, and maybe you remember me, Daniel Green's daughter, Mamie. Now name of Goodwin since I'm married. I hope you'll not think me being forward to write, sir, Mr. Dawson, but my son Jamie got himself in trouble. He's in Richmond in the Henrico County Jail, accused of murder and sentenced to 40-year hard labor. Now, the man who did that crime is named Arthur Tenney, and some swears my Jamie is that Arthur Tenney, which he is not. He is my son and never murdered no one. Now, Mr. Dawson, you know my family. When I worked for your wife 20 years ago, and then moved from Broadax to New York, and Jamie come with me, he never killed no one. But I can't come and prove it. So would you please, sir, get in touch with the sheriff, Mr. Ray, and tell them that Jamie ain't this Arthur Tenney, and help him get off? I'll be so grateful, Mr. Dawson, sir, and thank you in advance. Your humble servants, Mamie Grain Goodwin.
It began for you, Julian Hausman, reporter for the Richmond News Leader, when Postmaster Dawson of Broadnax happened to have some business in Richmond, happened to have a spare half hour, and happened, by accident, to walk into the newspaper office.
Mr. Hausman?
Yeah, that's right.
The name's Dawson, postmaster in Broadnax. I got something here might be of interest. The girl outside says that you handle this kind of thing.
What is it, a crime story?
Oh, don't know if it's any kind of story, just a letter I got. Old woman I used to know 20-odd years ago up Mecklenburg County, where Broadnax is. They used to do washing for my wife.
Well, I'm on a story right now, Mr. Dawson.
Well, that's all right. I won't take your time. Just why don't I leave a letter, and if you think it's anything, well, go ahead and do what you like. If not, I guess the wastebasket's good a place as any place.
3 hours later, after you've finished work, you read the letter. It moves you strongly. The woman's plight, her dependence on Dawson, the helplessness in every line. Could it be as she had written? You call Sheriff Jeff Ray, a good friend, out at Henrico County Prison.
Then there's nothing in it, Jeff, about his being Goodwin and not Tenney?
Martin, I had that boy in jail one day 6 years ago, right after he killed his wife. He escaped that first day, but I remember him.
Couldn't you compare his prints?
Now, I'll tell you a little secret, Julian. I never did get a chance to take his prints. I was going to do that second morning, but darned if he didn't escape that night. But we got him now. Had a fair trial, got convicted, and that's that. Now, Julian, he ain't pulling the wool over your eyes now, is he? With that story being someone else? Hello? Julian, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Jeff. No, he isn't. Now, so long.
That's right, Mr. Houseman. My name's Jamie Goodwin, but what's the difference? Ain't nobody gonna believe me. Ain't nobody care.
Well, what proof do you have?
Proof? What's that proof? I say who I am. I got papers from the Merchant Marine. Jury say that's Arthur Tenney, 40 years hard labor. That's your proof.
And you're not Arthur Tenney. You're Jamie Goodwin?
Oh, mister, please go on away. Who cares if a backwoods boy like me live or die? Go on away and leave me be.
For a moment, you think, oh, what's the difference? And then you stop. He's a man, isn't he? A human being with the same hopes and desires and fears as you or anyone else. And you think, suppose I spend a little time on this, find out. You start with Bertha Jarvis, the girl who identified him.
I was up in New York visiting friends. We went dancing, and that's where I saw him. Tenney.
You're sure it was Tenney?
Sure, I'm sure.
How'd you know?
His wife was my girlfriend. I grew up with her. My best friend. He promised her love, honor, and cherish her. Instead, he killed her. She was a good girl, Marie. And he's bad. How I know? Well, Marie's dead. That's how I know.
You're Marie's mother?
Who are you?
I'm a reporter. Tenney was your son-in-law, right?
I got nothing to say about him. Except they should have electrocuted him not to give him 40 years.
You identified him at the trial?
Sure, saying his name is Goodwin. I ain't Tenney, I'm Goodwin. Liar. Know what a liar that boy was? Come here and look.
What's that?
Bible, look at here. Wrote on the inside. To my darling sweetheart Marie. Give it to her same day he killed her. That's how bad he was.
Sure there couldn't be any mistake?
I swore in the courtroom and I'll put my hand on this book now. God's my witness that boy in jail killed my daughter. God's my witness.
You wonder about him now. Jamie Goodwin or Arthur Tenney. You wonder, but you go on. Other witnesses say the same. And then, after searching a week, you find the Tenney family. A woman sick in bed who can't talk, and a bent old man who listens to your mission and shakes his head.
He's my son, but I don't want to talk about him.
But you weren't at the trial, were you, Mr. Tenney? You didn't see him.
What I want to see. Boy disgraced his family. Mister, since he done that 6 years ago, his mama and me ain't been out of this house. Living disgraced, that's all. Don't want to talk about him.
But this man may not be your son.
Killed his wife. That's all I know.
Maybe he didn't do it. I don't say your son didn't kill his wife. I say maybe this man isn't your son.
What you want me to do?
Come down to the jail. See him. You may be able to set an innocent man free. You wouldn't want an innocent man to pay for your son's crime, would you?
Well, enough trouble in the world without some poor boy paying for something my son done. I'll go.
You know this man, Jamie?
No, sir. Never seen him before in my life.
Well, Mr. Tenney?
Mr. Tenney?
This is Arthur Tenney's father. Well?
Well, it looked like him. Talk like him. Even stand like Arthur. Look enough to be him, else his twin. But he ain't my son. He's somebody else.
They read all about it. Men sentenced in Enrico County Jail for murder, as Arthur Tenney says that's not his name. Read all about it. Get your paper.
You set down the facts as you got them, the assertions and the denials. And the next morning, you get a call. The Commonwealth's attorney, George Ballas, the man who tried the case, tells you to come in. tells you you'd better come in.
That's a great story you wrote. Great public service.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Ballas?
You think I try cases and send men to prison for 40 years for the fun of it? I don't.
But I wrote that...
Suppose you listen, Houseman, and I talk. 8 witnesses and the sheriff of this county identified this man as Tenney. 1 witness, the man's father, and of course the man himself, say he's not Tenney. Now ask yourself this. Does the Tenney family stand to gain by lying? Does Tenney stand to gain by sticking to his story that he's Goodwin? Of course.
But I saw them together, Tenney's father and...
I saw Bertha Jarvis and the murdered girl's mother and all the rest. Now suppose you were accused of being someone you're not. Could you prove who you were? Would it be so difficult?
Now, what about the papers from the Merchant Marine?
Look, I walk into a shipping office in New York and say my name is Goodwin. Do they ask for proof? No. They issue papers in the name of Goodwin. Does that make me Goodwin? No.
Oh, I see all that, but...
There are no buts. No ifs or ands or buts. That boy raised the noise that he was Goodwin in court. We proved who he was. Now, if he hadn't raised that doubt that he was someone else, he'd have been sentenced to death, not 40 years. Instead of an innocent man being unjustly jailed, I tell you, a guilty man has gotten off easy.
You think that?
I know it. Now, why don't you go back to your paper and write the second part of that story? That Tenney is Tenney. No ifs, ands, or buts.
No. I can't do that, Mr. Ballas. I can't because, after all you've said and all the other witnesses have said, I think I'm right. I think I can prove that Jamie Goodwin is not the murderer.
This is Cy Harris, returning you to your narrator and the big story of Julian Houseman as he lived it and wrote it. The facts seem all against you, Julian Houseman, reporter for the Richmond News Leader. Witnesses swear that the man who says he's Jamie Goodwin is really Arthur Tenney, murderer. The sheriff says so. Commonwealth's attorney Ballas insists so. And all you have to go on is the word of the man himself, the murderer's father, and your own stubborn belief. You go back to Henrico County Jail, to the innocent man or the murderer, and talk.
Jamie, I need to know more. I've got to know more about you. Now, you've got to talk to me.
What for, Mr. Houseman?
Don't sit there like that, so we can free you. Don't you want to get out of prison?
Don't I want to get out? Don't I want to breathe? Look, mister, you've been good, real good, taking time, but nobody cares what happens to me. That old man say I wasn't his son. Anybody listen to him? The sheriff listen? Mr. Ballas, he listen? No. Oh, what's a good?
I tell you, if we can get proof, you can be free.
No. They put me away. They treat me good in here, and I ain't complaining. Food's good and all like that. But they put me away, and they ain't gonna bother taking me out.
I tell you, you're wrong. Ballas is an honest man.
I ain't say he's not honest. Oh, mister, look. I want to get out. Get in the sun. Get on a ship, maybe. See a girl. Get married. Have kids. Sure, I want that. But I ain't gonna let you come in here and stir up my hopes and maybe get me to think that's what I'm gonna have. I ain't gonna let you do that. I'm gonna rot in here, and ain't nothing you nor nobody in the whole world can do to help me. That's why I say, leave me alone, please. I'm begging you. Leave me alone. Don't mess me up and then dash me down more harder than before.
Well, you're wrong, Jamie. You're wrong. How can I make you believe you're wrong? Jamie, I'm going to write a story about what you just told me. Maybe somebody will read it and come forward and say who you really are. What else should I say in that story?
I told you all I'm going to say.
You asked who cares. I care, Jamie, and I think others will care when they hear your story.
Do you? For true? Honest?
For true, Jamie.
All right. Say this. Jamie Goodwin's got a bad name. Jamie Goodwin robbed a car and stole money for food. But he didn't kill no woman. He didn't kill no wife. He never was married. Say that. Say if he got married, he'd treat his woman right. That ain't gonna help maybe, but that's the truth.
Anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Houseman. Say Jamie Goodwin worked lots of places. Broadnax, Detroit, Baltimore, Boston. There must be some folks knew him. Must be one man somewhere stop what he do and take a day out and come down here to prove I ain't no murderer. Prove I'm just plain Jamie Goodwin.
Read your story, mister. Thought maybe I knew that man you wrote about. 2 years ago, lent him $75. He paid me back, too. Here's the note he signed. See? Jamie Goodwin. Maybe you can use that.
I just come from the jail, Mr. Houseman, where I saw that man. The man they say is Arthur Tenney. Funny. I remember when I talked to Tenney, knew him years ago, used to have to look up to that man. Tall. This one I didn't have to look up to. Now, he must have grown shorter, because I ain't grown no taller. Unless, of course, like I think, he ain't Arthur Tenney, but someone else.
You Houseman?
That's right.
My name's C.B. Sager. I'm a planter up Broadneck's way. You had an article in the paper. I read it. I spoke to the postmaster in our town about this Goodwin Tenney fella. Says come see you. So here I am.
Well, what do you think about it?
Thinking something I don't go in for much. Theories. I tell you what I believe in. I believe in facts. I lived in Broadneck all my life. Know everyone. Man worked for me, named Goodwin, years back. Maybe that's the boy you got in jail here. If it is, I'll prove it. I'll ask that boy 6 questions about Broadnecks. He answers them, he's Goodwin. He don't, let him stay in jail. Now, I ain't got all day. Let's go.
Stand still, you men.
What's this? What you got all these men here for?
Can you pick out one you ever saw before, Mr. Sager?
Testing me, eh? Well, I'll be... Sure. There he is. You're Goodwin, right?
Yes.
Testing me.
All right, the rest of you men can go. Now, Jamie, this man is...
Let me do the talking, son.
Okay.
Now, look at me, Jamie. Who am I?
I remember you, sir, but I... You, Mr. Sager.
That's right. Now, where am I from?
By Broadneck, sir.
When did you last see me?
Let me see. 7 years ago, sir, last July.
Why'd you say July?
Because when you fired me July the 1st, and then you hired me back July the 4th. Says you was being patriotic about hiring...
Never mind. What's my brother-in-law's name?
The brother-in-law? Well, that's the doctor. Dr. Payne.
What'd he tell you last time he saw you?
He said, I think it was the last time, he says, don't you go walking on no more roofs, because next time you fall off, you might not be lucky and just break one leg.
That's him. That's Jamie Goodwin. No theories, facts. I swear. But heck, I don't need to swear. Now, Jamie, when they let you out, you come on back to Broadnecks. I got a good job waiting.
But it's not so simple. There are 8 witnesses and a sheriff to shake. There's a decision of a judge and a jury to reverse. And there's an attorney, Ballas, the Commonwealth attorney. You bring the new information to him. He looks it over, listens, then says,
I take back some of what I said, Houseman. Your story was not irresponsible.
Thank you.
I take back some of what I said. There's still the testimony of 8 witnesses.
I know.
But you think, nevertheless, that this information warrants a new trial?
Yes, Mr. Ballas, I do. What do you think?
Houseman, I want you to know I'll fight you. I mean you and Tenney or Goodwin and his attorney. I'll fight you with all I've got. You know, I'm a funny duck. I'm one of those throwbacks to another period when people had a sense of duty and a sense of honesty. If you win this case, you'll know you've been in a fight. You'll get a new trial.
As the Lord's my witness, Judge, that man sitting right over there was married to my girlfriend, Marie. That man is Arthur Tenney.
I swear he killed my daughter, that Tenney. I swear he don't deserve to live.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lawyer. I respects what that poor woman said about Marie. And I ain't forgetting Marie was my daughter-in-law. But that man sitting there ain't my son. He look like him, all right, but he ain't my boy.
My name's Sager. I say any man answer my 6 questions way that boy done, I know he's who I say he is. He's Jamie Goodwin.
I'm the boy's mother, sir. Yes, sir, no matter what I say, I know few people ain't gonna think I ain't sticking up for my son. I is. But I say this, how come that poor woman on the stand whose daughter got killed don't know me? How come the man who say he's Arthur Tenney's father never seen me before? If I is the mother of this man, then they is my kinfolks. And how come my kinfolks don't know me? The reason is, he's Jamie Goodwin. That's why.
I am a handwriting expert. I have testified in many trials in professional capacity, including the Lindbergh case. I have also examined a sheet of paper torn from a Bible on which Arthur Tenney wrote a few words. I have also examined a note, admittedly signed by Jamie Goodwin. In my honest and positive opinion, the possibility of Tenney writing like Goodwin, or Goodwin writing like Tenney, is so highly unlikely that it becomes almost a practical certainty that they are very different people. In short, that's Goodwin, Your Honor, not Tenney.
Jamie Goodwin.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Case dismissed.
Sir?
You're free, Jamie. You're free.
Please, Mr. Houseman, a little respect for the dignity of this court. Jamie Goodwin, you are free.
I don't know what to say, Mr. Houseman.
You don't have to say anything, Jamie.
I got it somehow. I got to thank you. You see, I learned that people does care. People like you and the postmaster from Broadnax and Mr. Sager. Yes, Mr. Ballas, too. Them folks on the other side, they care, too. What's true counts with folks, don't it?
That's right.
And see, Mr. Houseman, something else, too. I mean, something I learned. If you believe in something, you don't put your head down and say, no, that can't be. You put your face up and fight for what you believe. If you do that, people cares, because they see that you cares. And that's what this show now, ain't it, Mr. Houseman?
That's what it shows, Jamie. That's just what it shows.
In just a moment, we'll read you a telegram from Julian C. Houseman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader with the final outcome of tonight's big story. Now we read you that telegram from Julian C. Houseman of the Richmond, Virginia News Leader.
Day after trial, Goodwin visited the paper and said, I just wanted to come to the people who got me out of this jam. I needed assistance, and it's to the news leader that I owe my freedom. Authorities are still searching for the actual murderer in tonight's big story. Thanks a lot for tonight's Pell Mell Award.
Thank you, Mr. Houseman. The makers of Pell Mell Famous Cigarettes are proud to present you the Pell Mell $500 Award for notable service in the field of journalism.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, when Pell Mell Famous Cigarettes will present another big story. A big story from the front pages of the Columbus, Ohio Dispatch. Byline, Bill Foley. A big story about a phantom killer and a reporter who didn't believe in ghosts.
The Big Story is produced by Bernard J. Proctor with music by Vladimir Zelinsky. Tonight's program was written by Arnold Pearl. Your narrator was Bob Sloan. John Sylvester played the part of Julian C. Houseman, and Canada Lee played Jamie. In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic Big Story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed, with the exception of the reporter, Mr. Houseman. This is Ernest Chappell speaking for the makers of Pell Mell Famous Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Equitable Society presents This is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight's file, the Big Breakout.
All criminals suffer from the same organic disorder, enlargement of the ego. And sooner or later it proves fatal to their career of crime. For as an ancient thinker once said, He is most vulnerable who believes himself invincible. For some criminals, one heavy prison sentence is enough to deflate their ego. But in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, Earl Dixon accepted his first set of prison bars not as a defeat, but as a great opportunity to prove himself smarter than the law. In a Midwestern penitentiary, Dixon, serving a term for hijacking, and two fellow inmates are seated in their cell after the evening meal.
Cigarette, gentlemen? Rock?
Thanks, Dixie.
Louis?
If that's the best you can do, Dixie. Of course, I'm used to lighting a Corona after a pheasant
You're
dinner,
used to talking too much, Louis.
Somebody's got to keep the art of chatter alive in our little home.
Rock is a man of action rather than words, Louis.
Well, you ain't exactly the gabby type yourself, Dixie.
I've been interested in only one subject since matriculating here.
But you ain't talking about it, huh?
I never talk on a subject until I'm qualified by research.
When'll that be?
No.
Oh, yeah? Then what's the title of your subject?
Escape.
Escape? Shut up, Louis.
Are you gentlemen interested?
Gee, Dixie, I don't know. I only got 3 more years here.
Just the weekend, huh, Louis?
No, it's not that, but guys can get shot trying something like that.
I wonder what your girl is doing tonight, Louis.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Just curious.
Well, I know what she better not be doing. What's that got to do with it?
3 years is a long time to sit and wonder. Maybe it'll be too late after that. What about you, Rob?
Count me in, Dixie.
Good. We'll make it a twosome then.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
Yes, Louis.
What did you really mean about my dame?
I told you. 3 years is a long time.
Oh, she better not pull no double deal on me. I'm in.
Splendid.
What's the gimmick, Dixie?
Well, the doctor is on duty in the hospital until 11 o'clock.
Yeah?
He lives outside, drives home when his relief comes.
Yeah?
Lights out in here at 9. The turnkey makes a round of inspection at 10.
Uh-huh.
Tonight, when he comes around, you...
Hospital ward, Dr. Wilson. Oh, hello, Evelyn. Yes, honey, I'll be on my way home in about 10 minutes. As soon as Dr. Blaney comes in to relieve me. Huh? Oh, sure, I'll bring some. Okay. Bye, sugar. What are you doing in here?
Keep a watch of that door, Louis.
Okay.
Doctor's about your size, Rock. His jacket should fit you rather neatly.
Just so it helps me drive us through the gate okay.
Here you are. And do it quickly now.
Yeah.
I'll take a look outside. Everything's all right, boys. Come on. Quietly, please.
Right.
This is his car. Take the wheel, Rock. Louis and I'll crouch on the floor right behind you.
Okay.
All right. Make for the gate. Keep your head down, Louis.
Don't worry. I want to keep it.
Okay, Doc. I'll open the gate. Leaving kind of early to... Hey, wait a minute. You're not the doc.
Rock's hit. I'll grab the wheel, pull Rock over, okay? You make it?
Yes. Hey, Rock's hit bad, Dixie.
Really?
Yeah, what can we do for him?
Throw him out.
Huh?
I said throw him out.
But he's still alive.
Do as I say.
Okay. Sorry, Rock. Gee, I hated to do that.
Consider yourself fortunate. It could easily have been you.
What do you mean?
I had anticipated that whoever drove the car would get killed.
After the jailbreak had been accomplished and the convicts had made a successful getaway, the penitentiary warden immediately contacted the nearest office of the FBI just across the state line, where Special Agent Connor took the call.
Gray Pontiac two-door sedan. License number? 754. All right, I've got it. Which direction was it going when it left the penitentiary? Thanks, Warden. We'll get on it right away.
Jailbreak, Fred?
Yes, 3 made the break, but 1 got killed.
Who are the other 2?
Take their names.
Uh-huh.
Earl Dixon and Louis Muncie.
Louis Muncie. I've got him.
While I'm getting out an alarm, you contact Washington and ask them to teletype all information they have on Dixon and Muncie.
In Dayton, Ohio, a few hours after the prison break, 2 men walked quietly along a fog-shrouded street. They stopped in front of a modest apartment building. A minute later, a young girl occupying a ground-floor apartment was aroused by the insistent sound of the door buzzer.
Just a minute. Oh. I'm coming. Who is it?
Open the door.
Earl.
Hello, sis.
Earl,
Go in, Louis. Okay.
what are you...
Be quiet. Lower that window shade, please, Louis. Right.
Earl, what are you doing here?
Okay, Louis?
Yeah, all right. What are you doing here? How did you get out of prison?
Quite cleverly. I escaped.
Oh.
It was a very monotonous life. I needed to change. Well, you don't seem very happy to see me.
I'm not.
Now, I asked you, Louis, isn't that a shocking admission for one's own sister?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Annette, allow me to present my fellow Houdini, Louis Muncie.
Pleased to know you.
Why did you come here?
Seemed the natural thing to do.
Earl, you can't stay.
Now, Annette.
I mean it. You've got to leave here at once.
Hey, what is this? I thought she was okay.
She will be.
Earl, listen to me. In the past, I've always weakened and tried to help you, always thinking maybe you'd straighten out. But this time it's different. I'm not harboring any criminals.
I'm staying, Annette.
Oh, no, you're not.
Where are you going?
I'm calling the police.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Hold it, Louis. What are you going to tell them, Annette? That you're turning your brother in? That you want him sent back to prison?
Yes.
Then I'd better acquaint you with just what that would mean. A man was killed when we escaped.
Oh.
Now, my dear, could you make us some coffee?
Is that teletype from Washington, Fred?
Yes, with the dope on Dixon and Muncie.
What does it say?
It looks like Dixon was the brains behind the break.
Yes?
College education and always boasting how much smarter he is than the law.
What was he in for?
Hijacking. He was sentenced in federal court. Suspected of a killing, too, but there wasn't enough evidence to pin it on him.
What about Muncie?
They're just finishing up on him now. Here we are. Muncie seems to be a kind of a stooge in a gang that was mixed up in hijacking, too.
He'd probably stick with Dixon, then, for guidance.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Any reports on the fugitives while I was out?
No.
They could be clear out of the state by this time.
Yes, that makes them our game more than ever.
Any leads on Dixon and that stuff from Washington?
I was just looking it over. It says Dixon lived with his sister in Cincinnati just before he was sent up. You know, he might make for there again.
Wouldn't that be an obvious move?
Well, since Dixon considers himself smarter than the law, he might think the obvious thing to do would be least expected.
Let's get Cincinnati on the phone. We'll tell him not to wait until daylight to check up, but go out right now and keep a watch on our address.
Right.
Remember this piece, Annette? How I used to slave to learn it? As I recall, it was Mother's favorite...
Stop, Earl, please.
What's the matter?
The difference between then and now, I don't want to think of it.
Dear Annette, always the sentimentalist.
Earl,
Yes?
how long is this going to go on?
What?
This staying here.
Oh. Oddly enough, I was just thinking about that.
Police are bound to come here sometime. You saw the morning paper. They're combing 3 states looking for you.
I know.
Please, won't you give yourself up?
Oh, stop being childish.
What else can you do?
I have a very definite plan in mind. You're right about their eventually coming here, but when they arrive, we'll be gone.
What do you mean?
We still have that little houseboat on the Ohio River.
Yes.
Then I think we should use it.
We?
Yes. You and I.
Oh, no, please.
I'll aid you in that. You'll have to drive.
Oh, why can't you leave me alone?
Very pleasant, like a vacation.
Vacation with two murderers.
Oh, I forgot to mention, my good companion, Mr. Muncie, who sleeps so peacefully in your bedroom, will not be with us.
Do you intend to leave him here?
Not exactly.
I don't understand.
Well, he has already served his purpose.
Folks?
Oh. Greetings, Louis. Well, I was just talking about you.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I was telling my sister that we are going to take a little trip.
Oh, blowing out of here?
Yes.
Where are we going?
Well, unfortunately, Louis, you're not really coming along.
What do you mean?
I needed you for the getaway just as I needed Rock, but now your usefulness has ended.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sorry, Louis. Darling, he'll be with us in spirit.
We momentarily close the Equitable Society's presentation of the FBI file on the big breakout. We will return to this case in just a moment. Let's look at America through the eyes of a GI just back from the Pacific. He's flying cross-continent to his home in the East. And perhaps he's wondering what sort of job he'll land when he takes off his uniform. Well, no matter what route his Army transport plane follows, at some time in almost every hour of the flight, he's looking down on places where Equitable Society investments are helping to provide jobs for ex-servicemen. And now back to the file on the big breakout.
FBI agents make no pretense of infallibility. And although highly trained in their profession of criminal investigation, things happen so fast at times that human judgment is bound to err in one step or another in their investigative procedure. But this they have never failed to do. Readjust. The long hours of the day have dragged past, and now darkness is falling. Earl Dixon sits with his sister in the living room of her apartment.
Who's that?
How do I know?
See who it is. I'll stand just behind the door, and don't let anyone in. Understand?
Very well.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You're Miss Annette Dixon, are you not?
Yes.
I'm Special Agent Connor of the FBI.
The FBI?
Yes. We just learned that you had moved here from Cincinnati.
But why are you interested in where I live?
The automobile in which your brother escaped from prison last night was found early today, abandoned just outside of town. May I come in?
But my brother isn't here.
Then there's no reason why I shouldn't come in, is there?
No, that is
Thank you.
I have a gun here, Mr. Connor. I've often wanted to match wits with the FBI. Don't reach for yours.
I wouldn't have any wits left for you to match if I did.
I was sure they trained you to be practical.
Yes. That's one of the reasons we usually win, Dixon.
Have you always won until now?
I wouldn't say that now is exactly over.
You fellows travel in pairs. Is your partner outside in the car?
No. I came here alone.
Where is your partner?
I'm afraid you'll have to proceed without that knowledge.
He and your office must have known you came here.
You think so?
Yes. In that event, I think you'd better come along with us.
Where to?
My sister and I are taking a little trip. You'd be a very welcome companion.
Really?
Yes. With an FBI agent driving us in an FBI car, we should find it rather a safe journey.
At your service, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, you wouldn't mind transporting a corpse, too, would you? It would be rather awkward leaving him here.
Louis Muncie?
That's right.
Bring him along. I'd be very glad to have his body as evidence of murder against you.
What makes you think you'll be able to produce this evidence?
This was to be a match of wits, remember?
When Special Agent Connor did not return to Dayton Police Headquarters within the designated time to rejoin his partner, Special Agent Whitman, Whitman and a police officer drove to Miss Dixon's address. Whitman is now returning to the car.
There's something funny about this, Sergeant.
I saw you go inside after you got no answer.
I found this on the floor in the living room.
What is it?
Connor's wallet.
What?
And dresser drawers had been pulled open like somebody had packed and left in a hurry.
Well.
I'd say Connor ran into Dixon, all right. And possibly Muncie, too.
And he dropped his wallet to let you know he'd been here and something was wrong.
Yes. With his car gone, that means only one thing. Let's put out an alarm on that car.
Oh, this is such a pleasure. The rolling fields, the green trees. You know, I've looked at penitentiary walls so long I'd forgotten this even existed. Isn't it lovely, Annette?
Please don't talk to me.
My sister doesn't approve of me, Mr. Connor.
I'd say she has excellent taste.
Poor Louis. Poor Louis would have enjoyed this so. Which reminds me, I've decided not to dispose of his body anywhere along the way.
Really?
The river will be a much better place.
Bodies have a disconcerting way of rising to the surface.
Not when they're properly weighted, Mr. Connor.
Oh.
And that should offer a cue to your own fate.
Thank you.
Too bad you won't be able to enjoy a weekend on our little houseboat. You'd like to have his company, wouldn't you, Annette?
Please, Earl.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Car trouble.
Accidental, of course.
What other kind is there?
That sounds like a flooded carburetor. What have you done to it?
The car stalled. Would you like to get out and diagnose the trouble yourself?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? You go ahead and fix it, and I'm warning you. If you take too long...
I won't, I assure you.
Why don't we get some word, Sergeant?
Well, we've done everything we can, Mr. Whitman. Something should come in.
Well, that's the toughest thing about this business. The waiting.
I know.
They must have taken Connor along as cover. If they did, Connor's driving the car.
We put all that on the alarm. Is there any more background on the Dixon family? Any place he'd be likely to go to?
I'm having that checked now. Meantime, the clock is running out. Running out fast.
I'll get it. Police headquarters, Sergeant Gillen speaking. Yes? Yes? Where was this? Just a minute, Mr. Whitman.
Yes.
This is state police. They got something on Connor.
Let me talk to them, please.
Sure, here you are.
Hello? This is Special Agent Whitman speaking. What have you got? I see. Will you read it, please? Yes? Thank you very much. Goodbye. Come on, Sergeant. We've got a definite lead on Connor. I just hope we're not too late.
Where did my sister go, Connor?
Into the houseboat.
Oh. Now, I guess you've got Muncie's body weighted sufficiently now.
Enough to keep it from drifting. That'll make it easier for us to locate.
Us?
Mm-hmm.
I admire your optimism. Now, if you will just drag the body out onto the deck. There, that will do nicely. And now I'll ask you to hoist it over the side.
You're really running up a big score, Dixon.
Just remember this gun. Go ahead, Connor.
Okay.
And now I suggest that we return to the cabin. Go ahead. After you, Mr. Connor.
Thanks.
Annette. Annette, will you stop that crying?
Leave her alone.
Well, Sir Galahad. Will you have a drink?
No, thanks.
Then I guess we'd better pass on to the next item on the program. That turns out to be you, Mr. Connor.
Earl, you can't.
Hold it, miss. Dixon.
Yes?
You said this was to be a match of wits.
That's right. And it's been rather unbalanced in my favor, wouldn't you say?
No, I wouldn't.
What do you mean?
You had that pistol on me all evening. But it didn't keep me from working.
Working?
You didn't see me drop my wallet on the floor of your sister's apartment back in Dayton, did you?
Now, don't pull
I
that.
saw it.
What?
Annette, why didn't you...
I left it there because I knew my partner would find it very shortly and know something was wrong.
Look, Connor...
I'm just trying to get my wits on the record.
Very well.
And you were right in suspecting I caused the car trouble back on the highway.
All you gained was time, if you did.
No. I left a note under a tool when I was under the car. It must have been picked up by now.
And what did the note say?
That we were coming here.
Well, that makes you almost even.
I'd say that puts me a little bit ahead.
Annette, I think we're getting out of here.
I hate to keep piling up points, Dixon, but the keys to the car are in the river with Muncie's body.
Why, you...
Now, don't be a bad loser, Dixon.
I haven't lost.
Oh, no? Look at that car coming along the riverbank.
Where?
Oh, thank heaven. Is it the police?
It isn't even a car. That was an old trick, Miss Dixon. But I won the match.
Earl Dixon was returned to the penitentiary and subsequently tried and convicted for the murder of his fellow convict. Like all criminals, Dixon had an inflated estimation of his own ability to beat the law. And this was one of the most effective contributing factors to his inevitable downfall. No one is smarter than the law. Sooner or later, this inescapable fact is known to all criminals.
You'll hear about next week's case in just a moment.
Next Friday, December 7th, is the 4th anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Our program that evening will present a thrilling and factual account of the FBI's work on that momentous day.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Society's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Programs in this series of particular interest to servicemen and women are broadcast overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, the music was under the direction of Frederick Steiner, the author was Frank Ferries, and your narrator was Dean Carlton. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Secrets of Scotland Yard with your host and narrator, Clive Brooke. Brought to you by the Mutual Broadcasting System in cooperation with Relaxicizer, with a special free offer to ladies who would like to reduce at home without diet or drugs. X-Lax, America's largest selling laxative.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Here is the story of Charles Peace, musician and murderer. Just over 70 years ago in Manchester, England, a man named William Habron was on trial for the murder of Police Constable Nicholas Cock. The jury were out considering their verdict, and in the court itself the usual debates were raging as to what that verdict would be.
Look, mister, I don't know you, I'm afraid, but what would you say to a little bet on verdict? I say this man Ebron will get off.
I'll take your bet with great pleasure. I think and I hope that he'll hang.
Right. 5 shillings.
Make it 10. I'll give you 3 to 1.
Done with you, sir. Beg pardon, but what makes you so sure? I've never heard such a flimsy lot of evidence. Just because he was heard threatening the policeman the day before, and just because his boot happened to fit that mark left in the mud.
Those aren't the things that matter to me. The man looks like a murderer, and I think the jury are convinced.
Do you find the prisoner at the bar guilty or not guilty of the murder of Police Constable Cock on the 27th of July last?
We find him
Guilty.
It was odd that the winner of the bet should have been so positive of Habron's guilt, for he was the one man in England who knew that Habron was innocent. He knew this because he himself it was who had shot and killed the policeman 3 months previously. The winner of the bet was Charles Peace, and it was completely in keeping with his character that he should attend the trial of the man who was sentenced to death for a crime that he, Peace, had committed. At this time, Charles Peace was 44 years of age. He was ugly, with a maimed hand and a permanent limp. His father had been a wild beast tamer, but had failed to tame young Charles, who grew up into a brutal and unruly ruffian, with a passion for playing the violin. One day in the same year as the Habron trial...
Yes? What is it?
Sorry to bother you, Mr. Peace. Me and my wife live in the house opposite. My name's Dyson, Arthur Dyson. I'm an engineer.
How do you do? This beautiful lady is your wife?
Yes.
We heard that you made picture frames, Mr. Peace, and wondered if you'd make some for us.
There's nothing I wouldn't do for such a charming lady as you, Mrs. Dyson.
Well, look then, Mr. Peace. We've made a note of the size of the frame we want, so would you go ahead with a couple, and we'll see if we want any more?
Yes. You may call for them in a couple of days. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Dyson.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Peace. I'll come for them the day after tomorrow.
Charles Peace set to work with a will. Perhaps he enjoyed making picture frames, or was it actually that Mrs. Dyson was a singularly attractive woman? In any case, the frames were ready when she called 2 days later. Arthur Dyson watched for some weeks while Charles Peace made himself more and more of a nuisance. Finally, sick of having the man continually at his door, in and out of the house, or waiting for Mrs. Dyson in the street, Arthur Dyson wrote out on a card, "Charles Peace is requested not to interfere with my family," and threw it into Peace's garden. By way of answer, Peace tried to trip Dyson up in the street and threatened to kill both him and his wife with the revolver that he then produced. Dyson went to the police.
For 6 weeks he's been pestering my wife with his attentions. He knows he can no longer come into my house by ordinary means, so he dresses up as a woman and pretends he wants to sell Mrs. Dyson something. I've twice caught him peeking through keyhole of our front door. So you see, officer, I've good cause to take out this summons against him. To be doubly sure that he leaves us alone, we're moving to another part of Sheffield.
And when the Dysons went to move into their new house, they were met by Charles Peace coming out of it. He ran off as they approached, but he was back that night.
Oh, you wicked man. Don't you know there's a summons against you? How dare you come back to bother us?
I came back for you, Nellie. You coming away with me?
Coming away with... You must be mad.
No good you calling me things. You coming with me? Got quite a bit of money, my love, and just you and I...
I don't know what you think you're saying. Now go away from here, Charles.
I'm asking you for the last time, Nellie. Are you coming?
If you don't go away from here this minute, Charles Peace, I'll call...
No, you won't. Not when you've seen this. It's a pistol, my dear. And either you do as I say, or...
Nellie! Nellie! Oh, there you are. What's this? What? Why, you scoundrel, how dare you come back here?
Good evening, Mr. Dyson. I shouldn't come any nearer if I were you.
Threaten me, would you?
Look out, he has a gun!
The one shot hit the house, the other went through Arthur Dyson's brain. Charles Peace had committed his second murder, and this time there was no one else to be tried in his place. He was known to be the culprit. Hue and cry were raised. £100 was offered as a reward for his capture, but no trace of him could be found. A year went by. Mrs. Dyson went to America. It seemed as though her husband's murder would remain unavenged. It was during these 2 years following the Dyson murder that Charles Peace became the legendary figure that he is today. We are assured that Sherlock Holmes once said, "My old friend Charles Peace was a violin virtuoso." But the murderer had other talents as well. Reciting, for instance.
Like bed. Fight for a plot whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough and continent to hide the slain. Oh, from this time forth, my thoughts be bloody, or be nothing worth. Thank you. Now, my friends, after those magnificent words of our greatest poet, I would like to play you a violin solo of a song by one of our great musicians, Sir Henry Bishop. Home, Sweet Home.
Modestly billing himself as the second Paganini, or the great Ethiopian musician, Charles Peace toured the country for a while before taking up permanent residence in London. The police dossier of his escapades became larger and larger. Why, then, was he never arrested? But he was. There was one famous occasion.
You know, Bill, the sooner we get this bloke to Scotland Yard, the happier I'll be.
Yes, he's a tricky devil. Can't trust him an inch.
Well, don't speak too loud. You might wake him. Even with him tied to you by handcuff, I prefer to keep him asleep. He looks just like a monkey.
Yeah, he smells like one. You might open the windows, don't you think?
Yeah, right you are. I'm stuck. Hold the strap a minute.
I've got it. Try hanging it at the top. Hey, here.
Oh, no, you don't. Stop him, Bill. You've got to jump from the train.
Goodbye, gentlemen. Have a pleasant journey to the yard.
Pull the communication cord.
And with that, the elusive Charles Peace leapt from the train.
In a moment, we'll continue with more of the secrets of Scotland Yard.
With his remarkable ability to disguise his features, Charles Peace overcame the limp and the crippled hands that might otherwise have helped Scotland Yard to capture him. They look only at your face, he once said. If your face is different, the rest of you is different. He eventually used walnut juice to bring about a permanent change in his appearance. At about that time, strangely enough, a respectable old gentleman had taken up residence in Peckham, a suburb in the south of London. Calling himself Mr. John Thompson, he had moved in with his current wife, Jean, a Mrs. Ward, whom he is pleased to call his housekeeper, and a considerable collection of dogs, cats, and violins.
Quiet, you pups, quiet. Down, down. Thank you, Jean, my dear, thank you. It was charming. You do play well.
That's a new fiddle you're using, Charlie.
Yes, I picked it up yesterday. Oh, 9 o'clock already. Mr. Snell will be coming in soon. Is Mrs. Ward joining us for a trio?
She is.
Really, Jean, I wish you could get over this sulky attitude towards Bertie just because I married her before I met you.
Oh, I don't mind that, Charlie. It's your keeping her here in the house.
Oh, what's so wrong in that? No one thinks of her as anything but my housekeeper.
It's not very pleasant for me. Oh, there's that silly old Mr. Snell.
Don't be so rude about our neighbour. He's important to my position in local society. And don't forget, my name's John, not Charlie.
Oh, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Snell is here to see you.
Come in, Snell, come in.
Good evening, Thompson.
Don't go away, Mrs. Ward. You don't mind my housekeeper staying, do you, Snell? I thought we'd have a trio later on.
Oh, delightful, delightful.
Why, thank you, Mr. Thompson. If you're sure Mrs. Thompson won't mind. Don't need to ask my permission. It's Charlie's house.
I always love it when you call me Charlie, my dear. A nickname, Snell, a nickname that my wife calls me.
Oh, delightful, delightful. I sent that letter off to the Admiralty, Thompson. I've given them full details of the invention.
Good, I hope they'll buy it.
What exactly is this invention of yours, Mr. Snell?
Well, briefly, Mrs. Thompson, it's a method of raising sunken vessels by the displacement of the water within them by means of air and gases. Your husband's help to me has been invaluable. Invaluable.
Now we've written to the Admiralty offering to raise 2 ships that were sunk some time ago.
You don't really think they'll accept it, do you, Mr. Thompson? And why shouldn't they accept it, Mrs. Ward? What do you know about it, anyway? Well, of course, if I'm going to be insulted by a...
Now, ladies, please. We have a guest. Shall I play for you?
I shouldn't think Mr. Snell wants to listen to us.
No, please play. I'd be delighted. Delighted.
It was after charming domestic scenes such as this that Charles Peace, for of course he was Mr. Thompson, committed most of his burglaries. On this particular night he slipped out of the house on one of his expeditions, and a few hours later 2 policemen patrolling in Blackheath, another London suburb, saw something rather suspicious.
Oh, try to trap me, would you? Well, I don't keep this toy strapped to my wrist for nothing.
Are you all right, Rob? Yes, Jack, you missed me. Now, you better come quietly, mister.
No, so there are 2 of you, are there? Keep back. Keep back. Or I'll shoot you.
There's no use, my friend. You can't... Oh!
Don't worry, Rob. I got him this time. Oh, no, you don't, mister. I got you now. He didn't hit you, did he, Rob? Rob! Rob!
Charles Peace had nearly committed his 3rd murder. Luckily, the shots were not fatal, and Police Constable Robinson pulled through in hospital later. At the station, the captured burglar gave his name as John Ward. His age is 60. A set of housebreaking tools was found in his pocket. He was remanded for a week and then committed for trial at the Old Bailey. While waiting in prison, Peace, still calling himself John Ward, wrote to Mr. Snell, the inventor, asking him to visit in prison a poor, broken, unfortunate man. Now, Mr. Snell did not know anyone called John Ward, but out of curiosity he visited the prison all the same. To his astonishment, he found that his correspondent was none other than his old friend and neighbor, Thompson. He immediately told the police, who went straight to the Thompsons' address.
Yes, what is it now?
Beg pardon, madam. I'm Inspector Kelvin, Scotland Yard. Are you Mrs. Thompson?
Suppose. Anyway, I'm the only one left in the house. That pesky cat of a first wife of his has cleared off and taken most of Charlie's valuables with her.
Charlie? I thought this man's Thompson's Christian name was John.
Lord, didn't you know? His name isn't Ward or John or Thompson or anything else he likes to tell you. He's Charlie Peace, the man you've been looking for 2 years over that Dyson murder.
Well...
So you didn't know who you had in your prison, eh?
Well, no, ma'am. To be quite frank, we didn't.
Well, in that case, to be quite frank, I'd like the £100 reward you've offered for information on his whereabouts.
Having been found guilty, the law was not through with him yet. Scotland Yard had checked the facts given to them by Mrs. Thompson, and a second trial was now on its way. The trial of Charles Peace for the murder 2 years previously of Arthur Dyson. When Peace, in a battered condition, was turned over by his warders to the Sheffield police for examination before the trial...
handing over the prisoner, Charles Peace, to use her for examination. We just brought him up from London.
Oh, I'm glad you told me his name. I can hardly see him for bandages. What happened to him?
Well, sir, he tried to repeat a trick he played a year ago. He was on the train, and somehow managed to slip his hand out of the handcuff and then flung himself through the window.
How fast was the train traveling?
About 50 miles an hour, sir. Stunning for a man of 60.
But he didn't get away.
No, sir. I managed to grab his boot. The other warder pulled the alarm signal. The prisoner was dragged along some way.
Which accounts for the bandages?
Yes, sir. Frankly, sir, I don't think he's as badly hurt as he pretends to be.
Sounds just like him. He's an awful faker. Oh, thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, and Happy New Year to you, sir.
Thank you. The same to you. I don't think it'll be a particularly pleasant or a particularly long one for Mr. Peace.
Mrs. Dyson, whom Charles Peace had found so difficult to let alone, had been brought all the way from America to give evidence against him. Peace seemingly retained none of his former feeling for her. Wrapped in rugs, complaining continually of his bruises and aches, he harangued his examiners.
Mustn't believe her. I have lots of witnesses who can prove that that bad, base woman had threatened my life and had threatened her husband's life. I can't talk to you. I'm so bad. My head, I feel very bad. That horrible misery of a woman often threatened to kill me. She pointed pistols and things at me and her husband. She's wicked to the core. Wicked, wicked.
Oh, yes, Charles Peace was quite an actor. His exploits, his escapes, his disguises, his love affairs, all these had captured the imagination of the public. It was therefore a huge crowd that gathered in the Leeds courtroom to witness his trial.
Prisoner at the bar. I pass upon you the only sentence...
Have mercy, O Lord!
I pass upon you the only sentence...
Mercy, have mercy, O Lord!
The only sentence that fits the crime you have committed. which is that you be taken to a place of
In his cell before the execution, Charles Peace confessed to the murder of Police Constable Cock 2 years before, the murder for which another man had been sentenced to death.
Sizes and had William Habron sentenced to death. I even had a bet on the verdict. Now, sir, you're a clergyman, I know. Perhaps you will say I was a hardened wretch for allowing an innocent man to suffer for my crime. What man would have done otherwise in my position? I should certainly have been hanged for the crime. And now I tell you this, for I feel that I have nothing further to gain by secrecy.
It is right that you should have confessed this. Have you anything further that you wish to say to me?
I wish you to let the world know that I hope no one will taunt or jeer at my wife and children on my account, but will have mercy on them.
Well, that wraps up our Crime and Mystery OTR compilation for you. Thanks so much for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed the shows. If you did, I hope you'll hit the like button and leave a comment letting me know what you thought. And if you aren't already a subscriber, hit the subscribe button so you will be notified when the next video comes out, which is usually about 3 times a week, sometimes more. I'm Greg, and I will see you on the next one.